overthrow, but a collaborative dance, the river whispering to the rock, "Yield a little here, and we shall both find new shape," fostering not just the fall but the lush hanging gardens that thrive in the perpetual damp, ferns unfurling like secrets shared in the shade. And as that subterranean fire seeks the surface in whispers of light, so does the earth's other breath, its gathered waters, approach thresholds of their own, swelling in patient veins towards silken descents, where persistence carves not with flame, but with fluid grace, inviting you, in this quiet hour, to let your awareness drift with the current, feeling the reassuring continuity of creation's dual rhythms, fire and flow entwined in the planet's patient artistry, much like the inner warmth and gentle release that balance your own evenings, turning day's embers into night's serene stream. These architects of mist and thunder emerge not in isolation, but as outcomes of a grand, interconnected choreography, where rivers, born from the sky's generous tears, carve their ways across landscapes, seeking always the sea yet pausing at precipices to perform their timeless rites. Consider first the plunge waterfalls, those bold, unyielding leaps where the river hurls itself entire over a sheer face of rock, plummeting straight into a churning pool below, as if the water, in a surge of liberated joy, has decided to embrace the void all at once. Ne'er falls, the thunderous veil straddling borders, stands as such a sentinel, over 50 meters of unbroken drop, where billions of gallons cascade yearly, eroding the limestone lip at a rate of mere centimeters, yet compounding over millennia into a gorge 10 kilometers long. It's a reassuring sight, this relentless yet measured work, akin to the steady drip of a faucet wearing smooth as sink's edge over years, reminding us that grand transformations often stem from the simplest, most faithful repetitions. And in the plunge's purity, there's a philosophical gentleness. The water does not cling or hesitate, but surrenders fully, emerging renewed in the froth, much like the way you might release a long-held worry into the night's quiet, finding clarity in the letting go. Pause with that image now, breathing in the imagined chill of spray rising like a bridal mist, cool against your skin, then exhaling slowly, feeling the echo of that drop resonate within, a soft thrum that aligns your pulse with the planet's unhurried cadence. From such dramatic plunges, the Earth's watery artisans branch into cascades, those tiered descents where the flow stumbles over a series of ledges, like a storyteller pausing at chapter's end to build suspense, each step a vignette of controlled abandon. Imagine the Motnong Falls in Oregon's verdant gorge, its waters tumbling in two distinct vales over basalt cliffs formed from ancient lava flows. Ironic how fire's legacy now cradles water's grace, splashing across mossy outcrops before pooling and recommencing the journey. These cascades form through differential erosion, where softer rock layers dissolve beneath harder caps, undercutting the stone until it fractures and retreats, a process as patient as the slow unraveling of a tightly wound scarf in warm hands. Reassuringly, this is no violent overthrow, but a collaborative dance, the river whispering to the rock, "Yield a little here, and we shall both find new shape," fostering not just the fall but the lush hanging gardens that thrive in the perpetual damp, ferns unfurling like secrets shared in the shade. In these forms, we see the ripple effects of broader forces at play, the way glacial retreats from ice ages leave behind U-shaped valleys, their hanging tributaries plunging as secondary falls when rivers meet the main channel's undercut path. Or consider the fan waterfalls, those ethereal spreads where the stream fans out like fingers splayed in benediction, veiling a broad cliff face in a translucent sheet, as at the ethereal's Hul Loon in Scotland, the highest in the British Isles, its waters diffusing into a haze that catches rainbows on misty days. Such fans arise in zones of fractured rock, where joints and fissures allow the flow to splinter and reconnect, a metaphor for our own lives' branching paths, moments where one stream divides into many, each droplet carrying the whole's essence, only to merge again in the basin below. What wonder lies in this diffusion, this temporary multiplicity, evoking the scattered thoughts of evening that gather back into dreams, whole and harmonious once more. Yet let us linger a while on the mechanics of their building, these liquid sculptures rising from the interplay of hydrology and geology, where rivers, fed by watersheds vast as forgotten kingdoms, incise their beds through uplift and subsidence. In regions of tectonic unrest, like the Himalayas where India collides with Asia, rivers like the Ganges carve gorges that birth falls such as the Bhussu near Dramul, their plunges a counterpoint to the mountain's upward thrust, as if water says, "And I shall descend to balance your rise." Everyday examples abound to make this accessible. Think of a garden hose arcing over a low wall, eroding the soil beneath with each pass, or the way rainwater channels deepen cracks in a driveway over seasons, widening them into rivulets. So too do waterfalls evolve, their lips retreating upstream through headward erosion, nick points migrating like wandering minstrels, leaving behind potholes scoured by tumbling pebbles, nature's own tumble dryers, polishing stones to river gems. Gently clarified, a nick point is simply that point of abrupt change in a river's profile, where the fall resides, migrating at rates from centimeters to meters per year, depending on the rock's resistance and the water's vigor, a slow procession that reshapes valleys into amphitheaters of green. Episodically, then, these vignettes interconnect, a river's youthful vigor, straight and steep from recent uplift, favors plunging forms, while maturity brings meanders and cascades, the flow braiding over softer sediments. In karst landscapes, like the travertine terraces of Croatia's Pups lakes, water dissolves limestone to form tiered pools, each a shallow basin overflowing into the next, a staircase of azure mirrors where the fall is less a drop than a series of intimate sighs. Here, the chemistry whispers into the form, calcium carbonate precipitating in the aerated flow, building natural dams that deepen the pools, a cycle of dissolution and deposition as balanced as the breath you draw now, in and out. Each exchange a quiet alchemy sustaining the whole. Subtle irony touches this. What begins as erosion's bite ends in accretion's gift. The falls not destroyers but creators, layering stone upon stone in travertine veils that endure for ages, much like the incremental kindnesses in a life that build unseen foundations of strength. As we trace these building tales, consider the Horsedale Falls, those slender threads where the water clings to the rock face, sliding down in a translucent sheath rather than leaping free, as at Yosemite's ethereal namesake, where in February's rare alignment, it glows like firefall from a setting sun. Such forms grace overhanging cliffs of granite, weathered smooth by the very water that caresses them, a partnership of adhesion and gravity where surface tension holds the flow close, like a secret shared between old friends. Curiosity, one that stirs not with haste but with the soft insistence of water tracing its inevitable path. Picture, if you will, a faint ripple spreading across a distant pool, not urgent or commanding, but soothing, like the first drops of rain kissing a quiet meadow, inviting you to explore the tender wonders that flow across the earth we tread so lightly upon. In this shared moment of repose, where thoughts wander freely like leaves caught in a serene current, we embark on a journey through the heart of waterfalls, not as mere spectacles of sound and spray, but as the Eartha Euro TMS ancient artisans, sculptors of stone and singers of renewal, whispering secrets of persistence and grace. If this unfolding tale of liquid rhythms resonates within you, perhaps linger with us, subscribing to these nocturnal explorations that guide the mind toward peaceful slumber, carried on the gentle pulse of Water Euro TMS timeless song. For waterfalls, these silken veils of the Planeta Euro TMS breath are more than fleeting cascades. They are the Eartha Euro TMS poetry, etched in fluid lines across cliffs and canyons, their ceaseless motion a reminder that even in surrender, there is strength, shaping landscapes and lives with a patience that mirrors the quiet resolve within your own heart, fostering balance and beauty through every measured drop. And so we begin with these liquid sculptors, whose forms and flows weave a story as timeless as the rivers themselves. These architects of mist and thunder emerge not in isolation, but as outcomes of a grand, interconnected choreography, where rivers, born from the sky's generous tears, carve their ways across landscapes, seeking always the sea yet pausing at precipices to perform their timeless rites. Consider first the plunge waterfalls, those bold, unyielding leaps where the river hurls itself entire over a sheer face of rock, plummeting straight into a churning pool below, as if the water, in a surge of liberated joy, has decided to embrace the void all at once. Waterfalls, that thunderous veil straddling borders, stands as such a sentinel, over 50 meters of unbroken drop, where billions of gallons cascade yearly, eroding the limestone lip at a rate of mere centimeters, yet compounding over millennia into a gorge 10 kilometers long. EURO-TMS, a reassuring sight, this relentless yet measured work, akin to the steady drip of a faucet wearing smooth as sinker EURO-TMS edge over years, reminding us that grand transformations often stem from the simplest, most faithful repetitions. And in the plunger EURO-TMS purity, Teresa EURO-TMS, a philosophical gentleness, the water does not cling or hesitate, but surrenders fully, emerging renewed in the froth, much like the way you might release a long-held worry into the night. EURO-TMS quiet, finding clarity in the letting go. Pause with that image now, breathing in the imagined chill of spray rising like a bridal mist, cool against your skin, then exhaling slowly, feeling the echo of that drop resonate within, a soft thrum that aligns your pulse with the planet's unhurried cadence. From such dramatic plunges, the Earth's watery artisans branch into cascades, those tiered descents where the flow stumbles over a series of ledges, like a storyteller pausing at chapter's end to build suspense, each step a vignette of controlled abandon. Imagine the Mont Falls in Oregon's verdant gorge, its waters tumbling in two distinct vales over basalt cliffs formed from ancient lava flows. Ironic, how fire's legacy now cradles water's grace, splashing across mossy outcrops before pooling and recommencing the journey. These cascades form through differential erosion, where softer rock layers dissolve beneath harder caps, undercutting the stone until it fractures and retreats, a process as patient as the slow unraveling of a tightly wound scarf in warm hands. Reassuringly, this is no violent overthrow, but a collaborative dance, the river whispering to the rock, "Yield a little here, and we shall both find new shape," fostering not just the fall but the lush hanging gardens that thrive in the perpetual damp, ferns unfurling like secrets shared in the shade. And as that subterranean fire seeks the surface in whispers of light, so does the earth's other breath, its gathered waters, approach thresholds of their own, swelling in patient veins towards silken descents, where persistence carves not with flame, but with fluid grace, inviting you, in this quiet hour, to let your awareness drift with the current, feeling the reassuring continuity of creation's dual rhythms, fire and flow entwined in the planet's patient artistry, much like the inner warmth and gentle release that balance your own evenings, turning day's embers into night's serene stream. These architects of mist and thunder emerge not in isolation, but as outcomes of a grand, interconnected choreography, where rivers, born from the sky's generous tears, carve their ways across landscapes, seeking always the sea yet pausing at precipices to perform their timeless rites. Consider first the plunge waterfalls, those bold, unyielding leaps where the river hurls itself entire over a sheer face of rock, plummeting straight into a churning pool below, as if the water, in a surge of liberated joy, has decided to embrace the void all at once. Ne'er falls, the thunderous veil straddling borders, stands as such a sentinel, over 50 meters of unbroken drop, where billions of gallons cascade yearly, eroding the limestone lip at a rate of mere centimeters, yet compounding over millennia into a gorge 10 kilometers long. It's a reassuring sight, this relentless yet measured work, akin to the steady drip of a faucet wearing smooth as sink's edge over years, reminding us that grand transformations often stem from the simplest, most faithful repetitions. And in the plunge's purity, there's a philosophical gentleness. The water does not cling or hesitate, but surrenders fully, emerging renewed in the froth, much like the way you might release a long-held worry into the night's quiet, finding clarity in the letting go. Pause with that image now, breathing in the imagined chill of spray rising like a bridal mist, cool against your skin, then exhaling slowly, feeling the echo of that drop resonate within, a soft thrum that aligns your pulse with the planet's unhurried cadence. From such dramatic plunges, the Earth's watery artisans branch into cascades, those tiered descents where the flow stumbles over a series of ledges, like a storyteller pausing at chapter's end to build suspense, each step a vignette of controlled abandon. Imagine the Motnong Falls in Oregon's verdant gorge, its waters tumbling in two distinct vales over basalt cliffs formed from ancient lava flows. Ironic how fire's legacy now cradles water's grace, splashing across mossy outcrops before pooling and recommencing the journey. These cascades form through differential erosion, where softer rock layers dissolve beneath harder caps, undercutting the stone until it fractures and retreats, a process as patient as the slow unraveling of a tightly wound scarf in warm hands. Reassuringly, this is no violent overthrow, but a collaborative dance, the river whispering to the rock, "Yield a little here, and we shall both find new shape," fostering not just the fall but the lush hanging gardens that thrive in the perpetual damp, ferns unfurling like secrets shared in the shade. In these forms, we see the ripple effects of broader forces at play, the way glacial retreats from ice ages leave behind U-shaped valleys, their hanging tributaries plunging as secondary falls when rivers meet the main channel's undercut path. Or consider the fan waterfalls, those ethereal spreads where the stream fans out like fingers splayed in benediction, veiling a broad cliff face in a translucent sheet, as at the ethereal's Hul Loon in Scotland, the highest in the British Isles, its waters diffusing into a haze that catches rainbows on misty days. Such fans arise in zones of fractured rock, where joints and fissures allow the flow to splinter and reconnect, a metaphor for our own lives' branching paths, moments where one stream divides into many, each droplet carrying the whole's essence, only to merge again in the basin below. What wonder lies in this diffusion, this temporary multiplicity, evoking the scattered thoughts of evening that gather back into dreams, whole and harmonious once more. Yet let us linger a while on the mechanics of their building, these liquid sculptures rising from the interplay of hydrology and geology, where rivers, fed by watersheds vast as forgotten kingdoms, incise their beds through uplift and subsidence. In regions of tectonic unrest, like the Himalayas where India collides with Asia, rivers like the Ganges carve gorges that birth falls such as the Bhaksu near Dramul, their plunges a counterpoint to the mountain's upward thrust, as if water says, "And I shall descend to balance your rise." Everyday examples abound to make this accessible. Think of a garden hose arcing over a low wall, eroding the soil beneath with each pass, or the way rainwater channels deepen cracks in a driveway over seasons, widening them into rivulets. So too do waterfalls evolve, their lips retreating upstream through headward erosion, nick points migrating like wandering minstrels, leaving behind potholes scoured by tumbling pebbles, nature's own tumble dryers, polishing stones to river gems. Gently clarified, a nick point is simply that point of abrupt change in a river's profile, where the fall resides, migrating at rates from centimeters to meters per year, depending on the rock's resistance and the water's vigor, a slow procession that reshapes valleys into amphitheaters of green. Episodically, then, these vignettes interconnect a river's youthful vigor, straight and steep from recent uplift, favors plunging forms, while maturity brings meanders and cascades, the flow braiding over softer sediments. In karst landscapes, like the travertine terraces of Croatia's Puts lakes, water dissolves limestone to form tiered pools, each a shallow basin overflowing into the next, a staircase of azure mirrors where the fall is less a drop than a series of intimate sighs. Here, the chemistry whispers into the form, calcium carbonate precipitating in the aerated flow, building natural dams that deepen the pools, a cycle of dissolution and deposition as balanced as the breath you draw now, in and out. Each exchange a quiet alchemy sustaining the whole. Subtle irony touches this. What begins as erosion's bite ends in accretion's gift. The falls not destroyers but creators, layering stone upon stone in travertine veils that endure for ages, much like the incremental kindnesses in a life that build unseen foundations of strength. As we trace these building tales, consider the Horsedale Falls, those slender threads where the water clings to the rock face, sliding down in a translucent sheath rather than leaping free, as at Yosemite's ethereal namesake, where in February's rare alignment, it glows like firefall from a setting sun. Such forms grace overhanging cliffs of granite, weathered smooth by the very water that caresses them, a partnership of adhesion and gravity where surface tension holds the flow close, like a secret shared between old friends. Vividly, sense the cool silk of it against an imagined palm, the faint tremor of volume pressing downward, yet the rock's curve guiding it gently, preventing the break into chaos. This adhesion speaks to a deeper reassurance, the way some descents in our journeys hug the familiar, descending not in isolation but in intimate contact, emerging at the base not scattered but gathered, ready for the next bend. Repetition reinforces the wonder here, whether plunge or fan, cascade or Horsedale, each type echoes the same patient artistry, the river's dialogue with stone-yielding forms that both reveal and conceal the earth's inner workings. In the block Waterfalls, where a wall of resistant rock dams the flow into a broad, even sheet, like Guyana's Kaiator, remote and roaring, the uniformity arises from horizontal strata, the water backing up into a lake before spilling uniform, a serene counter to the plunge's wild abandon. Or the Punch Bowl Falls, tiered chutes ending in deep, swirling basins that aerate the water to oxygen-rich purity, vital for downstream life, their scouring action carving amphitheaters where echoes multiply the rumble into a symphony. Everyday relatability draws us closer, the way a backyard stream over a log steps down in mini cascades, or the shower spray fanning across tiled ledges, each a microcosm of the grander designs, inviting you to recall such simple flows in your own surroundings, where water's whisper has always been a companion to reflection. Let these forms settle like dew on dawn leaves, each a breath in the earth's watery verse, allowing a moment's hush to absorb their quiet multiplicity, the river's patient palette painting possibility from persistence alone. Philosophically inclined, these architects invite us to ponder the empowerment in persistence, the softest element conquering the hardest, not through force but through faithful return, day after day, season upon season, inviting you to trust your own persistent flows through uncertainty stone. What falls, after all, do not merely fall, they rise first, evaporated from oceans, condensed in clouds, precipitated as rain, a cycle as uplifting as it is inevitable, mirroring the renewals in your spirit after moments of descent. A light, observational touch, even in their thunder, waterfalls hush the world around them, drawing birds to bathe and moss to cloak the rocks in velvet, a serene oasis amid the rush. And as these forms take shape through eons of such interplay, rivers capturing tributaries, glaciers gouging basins, faults fracturing faces, the landscape transforms, valleys deepening, canyons yawning, yet always with an underlying grace, the water's path a map of accommodation and adaptation. Let that map unfold a little further in your mind's eye, tracing the interconnected threads, a fault line fall like Iceland's Waterfalls, framed by hexagonal basalt columns, where tectonic cracks channel the meltwater's leap, or a seasonal whisperer like Japan's Nochi Falls, sacred and evergreen, its flow swelling with typhoon rains to feed ancient cedars. Each a standalone vignette, yet linked in the watershed's web, where upstream rains dictate the volume, downstream pools the reception, and the fall itself the pivotal song. Gently, a rhetorical musing, have you ever stood, or imagined standing, beneath such a veil, the mist beading on lashes like tears of joy, the roar fading to a white hush in the ears, leaving only the heart's quiet knowing? Such immersion fosters peaceful discovery, the falls not distant phenomena but extensions of the flow within, empowering us to embrace our own cascades with wonder. Building rhythm now with shorter bursts of insight, plunge forms dominate in hard, uniform rock, cascades in layered softness. Fans favor porous faces, horsetails, the smooth overhangs. Lock walls demand even strata, punch bowls, the abrasive swirl. Sense the hush in that variety, the river choosing its voice with unhurried wisdom. Yet all share the core, water's weight, about 1,000 times that of air, pressing inexorably, eroding at rates from a hair's breadth to a handspan yearly, depending on quartz content and flow force. Reassuringly simple, this, velocity squared times density, the physics of persistence, yet poetic in application, turning cliffs to sand, sand to silt, silt to fertile plain. Transitioning between these, the narrative of a single fall's life, born in uplift's fresh steepness, maturing through retreat, perhaps captured by a neighboring stream in river piracy, its flow hijacked to new depths, a subtle shift that redraws maps over millennia. In this slow sculpting, everyday examples bloom like wildflowers along the path, the rain gutter overflowing a sloped roof in stepped sheets, or the bathtub drains vortex mimicking a punch bowl's whirl. Such parallels draw the listener in, conversational and inclusive, reminding you of baths drawn on weary evenings, the water's retreat a mini-fall that clears the vessel for renewal. And herein lies the emotional uplift. These waterfalls, in their diverse architectures, affirm the world's quiet genius for balance, destruction veiled as creation, descent as a gateway to depth, inviting you to trust your own persistent flows through uncertainty's stone. Feel the serenity of it settle, perhaps, as a guided affirmation. With each imagined drop, release a fragment of the day's weight, letting it tumble into the pool of forgotten cares, emerging lighter, more attuned to the wonder. As we near the crest of these explorations, envision the collective hush after a fact's gentle landing, the way a cascade's multiple voices layer into harmony, or a plunge's single note sustains like a held breath. Interconnected, always, the type informs the ecosystem, plunged pools teeming with trout in aerated depths, cascade ledges cradling orchids in spray-nurtured niches. A gentle philosophical close to this segment. In their building, waterfalls teach the art of elegant inevitability, the river not raging against the stone but flowing with it, eroding just enough to reveal the gem beneath, much as introspection polishes the soul. Subtle repetition seals the insight, persistent, patient, poetic. These are the hallmarks of watery craft, echoing the reassurances we've carried from the depths. Yet even as these forms hold their breath at the lip, poised in crystalline tension, the water yearns to sing its full measure, to unfurl not just in shape but in motion, where the true symphony of descent begins to stir, a cascade of sound and sparkle that reshapes not only stone but the very air it kisses, inviting you, in this quiet hour, to lean into the rhythm of that release, feeling it echo the gentle unspooling of your own evening thoughts into the vast, welcoming night. In this unfolding, the waterfall reveals itself not as a static veil, but as a living aria, each droplet a note in an eternal composition, conducted by gravity's invisible hand, where the plunge becomes a dance of liberation, reassuring in its inevitability, a reminder that every held breath finds its exhale, every gathered force its graceful expenditure, much like the way a deep sigh at the twilight carries away the remnants of tension, leaving space for serenity's soft arrival. As the river crests the edge, surrendering to the pool that has whispered from the heights, the motion ignites in a fluid cascade, the water accelerating from a languid meander to a swift, arrow-straight arrow toward the depths below, gathering speed under gravity's steady embrace, about 9.8 meters per second squared, a constant as comforting as the Earth's own reliable tilt. Picture it unfolding in slow reverence. The leading edge shears free first, tumbling end over end in parabolic arcs, while the trailing flow sheets out behind, a translucent banner rippling in the wind's subtle caress, the whole forming a churning prism where sunlight, or moonlight, in your imagined vigil, fractures into fleeting jewels of color. This is the heart of the plunge's poetry, the way velocity builds not in frenzy but in harmonious acceleration, droplets merging and parting like performers in a troupe, their collective weight, often thousands of tons per minute in grander falls, translating potential energy into kinetic grace, eroding the lip incrementally, millimeter by millimeter, over the patient span of centuries. Reassuringly, this is no reckless hurtle but a measured ballet, the water cushioning its own fall through surface tension's web, emerging at the base not shattered but revitalized, foaming into a cauldron that breathes oxygen back into the river's lifeblood. Pause here, if the notion appeals, and let your breath mimic that descent, in through the calm reservoir of your lungs, holding just a moment at the crest, then out in a slow, cascading release, feeling the imagined spray settle like a cool benediction on your brow. Such mechanics, gently clarified, draw from the simplest truths, the steeper the drop, the swifter the surge, with velocities reaching 30 meters per second or more in free falls over 100 meters, yet always tempered by the air's resistance, which fans the flow into mist at the margins, a hazy halo that softens the edges, evoking the way fog rolls in from a distant sea to blanket a coastline in whispered peace. In plunge falls like Victoria's thunderous curtain, wider than 2 football fields, plunging over 100 meters into a narrow gorge. The motion manifests as a solid seeming sheet that hollows into a barrel at the center, where pressure builds and releases in undulating waves, a rhythmic pulse you might sense as a distant hum, aligning with the subtle throb of your resting heart. What wonder stirs in this? The transformation of stored height into surging flow, mirroring those inner surges within yourself, where pent-up energy finds outlet not in storm but in steady, empowering stream. Transitioning through these plumes of spray, where the air thickens with vapor and the scent of wet stone rises like an earthy incense, the symphony extends its reach into the realm of sound, that resonant thunder which announces the fall's arrival long before sight confirms it. Born from the collision of mass against surface, the raw cascades in layers, the deep bass of the main impact, vibrating through rock and water alike, a subsonic tremor that travels kilometers downstream, then the higher whispers of splashing droplets, a percussive patter like rain on leaves amplified to orchestral scale. At Iguazu's Devil's Throat, where over 100 chutes converge, this auditory tapestry swells to rival a storm's fury, yet holds a contemplative core, the constant white noise that drowns out worldly clamor, fostering a meditative hush within the din. much as the steady drone of a fan on a sleepless night invites the mind to wander untethered. Everyday echoes make it relatable, the gurgle of a faucet unleashed full bore, or the rush of a summer shower against a window pane, each a miniature prelude to the grander chorus, reminding you of baths where the tap's pour becomes a private symphony, washing concerns into the drain with soothing inevitability. Episodically, this sonic bloom interconnects with the visual splendor, the motion-stirring vortices and eddies at the base that sculpt the plunge pool into a deepening amphitheater, walls polished smooth by the ceaseless abrasion of suspended grit, sand and pebbles tumbling like prayer beads in a rosary of renewal. In shorter bursts for clarity, the initial impact excavates, scouring basins up to 30 meters deep. Hydraulic jumps form standing waves upstream, where the flow rebounds in frothy rebellion before subsiding, and boil zones churn with recirculating currents, trapping debris in lazy spirals that aerate and cleanse. Such dynamics, reassuring in their self-regulating poise, ensure the fall's longevity, the pool's depth cushioning future plunges, preventing undercutting collapse, and natural engineering as elegant as the arch of a bridge spanning a quiet stream. Subtle irony graces the tale. What sounds like chaos is precision's veil, the raw masking the delicate balance where energy dissipates not in waste but in wave after wave of harmonious dissipation, much like the evening's bustle fading into the layered silences of home. And as this motion kisses the air, birthing mist that veils the scene in diaphanous grace, the sensory chorus deepens with touch and taste, the cool kiss of spray beading on skin like morning dew, carrying minerals from the rock's slow dissolution, a faint tang of calcium or silica on the tongue if one were to lean close, evoking the crisp bite of spring water straight from a mountain source. In Fan Falls, where the sheet thins to a gauzy drape, the mist diffuses widely, nourishing bromeliads and lichens on sheer faces, a riparian fog that sustains micro-worlds in perpetual twilight, droplets coalescing into rivulets that trace fern-fringed paths downward. Feel that interconnected ripple, perhaps, in your own recollections of misty mornings, the air heavy with promise, or the gentle patter of a sprinkler on a garden's edge, each evoking the waterfall's gift of hydration, not just to stone but to the very breath of life around it. Rhetorically, does it not stir a quiet insight? This way the descent democratizes its energy, scattering refreshment far beyond the plunge, affirming that true release touches all in its radius, empowering the ecosystem with unassuming bounty. Building rhythm now with repetitive affirmations of flow's fluidity, the water bends but does not break, accelerates yet remains whole, impacts and rebounds in eternal cycle. In Horsedale Falls, the clinging descent minimizes splash, the motion a sleek glide that hisses softly against the rock, generating less thunder but more intimate whispers, ideal for the contemplative soul seeking solace in subtlety, like the trickle of a countertop fountain in a hushed room, its murmur a companion to reading by lamplight. Conversely, in punch bowl configurations, the concentrated jet hammers into the basin, excavating undercut caves where echoes multiply the sound into cavernous song, the motion's force carving alcoves that shelter nesting swallows, their flights darting through the perpetual rainbow arcing from refracted spray. Gently philosophical, this interplay of force and finesse teaches the beauty and varied velocities, the way a single river can whisper in one bend and proclaim in the next, echoing the modulations in your days, moments of bold expression balanced by tender retreats, each contributing to the soul's deeper current. Let us linger on the erosive embrace, the tender abrasion where motion meets matter, the water armed with its cargo of quartz grains acting as nature's sandpaper, polishing basalt to glass smooth sheen or gouging softer shales into undulant flutes. Over time, this sculpting retreats the brink at rates from a fingertip's length annually in vigorous flows to the lazy pace of a growing nail in subdued ones, nick points marching upstream like explorers claiming new territory, leaving behind meanders and rapids in their wake. An everyday analogy unfolds. Consider the way a stream in your local park hollows a clay bank after heavy rains, pebbles rattling in the shallows like dice in a velvet pouch, each tumble etching finer details into the bed. So too does the waterfall's kinetic kiss refine the gorge, widening it into a verdant slot where vines cascade in mimicry, the motion's legacy a habitat mosaic teeming with otters slipping through undercut ledges and kingfishers perching on spray-polished perches. Uplifting, isn't it, how this ceaseless work fosters diversity, the plunge's power not diminishing but amplifying life, a serene assurance that even the mightiest descents nurture fragility in their fold. Interwoven vignettes reveal the broader implications in seasonal falls, like those in Yellowstone's geysers-fed chutes. The motion swells with snowmelt's largesse, peaking in spring's exuberance before tapering to silver threads in autumn's hush, a cycle that mirrors the ebb and flow of your own energies, inviting reflection on renewal's rhythm. Or in tidal-influenced estuaries, where brackish plumes mingle salt and sweet, the fall's motion pulses with lunar tug, tides backing the flow into temporary lakes that burst forth at low water, a tidal aria as rhythmic as ocean waves lapping ashore. Sensory details bloom vividly, the ozone sharp scent of ionized air from the turbulence, the faint prickle of static on hair from friction spark, the cool updraft rising from the boil that lifts skirts or ruffles leaves in a gentle zephyr. Guided now, if you wish, to an affirmation, close your eyes softly, envision the mist enveloping you like a familiar shawl, its chill a counterpoint to inner warmth, each droplet a whispered permission to let go, to flow. As denser concepts settle, the Bernoulli principle lifting mist in low-pressure zones, or cavitation bubbles imploding with microscopic force against the rock, allow pauses for their absorption, the narrative breathing with you, in, out. The science not a barrier but a bridge to deeper awe. Shorter bursts illuminate, turbulence generates heat, warming the pool by fractions of a degree, entrained air lightens the flow, allowing leaps over obstacles, and the standing wave's crest, a frozen moment of surge, hosts foam nests for caddisfly larvae, nature's engineers in miniature. Subtle observational touch, even in their most boisterous displays, waterfalls hush the senses selectively, the raw blanketing bird calls while amplifying the intimate splash of a single stone skipped across the surface, a selective serenity that invites the wanderer to listen inward. Repetition underscores the empowerment, motion not as mayhem, but as medicine, the fall aerating waters for salmon runs, oxygenating soils for root delving, misting canopies for epiphyte embrace, each ripple a thread in the web of sustenance. Philosophically attuned, this symphony whispers of surrender's strength, the water yielding to gravity yet dictating its path through volume and vigor, a lesson in empowered descent where the plunge purifies, stripping away the river's silt-laden burdens to emerge crystalline below. Have you felt, in quieter falls like the silver strands of Iceland's countless rills, the delicate hush where motion is more sigh than shout, the droplets pattering like footsteps on moss, each a step toward the sea's vast acceptance? Such immersions foster quiet insight, the fall's kinetic kiss a metaphor for life's necessary drops, moments that propel us forward, scouring away the extraneous to reveal the essential flow beneath. And in this dance of descent and rebound, the interconnected wonder shines, upstream rains dictate the tempo, downstream meadows drink the bounty, while the fall itself, in its eternal aria, binds sky to soil in liquid song. Yet as the symphony crests in this vibrant motion, its notes lingering in the air's damp hush and the stone's subtle quiver, the energy does not vanish but transforms, seeping into the surrounding hush where the waters pool and part, gathering not just depth but the seeds of what follows, the slow infusion of life into the scoured basin, where endings in splash prelude the gentle stirrings of growth along the softened shores. Yet as the symphony crests in this vibrant motion, its notes lingering in the air's damp hush and the stone's subtle quiver, the energy does not vanish but transforms, seeping into the surrounding hush where the waters pool and part, gathering not just depth but the seeds of what follows, the slow infusion of life into the scoured basin, where endings in splash prelude the gentle stirrings of growth along the softened shores, inviting you, in the quiet cradle of this telling, to sense that same subtle greening within, the way a single deep breath after exertion brings a flush of renewal to the limbs, reassuring in its promise that what tumbles and churns ultimately settles into fertile repose, a testament to the earth's unyielding generosity, where every cascade's close becomes a beginning veiled in mist and murmur. In the heart of this transformation lies the plunge pool itself, the profound basin hewn by the fool's persistent kiss, a sanctuary of swirling clarity where the descended waters eddy and still, their kinetic fervor yielding to a glassy calm that mirrors the sky's vast indifference above. Imagine it forming over epochs, the initial scour of turbulent jets excavating softer substrates, schists or limestones dissolving under the barrage, while harder caps resist, undercutting until the cavity yawns wide, often 20 to 50 meters or more across and deep, a natural chalice brimming with secrets. Reassuringly, this is no barren void but a womb of abundance, the pool's depths stratified into layers, the sunlit surface alive with darting minnows and iridescent bubbles rising like forgotten wishes, the midwaters a realm of suspended silt where algae blooms in verdant haze, and the anoxic bottom a museum of leaf litter and fallen branches, decomposing into the rich detritus that fuels the chain. Everyday analogies whisper familiarity here, the way a rain-filled pothole in a driveway becomes a temporary pond for wriggling tadpoles, or the settling swirl in a stirred cup of tea revealing patterns in the lees, each evoking how these pools, too, distill the river's wild passage into pockets of intimate life, where the fool's roar fades to a muffled undertone, allowing the subtle clicks of crayfish and the sigh of rising gases to compose a quieter score. Pause with that stillness now, if it draws you, eyes half closed against the evening's soft dimming, breathing in the imagined cool of pooled water lapping at pebble edges, out with the warmth of knowing that such depths cradle not endings but emergencies, the oxygen churned from the surface diffusing downward like a gentle benediction, sustaining trout that glide in silver schools, their flanks flashing like coins tossed into a wishing well. Episodically, these vignettes of vitality interconnect, the pool's aeration, up to 10 times the river's norm, thanks to the white water's intimate with air, invites macroinvertebrates, those armored larvae of mayflies and stoneflies clinging to submerged logs, their gill-fringed bodies filtering the flow, in turn pray for the dippers that bob along the brink, dipping beaks to snatch a meal mid-dive. Subtle irony graces this renewal, the very force that carves the hollow, potentially scouring life away and floods fury, instead amplifies biodiversity, the basin's undercut ledges sheltering spawning gravels where salmon excavate reds in autumn's hush, their upstream odyssey rewarded in this watery haven, a cycle as empowering as the personal returns to a favorite thinking spot, where accumulated thoughts settle into clearer resolve. From the pool's embrace, the waters part once more, spilling over a lip of smooth cobbles into the tail race below, where the current, tempered by the plunge's dissipation, meanders through braided channels that fan across a gravel bar, depositing sediments in lazy arcs, like the way flour sifts through a sieve in even layers, building a soft bed for future loaves. This deposition, a counterpoint to the upstream erosion, enriches the riparian zone, the river's edge transforming into a mosaic of wet meadows where willows root in the moist alluvium, their flexible stems bowing to floods without breaking, a resilience mirrored in the human habit of leaning into life's inevitable flows, emerging not uprooted but deepened. Vividly, sense the tactile give of that soil underfoot, cool and loamy, threaded with the tendrils of forget-me-nots and marsh marigolds that bloom in spring's first thaw, their petals unfurling like flags of quiet triumph, drawing bees whose hum blends with the distant vale's hush. Rhetorically, what shared wonder lies in this alchemy, the fall's abrasive gift of pulverized rock, quartz sands and clay fines, now fertilizer for the green fringe, where sedges trap further silt, stabilizing banks against the current's tug, fostering thickets that shelter otters in their playful slides and kingfishers in earthen burrows. Interconnected explanations ripple outward, the plunge's nutrient flush, laced with dissolved ions from rock-water dalliance, calcium for shell building, phosphorus from weathered apatite, pulses downstream in seasonal surges, greening algal mats that oxygenate the flow for downstream fisheries, a lifeline extending kilometers beyond the cascade. In tropical realms, like the mist-shrouded flanks of Angel Falls in Venezuela's Tepuis, this infusion sustains cloud forests where orchids dangle from branches heavy with epiphytes, their roots sipping aerial droplets as if the fall itself rains upward, a reversal as poetic as the evaporation that will one day lift these waters back to the heavens. Everyday examples ground the ore. Picture the puddle at your doorstep after a storm, sprouting tiny weeds where none grew before, or the compost heap's slow magic, turning scraps into soil that yields summer's harvest, each a micro-echo of the Waterfalls' legacy, where destruction's edge blurs into creation's bloom, reassuring us that even the most forceful passages leave trails of tenderness. Building rhythm with repetitive reinforcement of renewal's reach, the pool cradles, the bar builds, the meadow binds, each stage a verse in the post-plunge psalm, where biodiversity surges, species richness doubling or tripling in key taxa like invertebrates and fish in the fall's halo compared to straight-run rivers, as studies gently note in their unobtrusive tallies. Shorter bursts for reflection. Undercut caves host cave weta in New Zealand's falls, their stridulations a nocturnal chorus. Plunge pools in Japan's Yoshino River harbor endangered Ito fish, their slow glides an emblem of adapted poise, and in Africa's Victoria, hippos wallow in the shallows, their communal baths aerating the depths for cichlids below. Gently philosophical, this outpouring affirms the serenity and succession. The pioneer lichens colonizing damp ledges, giving way to mosses that cushion spores for ferns, which in turn ladder up to shrubs and trees, a procession as patient as the fall's own retreat, echoing those quiet rebuilds in your life after a cascade of change, where the splash clears space for roots to delve anew. Let us trace these stirrings further into the veil of mist, that ethereal exhale from the descent, a persistent fog that cloaks the gorge in perpetual dawn, its fine particles, droplets no larger than a breath's whisper, drifting on updrafts to mantle the walls in a nutrient mist, where the air itself becomes elixir. In the Hawaiian falls like a cocker, this aerial irrigation sustains anthuriums and birds' nest ferns, their fronds arching like welcoming hands, trapping pollen and spores in a verdant web that cascades secondary drips, amplifying the fall's reach tenfold. Feel the imagined caress of it now, a cool veil settling on lashes or the back of your neck, carrying the faint, clean scent of petrichor amplified, evoking those after-rain walks where the world gleams afresh, every leaf a lens for refracted light. Subtle guided affirmation, with each imagined bead tracing your skin. Release a thread of held fatigue, letting it evaporate into the mist's embrace, emerging lighter, attuned to the interconnected hush where water's gift touches without touch. As denser ecologies unfold, the hypereic zone beneath the gravel bar, where subsurface flows mingle oxygenated surface with mineral groundwater, birthing a hidden aquifer teeming with nematodes and bacteria, the unsung engineers breaking down organics into bioavailable ions, allow a pause for their settling, the narrative unfolding like the slow fill of a settling tank, in and out, the science a soft scaffold for wonder. Breathe into that hidden vitality now, sensing the unseen web beneath. Vignettes stand alone yet linked, in the Amazon's rain-curtained agua section you, mist forests harbor howler monkeys whose calls pierce the vapor like contralto threads, their fruit diet seeded by the fall's flushed understory, or in Norway's Varsedilla ringsfossen, the spray's chill tempers summer heats, allowing Arctic alpine plants to hug the cliffs in defiant bloom, a bridge between biomes forged in aqueous haze. Observational lightness, even as the fall dominates the senses, its aftermath whispers of humility, the mighty roar yielding to the ferns unfurl, reminding us that grandeur's true measure lies in the lives it quietly lifts. Repetition weaves the theme, infusion follows impact, growth graces the gouge, serenity succeeds the splash, each a ripple in the watershed's web, where the fall's bounty extends to human kin. 2. The pool's clear waters quenching villages downstream, the fertile bars yielding rice paddies in terraced barley, where Subok farmers honor the flow with rituals as rhythmic as the drop itself. Uplifting, this shared sustenance, the water not hoarding its vitality but dispersing it like arms, empowering communities in the subtle ways of abundance, much as a heartfelt conversation scatters seeds of insight across a circle of friends. And in karst cascades like those of Slovenia's Periknik, where the flow sheets over marble lips, the dissolution's legacy, caves and sinkholes honeycombed below, channels groundwater to emerge as thermal springs, healing waters warmed by Earth's core, a full circle echo of subterranean origins, where the surface's splendor draws from depths unseen. Philosophically inclined, these echoes in pool and mist invite contemplation of resilience's quiet architecture, the way the fall's fervor forges not fragility but fortitude, ecosystems rebounding from droughts or deluges with a tenacity as serene as the moon's pull on tides, inviting you to draw that same fortitude into your own rhythms of recovery. Have you ever lingered by a stream's eddy after rain, watching leaves spiral into stillness, only to witness a dragonfly alight on the edge, poised for flight? Such moments mirror the post-plunge poise, the basin's calm a canvas for possibility, fostering not just flora's creep, but fauna's flourish, bats sipping from overhangs at dusk, their echolocative sweeps mapping the vapor's folds, or amphibians chorusing from saturated hollows, their calls a nocturne of hope. Everyday relatability blooms, the bird bath in your yard, refilled by hose or shower runoff, drawing finches that bathe and depart, leaving ripples that settle into peace, a domestic prelude to the grander renewals, where water's wake always whispers of welcome. As these fertile vales extend, the river, now laden with the fall's dissolved largesse, carries forward not just volume but vitality, meandering through floodplains where seasonal overflows paint the land in silty gold, building deltas that advance like slow-motion tides, each layer a chronicle of cascades upstream. In the Nile's embrace of Blue Nile Falls, this transport yields the Jezera's cotton fields, ancient as pharaohs, where the annual inundation, echo of the plunge's pulse, renews the black soil's crumb, a legacy as enduring as the monuments it cradles. Sensory prompts evoke the scene, the rich, loamy perfume rising from tilled earth after irrigation, the cool trickle of a furrow's edge under fingers, the distant rumble a lullaby to laborer's siesta, blending human endeavor with nature's unhurried gift. Gently, a rhetorical nudge, in these downstream drifts, do we not glimpse the fall's far-reaching hand, its splash seeding not just local green but continental breadbaskets, affirming that one moment's motion touches horizons unforeseen. Shorter fact clusters vary the flow. Mist can extend a fall's influence to a hectare's canopy, boosting productivity by up to 20% in mist-dependent realms. Plunge pools store carbon in sediments, sequestering thousands of tons yearly. Tail race gravels host microbial mats that fix nitrogen, enriching the food web from base to apex. Reassuring in their modesty, these mechanics underscore the fall's role as planetary nurturer, the descent's drama dissolving into diffused benevolence, much like the way a single kind word echoes through a day, softening edges long after spoken. Transitioning through these layers, the narrative of renewal builds, from basin's brood to bar's braid, mist's mantle to meadow's mat, each interconnected, the fall not an isolated aria but a prelude to the symphony's broader score, where life's tendrils weave through the watered warp. Yet even as this infusion settles into soil and stream, stirring the roots of ancient groves and the fins of migratory kin, the water's story deepens with the voices that have long echoed from these softened shores, the human harmonies attuned to the cascade's cadence, where myths and migrations entwine with the eternal ebb, drawing you gently into a tapestry of shared wonder, where the fall's murmur becomes a bridge between the tangible rush and the intangible dreams of those who have stood in its spray, feeling, perhaps as you do now in this twilight hush, the reassuring pull of something timeless, a current that carries not just water but the quiet wisdom of generations, inviting reflection on how these liquid thresholds have shaped not just landscapes but the very contours of our collective spirit, much like the stories we tell ourselves at day's end to weave meaning from the day's fleeting flows. In the cradle of human memory, waterfalls emerge not merely as geological verses but as sacred choruses, woven into the myths that peoples have sung to explain the world's wild beauty, their roars interpreted as the voices of spirits or the sighs of gods, guardians of thresholds where the ordinary meets the divine. Consider the Norse sagas, where the thunderous Gullfoss in Iceland, golden falls, pouring over basalt steps into a canyon's maw, whispers echoes of the god Odin, whose legend shapes its horseshoe form to Sleipnir, his eight-legged steed, fording realms between Asgard and Midgard, the spray a veil between worlds, much as the mist you might envision now softens the edges of your thoughts, blurring the line between wakefulness and the gentle drift toward sleep. Reassuring in their antiquity, these tales portray the fall not as peril but as portal, a place of initiation where heroes tested their mettle, emerging baptized in the cool rush, their spirits fortified, like the quiet resolve you gather in moments of stillness, drawing strength from the unseen currents beneath daily tides. Pause here, if the image lingers, and let your breath sink with that imagined ford, in through the veil's chill, out with the warmth of passage granted, feeling the subtle empowerment in surrendering to the flow's ancient invitation. And standalone vignette yet linked in the universal reverence for water's descent as a symbol of purification and power. In the lore of Hawaii's Wailua Falls on Kauai, the cascading twin streams, sacred to the elite chiefs, embody moa dragons like Loko Waka, who guards the pools below, her scales shimmering in the rainbows that arc through the spray, a guardian spirit that demands respect from those who approach, mirroring the way indigenous wisdom teaches harmony with the land, where the fall's rhythm dictates fishing seasons or planting rites, a cyclical attunement as natural as the rise and fall of your chest in repose. Subtle irony touches the narrative, what modern eyes might see as mere spectacle, these ancestors beheld as living kin, the Rora counsel against hubris, reminding that even the mightiest drop bows to the basin's embrace, much like the evening's grandest worries dissolving into night's accommodating hush. Vividly, sense the cultural hush around such sights, the faint scent of plumeria offerings laid at the brink, the distant chant of Oli prayers rising like mist, evoking those personal rituals you hold, perhaps a candle lit or a journal page turned, each a small homage to the flows that shape the soul. Transitioning through these storied veils, let us wander to the Americas, where the Iguazu Falls, over 200 chutes thundering across the Argentina-Brazil border, resonate with the Guarani myth of Naipe and Tarouba, lovers torn asunder by the gods and transformed into the central cataract, their eternal reunion a frothy embrace in Devil's Throat, where the plunge's deepest roar marks the spot of divine remorse. This vignette, rich with themes of separation and sacred union, underscores the fall's role as emotional mirror. The mist tears a communal catharsis for pilgrims who journey to the catwalks suspended amid the spray, their whispers lost in the din yet heard in the heart's quiet echo. Everyday relatability draws it close. Think of the backyard fountain's trickle, a modern echo of those ancient sighs, where you pause to watch leaves spiral downward, pondering your own tales of longing and return, the water's persistence a gentle affirmation that what parts will one day pool in harmony. Rhetorically, does it not stir a serene insight, this way myths humanize the elemental, turning the cascade's indifference into a narrative of empathy, where the gods themselves learn the grace of letting flow? Building rhythm with repetitive echoes of reverence, falls as fords, falls as guardians, falls as lovers' reunions, each motif reinforcing the interconnected wonder, where the physical drop inspires the spiritual leap, fostering not fear but a profound, uplifting kinship with the wild. In Japan's Nochi Falls, tallest single drop in the archipelago, the Shinto kami of the Kumano-Kodo pilgrimage trails manifest in the Cascade's ceaseless veil, a site of misogi purification where devotees stand beneath the icy torrent, shedding impurities like autumn leaves in a stream, emerging renewed, their bodies tingling with the chill that aligns, perhaps, with the cool sheets of your bed tonight, wrapping you in similar ablution. Gently clarified, misogi is simply the ritual immersion in flowing water, a practice as accessible as a mindful shower at dawn, rinsing not just skin but the subtle residues of yesterday's burdens, empowering the dawn of fresh intent. Subtle guided pause, envision that stand now, the water sheeting over shoulders like 1,000 soft fingers, in, holding the cleanse, out, releasing what no longer serves, the fool's voice a soothing chorus to your private right. As these mythic harmonies unfold, they blend seamlessly into historical migrations, where waterfalls mark the waypoints on journeys of exploration and exile, their presences etched into maps and memories as beacons of sustenance or peril. The Niagara Falls, that colossal curtain straddling Ontario and New York, drew indigenous Haudenosaunee peoples for millennia as a fishing nexus where weirs of woven reeds channeled salmon leaps, the thunder a seasonal herald of abundance, yet later became the site of daredevils like Annie Edson Taylor in 1901, who barreled the drop in an oak keg to claim fame and fortune, her survival a testament to human audacity tempered by the river's forgiving depth. Vignettes like these interconnect the ancient and the audacious, the fall's consistent flow, about 2,400 cubic meters per second, providing not just myth but meal, the pools below teeming with eels and sturgeon that sustained villages through winters, a ripple effect as reassuring as the community potlucks you might recall, where shared bounty binds kin across time. Light observational touch, even in their spectacle, falls humble the bold, Taylor's triumph followed by quieter souls who simply sat in the spray's hush, listening for the river's counsel, much like the way a walk by a local brook quiets the mind's clamor. Philosophically attuned, these human entwinings reveal waterfalls as teachers of coexistence, their eternal motion a model for dwelling in flux, settling at the base yet ever departing, mirroring the migrations that brought Polynesians to Pacific Isles via wayfinding attuned to freshwater signs, or African diaspora songs that liken the Congo's Stanley Falls to ancestral calls homeward. In Ethiopia's Blue Nile Falls, now 'tis Abbey or Smoking Waters, Amharic epics sing of the river's leap as a divine gift, a barrier breached by warriors in pirogues, yet today a hydropower heart-pumping light to highlands, the turbines hum a modern hymn to the Cascades' untamed vigor. Sensory details evoke the scene, the acrid tang of turbine oil mingling with petrichor, the rhythmic whoosh of diverted flow underscoring the remnant veil's sigh, inviting you to ponder those hybrid harmonies in your life. Traditions whisper amid progress's pulse, each enhancing the other's depth. Repetition seals the insight, falls sustain, falls challenge, falls illuminate, threads in the human story where the natural world's voice speaks through our own. Let us linger on these modern lenses, where science and stewardship converge at the brink, contemporary guardians monitoring the fall's health with the vigilance of old shamans reading clouds. At Yosemite's Yosemite Falls, the North America's tallest at 740 meters, ranges track seasonal dry-ups, now more frequent with warming climes, using gauges that measure discharge in cubic feet per second, gently clarified as the volume passing a point each instant, a metric as straightforward as timing a sink's fill. These episodic efforts interconnect with cultural care. Tribes like the Ahuanchi collaborate on restoration, replanting willows along eroding banks to stabilize the flow, their hands echoing ancestors' weaves, a partnership as empowering as community gardens you might tend, where effort blooms into shared harvest. Everyday examples abound. The backyard rain barrels level, charting storms for garden good, or the app that tracks local stream health, small acts scaling to the grand, where data whispers warnings of overuse, like the damming of Brazil's Itaipu that tamed nearby falls, yet sparked global dialogues on balance. Shorter bursts vary the rhythm. Seismic sensors at Iceland's Dynjandi detect micro-tremors from glacial melt feeding the tears. Drone surveys at Venezuela's Angel Falls map mist corridors for biodiversity corridors, and isotopic tracers in Scottish Highland burns reveal pollution paths, guiding cleanups that revive salmon leaps. Reassuringly, this vigilance yields victories, the removal of small weirs restoring natural plunges, fish populations rebounding like spring's first chorus, a subtle irony in how technology amplifies the fall's voice, turning raw to readable ripple. Gently philosophical, such coexistence affirms our place in the cascade, not conquerors but companions, learning from the water's way to adapt without arrogance, much as you adapt night's quiet, finding peace in the flow's unforced guidance. Interwoven now with these stewardship tales come vignettes of artistic homage, where painters and poets have sought the fall's muse, capturing their essence in strokes and stanzas that bridge epochs. Thomas Cole's Hudson River School canvases of Catskill Falls frame the drop a sublime wilderness, a romantic emblem of nature's awe-inspiring might, the mist's glow evoking divine light, while Matsuo Basho's haiku on Japan's Minu Falls distills the crimson maples fall into a single crimson leaf adrift in the vale, a moment of mono no aware, the gentle pathos of transience, relatable to the fleeting beauty of a sunset glimpsed from your window, its colors lingering in memory long after dusk. Rhetorical musing. In these creations, do we not glimpse the fool's gift of inspiration, its motion stirring the still soul to expression, fostering that quiet insight where art and element entwine like vines on a spray-kissed cliff? As global horizons broaden, consider the migrations of meaning. Chinese ink scrolls of Wangoshu Falls depict the yellow fruit tree cascade as a dragon uncoiling from limestone, a symbol of imperial fortune, while Aboriginal Dreamtime stories of Australia's Wallumbumby Falls speak of the rainbow serpent shaping gorges in creative slumber, its body the river's curve. These standalone myths link in the theme of origination, the fall as Earth's storyteller, its plunge birthing not just pools but cosmogonies, empowering listeners across continents to see their own journeys reflected in the drop, the bold leap from comfort's edge, the misty veil of uncertainty yielding to clarity below. Sensory immersion deepens, the faint vibration underfoot at a crowded viewpoint, the collective sigh rippling through tourists like echoes in a cavern, evoking those shared gatherings where stories flow as freely as the water, binding strangers in wonder's web. Repetition reinforces the harmony, myths as maps, histories as hymns, stewardships as symphonies, each human layer of verse responding to the fall's eternal refrain, uplifting the notion that we are not apart from but a part of this aqueous aria, our voices adding timbre to the timeless. In Peru's Waterfalls, rediscovered in 2002 after centuries of local taboo, believed cursed by Inca spirits, the unveiling sparked ecotourism that funds Quechua education, a modern migration from secrecy to sharing, where guides recount legends in Quechua whispers, the spray carrying words like seeds on the wind. Everyday Thai, the family photo album's faded snapshots of a vacation cascade, memories misted yet vivid, reminding how falls etch into personal lore, their image a touchstone for tales retold around evening fires. Philosophically, these voices from the brink invite a serene contemplation of humility's horizon, the fool's scale dwarfing yet dignifying the human gaze, teaching that true power lies in presence, not possession, as in the Zen koans of Kyoto's Mino Falls, where the monk ponders the water's path. Does it seek the sea, or simply be the falling? Such questions, subtle and engaging, mirror your own evening musings, the day's events cascading into perspective, emerging with quiet wisdom. Guided affirmation, with each imagined step closer to the brink. Affirm your place in the flow, worthy witness to the wonder, your heart's rhythm syncing with the river's, in. Holding the horizon's promise, out. Releasing into the vast, accommodating now. Yet as these tales from ancient lips and modern gauges settle like silt in a tranquil bend, weaving the human thread ever tighter into the waterfall's warp, we approach the broader vista where these cascades reveal not just local lore but the planetary poem they compose, their collective voices a lullaby guiding us toward the dreaming depths of interconnected repose, where the eternal ebb meets the soul's quiet shore. Yet as these tales from ancient lips and modern gauges settle like silt in a tranquil bend, weaving the human thread ever tighter into the waterfall's warp, we approach the broader vista where these cascades reveal not just local lore but the planetary poem they compose, their collective voices a lullaby guiding us toward the dreaming depths of interconnected repose, where the eternal ebb meets the soul's quiet shore, inviting you, in this final unfolding, to let your awareness expand like mist rising from a quiet pool, encompassing not the single veil, but the vast hydrology that binds ocean to cloud, continent to current, in a seamless cycle of giving and grace, reassuring in its vastness, a reminder that every drop you hear in the hush of night echoes the earth's own breath, nurturing not just the green world but the quiet chambers of your spirit, where wonder finds its deepest root. In this grander gaze, waterfalls emerge as the earth's liquid scribes, etching the story of planetary vitality across scales that dwarf our daily drifts, their descents integral to the great water wheel that turns the atmosphere's wheel, evaporating from sun-warmed seas to condense in mountain fastnesses, precipitating as rivers that seek the brink once more, a loop as eternal and empowering as the inhale and exhale that sustains your form even now. Consider the global tally, gently clarified as the sum of myriad murmurs, over 10,000 named falls worldwide, from the featherlight rills of the Scottish Highlands to the colossal curtains of Patagonia, yet countless more whisper unseen in remote tepuis or polar fjords, each contributing to the freshwater flux that quenches 80% of the world's population downstream. Reassuringly, this is no isolated artistry but a networked symphony, where the plunge's aeration oxygenates rivers that feed wetlands, those vast kidneys filtering toxins from the land's runoff, in turn buffering coasts against storm surges with mangrove mazes that drink the sea's salt and exhale calm. Picture it rippling outward, a cascade in the Rockies, like the ethereal bridal veil in Yosemite, flushes minerals that travel via the Merced to the Pacific, nourishing plankton blooms that form the base of oceanic food chains, sequestering carbon in their microscopic shells, a chain as interconnected as the thoughts that link one memory to another in your evening reverie, each fall a verse in the poem of atmospheric balance. Pause with that expanse now, if it calls softly, eyes drifting shut as you envision the blue marble from afar, its white veins of vapor tracing arcs from equator to pole, the fall's voices humming in the chorus of evaporation, about 500,000 cubic kilometers of water lifted yearly by the sun's patient gaze, only to return in rains that swell the headwaters, birthing new veils in a rhythm as uplifting as the dawn's first light filtering through leaves. Episodically, these vignettes of cycle interconnect. In the Amazon basin, where a Gua section use thunder feeds the world's largest river, the plunge's mist cools the understory, sustaining a canopy that pumps up to 30% of the region's precipitation back skyward, a self-sustaining breath that cools the planet by a degree or more, countering the greenhouse's subtle fever, or in the Himalayas, where the Ganges falls like those at Rishikesh cascade from glacial melt, their chill waters irrigating rice terraces that feed billions, yet also eroding slopes that birth landslides, a gentle philosophical nudge towards stewardship's call, where human harmony with the flow preserves the vein's vitality. Subtle irony whispers here, the very drops that sculpt fragility also forge resilience, the rivers cut deepening canyons that harbor unique endemics, like the blind cavefish in Mexican cenote falls, adapted to eternal dusk, echoing those inner adaptations you make, turning shadows of change into sanctuaries of strength. From this hydrological heart, the fool's role in life's grand cradle unfolds further, hotspots of speciation where isolation by gorge or spray fosters evolutionary whispers, the plunge pool's unique pressures, turbulent niches for extremophiles that thrive in oxygen-spiked chills, seeding diversity that ripples to coral reefs via migratory birds carrying seeds in downy coats. In New Zealand's Milford Sound, fjord falls like those of Bowen plummet from sheer granite, their spray veiling ancient podocarps that harbor tuatara, living fossils whose lineages trace to dinosaurs, a testament to the fall's preservative poise, holding time in misty folds much as cherished recollections hold the essence of lost seasons in your heart. Everyday analogies ground the ore, the drip from your showerhead pooling in the basin, fostering a stray mushroom's spore in the grout, a microcosm of how these cascades amplify biodiversity, with studies noting significantly higher, up to several times more species in fall-adjacent habitats, from iridescent damselflies dimming the froth to orchids clinging to slick ledges, their blooms a defiant poetry against gravity's pull. Rhetorically, what quiet insight blooms in this, the way a single descent can cradle multiplicity, affirming that in our own lives, moments of letting go, a job's end, a relation's shift, often pool into richer tapestries, empowering the unexpected flourish. building rhythm with repetitive reinforcement of the cycle's cradle. Falls evaporate and elevate, falls aerate and activate, falls isolate and innovate, each facet a stanza in the earth's ode to interdependence, where the water's path from cloud to cascade to sea mirrors the soul's journey from aspiration to release to return, serene in its inevitability. Shorter bursts illuminate the scale. The Niagara alone generates enough hydropower for millions. Its turbines a modern echo of the fall's kinetic gift. Patagonia's Chorro del Salto cascades into Andean lakes that regulate southern currents, influencing global weather like a butterfly's wing. And in Africa's Livingstone Falls, the Congo's rapids chain drives fisheries yielding protein for 10 million, a lifeline as vital as the evening meal that grounds your day. Gently philosophical, this planetary provisioning evokes a profound reassurance. The falls not capricious but custodial. There flows the arteries of a living Gaia, where every ripple underscores our embedded grace, inviting you to feel, in the hush of this telling, the subtle pulse of belonging, as if your veins carried the same ancient current. Yet let us turn, with deliberate tenderness, to the horizon's subtle shifts, where the warming weave of climate's change casts lengthening shadows on these liquid luminaries, their futures pulsing with both peril and possibility, a call to collective mindfulness as gentle as the mist's caress. In a world where glaciers recede like forgotten melodies, falls fed by ice, such as those in Alaska's Glacier Bay, diminished to silver threads, their volumes halved in decades, reducing downstream flows that once swelled monsoons, now risking droughts in dependent deltas like Bangladesh's Sundarbans, where tigers prowl shrinking mangroves. Reassuringly, this is not a dirge but a dialogue, where conservation's hand, reforesting headwaters to slow runoff, or restoring wetlands to buffer extremes, can temper the tide, as seen in Costa Rica's Monteverde cloud forest, where protected cascades sustain biodiversity corridors amid shifting rains, a model of resilience as empowering as the small choices you make, perhaps turning off a tap or planting a rain garden, each a droplet in the larger mend. Vividly, imagine the altered hush, a fall's roar softening to sigh, yet in its wake, solar-powered monitors whispering data to satellites, guiding irrigators to equitable shares, the technology a bridge from ancient attunement to enlightened adaptation. Interconnected explanations ripple through these futures. Rising seas back up estuarine falls like those in Scotland's River Findhorn, salinizing soils that once greened with heather, yet innovative barriers, living oyster reefs mimicking natural weirs, restore the balance, fostering hybrid habitats where salt-tolerant rushes bloom alongside freshwater ferns, an evolutionary pivot as poetic as the heron's stance in tidal shallows. Everyday echoes make it intimate, the way a neighborhood stream, once perennial, now trickles in summer's heat, prompting community cleanups that revive its song, much like tending a houseplant through dry spells, nurturing not just leaf but lesson in care's quiet power. Pause for reflection here, breathing with the imagined shift, in through the warming air, holding the uncertainty's mist, out with the resolve's cool stream, affirming that awareness is the first cascade, washing away inertia to reveal paths of preservation. Subtle guided affirmation, with each exhale, envision your actions joining the global flow, a single mindful step amplifying the fall's enduring voice, empowering the whole with unassuming grace. As denser forecasts settle, the models projecting notable variance in fall regimes by mid-century, around 20% in some models, with polar plunges surging from melt while tropical veils waning from erratic rains, allow the narrative's pace to cradle them, unfolding not in alarm but in awe at adaptation's artistry, the Earth's response as fluid as the water itself. Pause here, breathing the flux's fluid grace, in. Holding adaptation's promise, out. Letting serenity flow through the foreseen shifts. Vignettes stand alone yet linked, in Japan's Shueito Falls, white silk, snow-packed declines thread thinner veils, yet engineered micro-hydro arrays harvest the remnant flow for clean energy, lighting villages with the cascade's own spark, or in Iceland's Waterfalls, basaltic columns framing the drop, geothermal pairings with the fall's chill create hybrid renewables, a fusion as harmonious as winter's frost yielding spring's thaw. Observational lightness, even in flux, falls teach impermanence's gift, their forms ever shifting like sand mandalas washed clean, inviting us to embrace change not as loss but as liberation, much as the year's turning invites winter's rest before summer's bloom. Repetition weaves the philosophical thread, futures foretell flux, yet foster fortitude, cascades may alter, but their essence endures, in every shift, serenity abides. Uplifting, this vision of vigilant vitality, where international pacts like the Ramsar Convention safeguard wetland-fed falls, ensuring the Congo Basin's chain remains a biodiversity bastion, tigers and okapis thriving in mist-veiled refuges, a global kinship as profound as the family stories passed around your table, each voice adding to the shared lore. And herein lies the deeper tie to personal serenity, the waterfall's eternal descent, a metaphor for life's inner currents, those moments when emotions crest and plunge, whether in joy's exuberant spill or sorrow's shadowed veil, teaching us to flow without fracture, to aerate the depths with breath's simple gift, emerging not diminished but distilled, crystalline in clarity. Have you felt it, in a quiet hour by a local rill, the water's insistence urging you to release a clung regret, watching it eddy away into the current's compassionate carry. Such immersions foster peaceful discovery, the fool's lesson that surrender is not defeat but the graceful gateway to renewal, empowering you to navigate your own cascades with the poise of pooled waters, still and strong. Let that personal echo resonate now, tracing back to the gathering flows we first imagined, those liquid veins swelling from distant rains, much as our spirits swell from unseen sources, the quiet inspirations, the subtle nurturings that propel us to our own brinks, where the leap, though daunting, reveals the basin's welcoming depth below. In this full circle, the waterfalls affirm the interconnected wonder, from subterranean stirrings reimagined as rivers rise, through forms and symphonies of motion, echoes of renewal and human harmonies, to this planetary poem, where every drop returns to the sea, evaporated once more to grace new heights. Reassuring, isn't it, how the earth's aqueous artistry cradles fragility in its fold, the softest force sculpting the hardest stone, mirroring the tender resilience within you, where vulnerabilities pool into vulnerability's quiet power, birthing not just survival but a serene sovereignty, as we've journeyed from fire's depths to water's embrace. Breathe with that synthesis, if you will, in through the nose, drawing the imagined scent of wet stone and wild bloom, holding at the crest of awareness, out through the mouth in a slow, veiling release, feeling the mist of it settle like a benediction, each cycle a subtle affirmation of your place in the grand, gentle flow. Shorter bursts feel the insights, falls regulate climate, falls cradle diversity, falls inspire adaptation, threads in the tapestry of terrestrial tenderness, where the water's way whispers to our wandering hearts, yield and be carried, descend and discover. Philosophically inclined, this close invites a final musing on the empowerment in embrace, the art of flowing with the fall, not against it, allowing inner tempests to thunder through without tethering the spirit, emerging aerated, alive with possibility, much as the river below the brink meanders onward, carving canyons of canyon beauty from persistent passage. And so, in this shared hush, the Waterfall Euro trademark whispers become yours, a silken current carrying you into restful dreams, where the planetary poem continues its verse, each breath a drop rejoining the cycle, serene and whole, the wonder not ending but enfolding you deeper into the Narrated TM's peaceful discovery, the eternal ebb now the lullaby of your own quiet shore.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us tonight on this tranquil journey through the hidden rivers of the sea. Before we begin, if you find comfort in these peaceful explorations of our world's wonders, consider subscribing to Gentle Sleep ASMR, where science and serenity flow together like the very currents we'll explore tonight. Now, take a deep breath, let your shoulders drop, and allow yourself to settle into this moment of calm discovery. Imagine, if you will, standing on a shore as twilight deepens into night. The waves roll in with their eternal rhythm, but beneath that surface dance lies something far more mysterious and magnificent. Invisible rivers flow through the ocean itself, some warm as bathwater, others cold as winter's breath, each one traveling thousands of miles on journeys that can span entire lifetimes. These are the ocean currents, and tonight we'll drift alongside them, discovering how they shape our planet's climate, nurture life in the most unexpected places, and connect every shore to every other in an embrace of water that has flowed for millions of years. The ocean covers more than 70% of our planet's surface, holding 97% of all water on Earth. It's easy to think of it as simply a vast, static body of water, but nothing could be further from the truth. The ocean is in constant motion, its waters traveling in predictable pathways that form a complex circulation system more intricate than any highway network humans have ever built. Some of these currents move quickly, racing along at speeds that would make a leisurely walk seem slow in comparison. Others creep through the abyss at a pace so gradual that water molecules might take 1,000 years to complete their circuit around the globe. You've felt the effects of these currents, even if you've never thought about them directly. The warmth of a coastal breeze on what should be a frigid winter day, the abundance of fish in certain waters, the pattern of rainfall that determines whether a region blooms with life or remains parched and dry. All of these phenomena trace back to the movement of ocean water. The currents are Earth's circulatory system moving heat, nutrients, oxygen, and life itself across distances that span hemispheres. They connect the sunlit tropics to the frozen poles, the surface to the seafloor, and in doing so, they help maintain the delicate balance that makes our planet habitable. Tonight's journey will take us from the sun-warmed surface waters, driven by gentle winds, to the cold, dense depths, where currents move in near total darkness, guided by nothing more than differences in temperature and salt content. We'll trace the path of the mighty Gulf Stream as it carries tropical warmth toward Europe, making London's winters gentler than those of cities at similar latitudes. We'll spiral with the Ekman transport, watching water veer to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern, all because our planet spins beneath the moving waters. We'll circle with the great gyres, those massive rotating systems that dominate each ocean basin, and we'll plunge to the depths with the thermohaline circulation, the slow-moving conveyor belt that links all the world's ocean basins in a 1,000-year embrace. Think of what you're about to experience as a form of meditation, a gentle mental voyage that allows your mind to wander through one of nature's most peaceful yet powerful systems. There's no need to remember every detail or to test yourself on what you learn. Simply let the information wash over you, like those waves on the shore, each fact a ripple that might catch your attention for a moment before flowing onward. If your thoughts drift to other matters, or if sleep begins to pull you under, embrace it. The currents will still be there, flowing their eternal paths when you wake. As we begin our deeper exploration, notice how your breathing has perhaps already begun to slow, matching the patient rhythm of the deep ocean currents themselves. You might feel your body growing heavier, sinking more comfortably into whatever surface supports you, just as dense water sinks through lighter layers toward the ocean floor. This is natural, this is good. Let yourself flow with the narrative, just as water flows with the currents, offering no resistance, moving where the momentum carries you. The ocean's currents have been flowing for as long as there has been ocean water to flow, shaped and reshaped by the opening and closing of seaways between continents, by ice ages that locked water away in glaciers and interglacial periods that released it again, by subtle changes in Earth's orbit and dramatic shifts in atmospheric circulation. They've carried the seeds of life to isolated islands, brought whale songs across entire ocean basins, and played silent witness to humanity's evolution from shore-dwelling gatherers to global seafarers. To understand the currents is to understand one of the fundamental forces that has shaped our world. So settle in, let your eyelids grow heavy if they wish, and prepare to immerse yourself in the science and beauty of ocean currents. We'll move slowly and deliberately, exploring each concept thoroughly, painting pictures with words that bring this invisible choreography of water to vivid life in your imagination. Whether you journey with us until the very end or drift off to sleep somewhere in the middle, you're exactly where you need to be. The ocean doesn't judge the paths its water takes, and neither do we judge the path of your consciousness tonight. Let us begin by understanding the very nature of these hidden rivers, the invisible architecture that gives structure to what seems like formless water. Ocean currents are, at their most fundamental level, the directed movement of seawater from one place to another. Unlike the random jostling of waves on the surface or the chaotic turbulence of a storm, currents flow in relatively predictable pathways, often maintaining their course for weeks, months, or even centuries. Some are broad and diffuse, spreading their influence across hundreds of miles of ocean. Others are narrow and focused, concentrated ribbons of moving water that create sharp boundaries between water masses of different temperatures or salinities. To understand how these currents form and persist, we must first recognize that the ocean is not a uniform body of water. Far from it. The ocean is layered, stratified by differences in temperature and salt content that create distinct water masses, each with its own characteristics and behaviors. At the surface, particularly in the tropics, water can be quite warm, heated by the relentless sun that beats down day after day. This warm water is relatively light, less dense than the water below it, and so it tends to stay at the surface, spreading horizontally rather than sinking downward. Move toward the poles, though, and the situation changes. Cold air chills the surface water, making it denser, heavier. Add to that the process of ice formation, which leaves salt behind in the remaining liquid water, further increasing its density, and you have water that wants to sink, that must sink, pulled downward by its own weight, to depths where it can find water of similar density. These differences in density, driven by temperature, which we call thermo, and salinity, which we call haline, create pressure gradients in the ocean. Water flows from areas of high pressure to low pressure, just as air does in the atmosphere. And this pressure-driven flow is one of the primary engines of ocean circulation. But density differences alone don't tell the whole story. The ocean surface is also pushed and pulled by winds, those great rivers of air that blow with remarkable consistency across certain parts of the globe. The trade winds near the equator, blowing from east to west. The westerlies of the middle latitudes, blowing from west to east. The polar easterlies near the poles. These wind patterns have blown for millennia, and over time, they've shaped the surface currents into their modern configurations. Here's where it gets beautifully complex. When wind blows across the ocean surface, it doesn't simply push the water in the direction it's blowing. The Earth's rotation intervenes, deflecting moving water to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere through what we call the Coriolis effect. This deflection creates a spiraling pattern in the upper layer of the ocean, with each successive layer of water moving in a slightly different direction from the layer above it, like a gentle twist that extends downward to depths of perhaps 100 meters. The net effect of all this layered movement is that water tends to move at about 90 degrees to the wind direction, a phenomenon that has profound implications for coastal upwelling, gyre formation, and the overall structure of ocean circulation. Now, you might picture ocean currents as uniform flows, similar to how a river flows with all its water moving together in one direction at roughly the same speed. But ocean currents are more variable than that. Even within a single current, there are zones of faster and slower flow, regions where the water spins off into eddies, which are like ocean whirlpools, some hundreds of kilometers across. These eddies can break away from the main current and wander independently for months or even years before dissipating. They transport water with the characteristics of their parent current. Warm eddies carrying tropical water into temperate zones, cold eddies bringing polar water toward the equator, creating pockets of unusual conditions that can affect everything, from fish populations to local weather patterns. The depth of currents varies as well. Surface currents, driven primarily by wind, generally affect only the upper few hundred meters of the ocean, less than 10% of the ocean's volume. Below this wind-driven layer lies the vast realm of deep water, accounting for roughly 90% of all ocean water. And here the currents move much more slowly, driven not by wind, but by the gradual process of dense water formation and the need to replace water that has upwelled elsewhere. These deep currents can take centuries or even millennia to complete their journeys, creeping along the seafloor, bounded by underwater mountain ranges and channeled through narrow gaps between continents. When we speak of the current in a given location, we're often oversimplifying. At any given point in the ocean, water might be moving at different speeds and in different directions depending on depth. The surface might flow northward while deeper water flows southward. Water at mid-depth might circle in an eddy, while water above and below it flows in relatively straight lines. This vertical structure of currents is called the current profile, and understanding it requires measuring temperature, salinity, and velocity at many different depths, a task that has only become truly feasible in recent decades with the development of automated instruments that can be deployed throughout the ocean. Temperature plays a starring role in shaping ocean currents, and the temperature distribution in the ocean is far from uniform. The warmest water is found at the surface in the tropics, where the sun's rays strike most directly. Here, water temperatures can exceed 85 degrees Fahrenheit, warm enough for a comfortable swim, warm enough to fuel the growth of coral reefs, warm enough to evaporate rapidly, pumping moisture into the atmosphere that will eventually return as rainfall. But even in the tropics, descend just a few hundred meters, and the temperature drops dramatically. There's a layer called the thermocline, where temperature decreases very rapidly with depth, sometimes dropping 10 or 20 degrees over just a few tens of meters. This thermocline acts as a sort of barrier, inhibiting the mixing of warm surface water with cold deep water and helping to maintain the stratification of the ocean. At the poles, the situation is quite different. Here, even surface water can be near the freezing point of seawater. which is about 28 degrees Fahrenheit, a few degrees colder than the freezing point of fresh water, because the salt depresses the freezing temperature. In these frigid regions, the temperature difference between surface and deep water is minimal. The whole water column might be just a few degrees above freezing, and this relative uniformity in temperature means that other factors, particularly salinity, become more important in determining density and driving circulation. Salinity, the concentration of dissolved salts in seawater, averages about 35 parts per thousand globally, but this average masks significant regional variations. In areas where evaporation is high and rainfall is low, such as in the subtropical regions beneath the descending air of the Hadley cells, salinity can rise above 37 parts per thousand. The water literally becomes saltier as pure water vapor escapes into the atmosphere, leaving the salt behind. Conversely, in areas where rainfall is heavy or where rivers discharge large volumes of fresh water, salinity can drop to 32 parts per thousand or even lower. The Baltic Sea, fed by numerous rivers and receiving relatively little inflow from the saltier Atlantic, has salinities as low as 10 parts per thousand in some areas, so low that it can freeze more easily than typical ocean water. These variations in salinity matter because, like temperature, salinity affects density. Cold, salty water is the densest water in the ocean, and it's this water that sinks to the abyss and spreads across the ocean basins as deep currents. The formation of this dense water happens primarily in a few key locations: the North Atlantic near Greenland, and in the Labrador Sea, the Weddell Sea and Ross Sea, near Antarctica, and a few other scattered locations. When surface water in these regions becomes cold and salty enough, it sinks, sometimes in dramatic events called deep convection, where water drops hundreds or even thousands of meters in a matter of hours or days. This sinking water must be replaced by water flowing in from elsewhere, and this replacement water will eventually cool and sink as well, setting up a continuous circulation. The interplay between wind-driven surface currents and density-driven deep currents creates what oceanographers sometimes call the ocean's two-layer circulation. In reality, the ocean has many layers, many water masses of different characteristics. But thinking of it as having an active upper layer and a sluggish deep layer provides a useful starting framework. The upper layer, in contact with the atmosphere, responds quickly to changes in wind patterns and atmospheric heating and cooling. The deep layer responds much more slowly, on timescales of centuries to millennia, and thus carries with it a kind of memory of past climate conditions, a record written in the temperature and salinity, and even the chemical composition of the water. Between these two layers, there's constant exchange, though it happens slowly and in specific locations. In areas of downwelling, surface water is pushed downward, forced down by the convergence of surface currents. In areas of upwelling, deep water rises to the surface, pulled up to replace surface water that has been moved away by wind or current. This vertical exchange is crucial for distributing nutrients from the deep ocean, where they accumulate as organic matter sinks and decomposes, to the sunlit surface layer where phytoplankton can use them for photosynthesis. It's also crucial for distributing heat and dissolved gases, like oxygen and carbon dioxide, throughout the ocean's volume. You've perhaps sensed by now that ocean currents are not isolated phenomena, that each current connects to others, that surface and deep circulation are linked, that what happens in one part of the ocean eventually affects other parts, however distant. This interconnectedness is one of the most beautiful and important aspects of ocean circulation. The ocean truly is a global system, and the currents are the threads that weave it together into a unified whole. Like the gentle pressure of a hand placed over your heart, feeling its steady rhythm, the currents provide a constancy, a predictable pattern that life in the ocean has adapted to and even depends upon. As you continue to relax, feeling your body release any remaining tension, let's turn our attention now to the surface of the ocean, where the first whispers of wind begin their work of setting water in motion. The wind's caress across the ocean's skin is where much of the visible action of ocean currents begins. And it's here that we find some of the fastest and most dramatic flows in all the world's seas. Wind has blown across the ocean since Earth first had an atmosphere and liquid water on its surface. But not randomly. The same differential heating that drives atmospheric circulation, warm air rising near the equator and cool air sinking near the poles, establishes persistent wind patterns that blow with remarkable consistency over the ocean basins. These prevailing winds are the primary drivers of surface ocean currents, pushing vast quantities of water across thousands of miles and creating the basic framework of surface circulation in each ocean. Near the equator, where the intense tropical sun heats both land and sea, warm air rises, creating a zone of low atmospheric pressure. Air rushes in from north and south to replace this rising air, but as it moves toward the equator, the Coriolis effect deflects it. In the northern hemisphere, this creates winds that blow from the northeast to the southwest, called the northeast trade winds. In the southern hemisphere, the deflection creates winds from the southeast to the northwest, the southeast trade winds. These winds blow with remarkable constancy over the tropical oceans, day after day, week after week, pushing surface water westward across the Atlantic and Pacific. The water piles up against the western boundaries of these ocean basins, against the coasts of the Americas in the Atlantic, against Asia and Australia in the Pacific. And this accumulation of water creates a slight but measurable rise in sea level along these western boundaries. Water, responding to gravity, then flows away from these high spots. But as it does, the Coriolis effect again intervenes, deflecting the flow to create the western boundary currents, narrow, swift rivers of ocean water that flow along the western edges of ocean basins. These are the Gulf Stream in the North Atlantic, the Kuroshio in the North Pacific, the Brazil Current in the South Atlantic, the Agulhas Current in the Indian Ocean. Some of the most powerful and important currents in all the world's seas. At higher latitudes between about 30 and 60 degrees in both hemispheres, a different wind pattern dominates. Here, the westerlies blow, winds that move from west to east, pushed by atmospheric circulation cells called the ferrule cells. These winds blow over the broad expanses of the Pacific and Atlantic in both hemispheres, and they push surface water eastward, creating the eastward flowing portions of the major ocean gyres. The water flows until it reaches the eastern boundaries of the ocean basins, the west coast of the continents, and there it must turn, deflected by the landmass, flowing toward the equator as the eastern boundary currents. These eastern boundary currents are markedly different from their western boundary counterparts. Where western boundary currents are narrow, deep, and swift, eastern boundary currents are broad, shallow, and sluggish. The California Current off the west coast of North America, the Canary Current of the northwest coast of Africa, the Peru Current, also called the Humboldt Current, off the west coast of South America. These currents move slowly, perhaps 10 to 15 centimeters per second at the surface, carrying water from higher latitudes toward the equator. This water is relatively cold, having come from regions where the sun's heating is less intense. And as it flows along the coast, it has a cooling effect on the adjacent land, contributing to the formation of coastal deserts in many eastern boundary current regions. The wind doesn't just push water across the surface. It also sets up patterns of convergence and divergence in the surface layer that drive vertical motions in the upper ocean. When winds blow in such a way that surface water is pushed together, converging from different directions, the water has nowhere to go but down, creating downwelling zones. These are regions where surface water is subducted, pushed beneath the surface, carrying with it whatever properties it had at the surface: dissolved oxygen, nutrients that haven't yet been consumed, sometimes even floating debris or pollutants. Conversely, when winds cause surface water to diverge, moving apart, water must rise from below to replace it, creating upwelling zones. Upwelling brings cold, nutrient-rich water from depth to the surface, fertilizing the sunlit layer and fueling explosive growth of phytoplankton. These microscopic photosynthetic organisms form the base of the marine food web, and where they're abundant, the entire ecosystem benefits. Upwelling zones support some of the most productive fisheries on Earth, even though they account for less than 1% of the ocean's surface area. The most famous upwelling zones are found along certain coastlines, where the wind blows parallel to the shore in such a direction that surface water is pushed offshore by Ekman transport. The deep water that rises to replace this offshore moving surface water is cold and rich in nutrients, creating a narrow band of high productivity right along the coast. The California coast, the coast of Peru and Chile, the northwest and southwest coasts of Africa. These are all regions of coastal upwelling, and they're characterized by cold coastal waters, often shrouded in fog as warm air from the land passes over the cold ocean surface, and water vapor condenses by abundant marine life, and by their importance to commercial fishing. There's also upwelling in the open ocean, far from any coast. Near the equator, the trade winds blow westward on both sides of the equator, but the Coriolis effect causes Ekman transport to be poleward, away from the equator in both hemispheres. Water moves northward north of the equator and southward south of the equator, creating a divergence right at the equator. Deep water upwells to fill this gap, and as a result, the equatorial Pacific and Atlantic often show a band of cooler, more productive water right along the equator, visible in satellite images of sea surface temperature as a thin, cool stripe stretching across the ocean. Wind patterns can change, sometimes dramatically. The phenomenon, known as El Niño, for instance, involves a weakening or even reversal of the trade winds in the tropical Pacific, allowing warm water that has piled up in the western Pacific to slosh back eastward toward South America. This changes the pattern of upwelling along the South American coast, suppresses the usual high productivity of the Peru Current region, and alters weather patterns across much of the globe. The opposite phenomenon, La Niña, involves stronger than normal trade winds and enhanced upwelling in the eastern Pacific. These oscillations between El Niño and La Niña conditions, part of what's called the El Niño Southern Oscillation, or ENSO, demonstrate how sensitive ocean currents are to changes in wind forcing and how interconnected the ocean and atmosphere truly are. The depth to which wind-driven currents penetrate depends on several factors, including the strength and duration of the wind, the stability of the water column, which is related to how much temperature and salinity vary with depth, and the presence or absence of other motions, like tides and internal waves. In general, though, wind-driven currents affect primarily the upper 100 to 200 meters of the ocean. Below this depth, the direct influence of wind diminishes, and other forces become more important in determining water motion. During the day, particularly in the tropics, the sun heats the ocean surface, creating a thin, warm layer that can be just a few meters deep. This layer is often well mixed by the action of wind and waves, creating what's called the surface mixed layer. The temperature in this layer is nearly uniform, warm throughout, but just beneath it, temperature drops sharply with depth, creating the thermocline we mentioned earlier. This strong temperature gradient inhibits vertical mixing, so the wind-driven motions tend to be trapped above the thermocline, unable to penetrate into the cooler, denser water below. As night falls and the surface cools, or during storms when strong winds churn the upper ocean, the mixed layer can deepen, eroding into the thermocline and entraining cooler water from below. This daily and seasonal cycle of mixed layer deepening and shoaling is an important part of ocean dynamics, affecting everything from the temperature that ships and buoys measure at the surface to the rate at which the ocean can absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. The relationship between wind and currents isn't always straightforward or immediate. When wind first begins to blow over calm water, there's a lag before the current fully develops, a period during which momentum is transferred from the air to the water, and the current gradually accelerates. This adjustment period can be hours to days, depending on the strength of the wind and the characteristics of the water column. Similarly, when wind stops blowing, the current doesn't immediately cease. The water's momentum carries it forward, and the current gradually decays, dissipating its energy through friction and turbulent mixing. This means that ocean currents have a kind of memory of past wind conditions, still responding to winds that blew days earlier, even as they begin to respond to new wind patterns. Oceanographers have developed sophisticated ways to measure wind-driven currents, from drifting buoys that float with the current and transmit their position via satellite, to ship-mounted instruments that measure current velocity at many depths, to bottom-mounted devices that sit on the seafloor and measure the current flowing past them, to satellites that can detect subtle variations in sea surface height that indicate where water is piling up or being depleted. These measurements reveal a picture of surface currents that is both beautifully ordered on large scales, the major gyres and boundary currents that persist year after year, and chaotically variable on smaller scales, the eddies and meanders and ephemeral jets that appear and disappear over days or weeks. Imagine drifting with the surface current yourself, released from shore and carried westward by the trade winds, day after day, watching the coast recede behind you until it drops below the horizon, feeling the water beneath you carry you on a journey that might last months. The sun would warm you by day, the stars would wheel overhead by night, and gradually, imperceptibly, you would notice the water growing warmer or cooler as you moved across different latitude bands. You might encounter storms, the wind whipping the water into froth, driving you faster on your westward journey. You might pass through regions of calm, where the wind drops to nearly nothing and your progress slows to a crawl. Eventually, you'd reach the western boundary of the ocean basin, and there you'd be swept into a boundary current, accelerating, feeling the push of fast-moving water carrying you toward higher latitudes. This journey, this drift with the currents, is more than just an exercise in imagination. It reflects the actual paths that water parcels follow, paths that can be traced using deliberate or accidental releases of drifting objects. Scientists have sometimes released hundreds of drifting buoys simultaneously and tracked their movements over months or years, slowly mapping out the pathways of the currents. Other times, accidents have provided unintentional traces, like the thousands of rubber duckies and other bath toys that spilled from a cargo ship in the North Pacific in 1992, and have since washed up on shores around the world, their voyages providing clues to ocean circulation patterns. As your muscles continue to relax, your breath deepening into the slow rhythm of sleep, let's leave the direct action of the wind and move to something more subtle but equally important: the invisible influence of Earth's rotation on moving water. An influence that creates some of the most elegant patterns in all of ocean science. The Earth spins on its axis once every 24 hours, a rotation we're so accustomed to that we barely notice it in our daily lives. But for anything moving across the Earth's surface, including ocean currents, this rotation has profound effects. The Coriolis effect, named after the French mathematician Gaspard Gustave de Coriolis, who first described the mathematics of motion on a rotating platform, causes moving objects to be deflected sideways relative to the Earth's surface. In the Northern Hemisphere, the deflection is to the right of the motion; in the Southern Hemisphere, to the left. Why does this happen? Imagine standing on the equator, where the Earth's surface is moving eastward at about 1,000 miles per hour as the planet rotates. Now imagine traveling toward the North Pole. As you move north, the distance you need to travel to complete one rotation of the Earth decreases, because you're moving to a place where the circle of latitude is smaller. So the eastward speed of the ground beneath you decreases. If you were moving north very quickly, you'd be moving faster eastward than the ground you're moving over, and you'd appear to drift to the right, toward the east, relative to that ground. This is the essence of the Coriolis effect. For ocean currents, this deflection means that water doesn't flow directly from high pressure to low pressure, as it would on a non-rotating planet. Instead, it flows at an angle, deflected to the right in the Northern Hemisphere and to the left in the Southern Hemisphere. The faster the current, the greater the deflection. Eventually, for large-scale currents that persist for many days, the pressure gradient force pushing the water and the Coriolis force deflecting it reach a balance, and the current ends up flowing parallel to lines of constant pressure rather than across them. This balanced state is called geostrophic flow, and it's the dominant balance for most major ocean currents away from the equator. The strength of the Coriolis effect varies with latitude. At the poles, where the entire rotation of the Earth is around a local vertical axis, the Coriolis effect is strongest. At the equator, where the axis of rotation is perpendicular to the local vertical, the Coriolis effect vanishes to zero. This latitudinal variation has important consequences. Near the equator, currents can cross from one hemisphere to the other more easily, because there's little Coriolis deflection to prevent it. At high latitudes, currents tend to flow zonally, east-west, circling around the poles rather than crossing latitude lines. The Coriolis effect doesn't just deflect the surface current, it affects each layer of the ocean, creating what's known as the Ekman spiral. When wind pushes on the ocean surface, the surface water begins to move, but it's immediately deflected by the Coriolis effect to move at an angle to the wind. This surface layer then drags the layer beneath it into motion, but that deeper layer is also deflected by the Coriolis effect, and it moves at an angle to the layer above. The result is that each successive layer moves in a slightly different direction, rotating to the right with depth in the northern hemisphere, creating a spiral pattern when viewed from above. By the time you've descended to depths of around 100 meters, the current direction has rotated so much that water at depth might be moving in the opposite direction to the surface current. The net effect of all these layers moving in different directions is that the vertically integrated transport, the total amount of water moved by the wind when you add up the contributions from all depths, is 90 degrees to the right of the wind direction in the northern hemisphere, 90 degrees to the left in the southern hemisphere. This 90-degree deflection, called Ekman transport, is crucial for understanding upwelling and downwelling, for understanding why gyres form where they do, and for understanding the overall structure of wind-driven ocean circulation. Ekman transport was first predicted theoretically by Vaughan Wolfrid Ekman in the early 20th century. Based on his efforts to explain observations that Arctic explorer Fridtjof Nansen had made while his ship Fram was frozen into Arctic ice. Nansen noticed that the ice drifted not in the direction the wind was blowing, but at an angle to it, typically 20 to 40 degrees to the right of the wind. Ekman developed a mathematical model that explained this observation by including both the frictional force of the wind on the ice and water and the Coriolis force due to Earth's rotation. His model was remarkably successful, and the concepts he introduced remain central to oceanography to this day. The Ekman spiral is an idealized concept, and in the real ocean, it's often difficult to observe the full spiral pattern because other processes, turbulent mixing, internal waves, interactions with the seafloor or thermocline, disrupt the smooth rotation of current direction with depth. Nonetheless, the basic prediction that wind-driven transport is roughly 90 degrees to the wind direction has been confirmed by countless observations and is used routinely in oceanographic calculations. Consider what Ekman transport means for coastal regions. If wind blows parallel to a coast with the coast on its left in the northern hemisphere, the Ekman transport will be directed offshore, away from the coast. Surface water moves offshore, and to replace it, water must upwell from below. This is the mechanism for coastal upwelling that we mentioned earlier, and it explains why certain coastlines with particular wind patterns are sites of persistent upwelling and high biological productivity. Now imagine wind blowing in a large-scale pattern over the open ocean. In the subtropical regions between about 20 and 40 degrees latitude, the trade winds blow from the east near the equator, and the westerlies blow from the west at higher latitudes. In the northern hemisphere, the trade winds would create Ekman transport to the north, and the westerlies would create Ekman transport to the south. These two Ekman transport directions converge in the subtropical regions, pushing water together. The converging water piles up, creating a broad region of higher sea surface height. And this pile of water then tries to spread out due to gravity. As it spreads, the Coriolis effect deflects it, and the result is a rotating system of currents, a gyre, circling clockwise in the northern hemisphere around the elevated sea surface height in the center. The same process occurs in the southern hemisphere, but with opposite sense. The Ekman transports converge in the subtropical regions there as well, creating gyres that rotate counterclockwise. Each major ocean basin has one or two of these subtropical gyres: the North and South Atlantic gyres, the North and South Pacific gyres, the Indian Ocean gyre. Together, they dominate the surface circulation of the world's oceans. And they've done so for millions of years, as long as the continents have been arranged in their current configuration and the atmosphere has maintained similar circulation patterns. The existence and persistence of these gyres has profound implications. The centers of the gyres, where the water has converged and the sea surface is slightly elevated, are regions of downwelling. Surface water is pushed downward, and because it originated at the surface, it's relatively low in nutrients, having already been exposed to sunlight and phytoplankton growth. As a result, the centers of the subtropical gyres are among the least productive regions of the ocean, often called ocean deserts. The water is very clear, a deep blue color, because there's very little suspended matter or living organisms to scatter light. Sailors have known these regions for centuries as the horse latitudes or the doldrums, places where winds are light and variable, and ships could be becalmed for days or weeks. In contrast, the edges of the gyres, particularly the eastern boundaries, where upwelling often occurs, and the western boundaries, where strong currents transport water rapidly, are regions of more intense biological activity. Nutrients are more readily available, either brought up from depth or transported horizontally from productive regions. And the abundance of phytoplankton supports large populations of zooplankton fish, seabirds, and marine mammals. The Coriolis effect also plays a role in creating what are called western boundary currents, those narrow, swift currents that flow along the western edges of ocean basins. The intensification of currents on the western side of gyres is called western intensification, and it arises from subtle changes in the Coriolis effect with latitude. As you move north or south away from the equator, the Coriolis parameter, which quantifies the strength of the Coriolis effect, increases. This gradient in the Coriolis parameter means that the ocean's response to wind forcing is slightly different at different latitudes. And when this effect is taken into account in mathematical models of ocean circulation, it predicts that currents should be stronger and narrower on the western side of the basin than on the eastern side. The mathematics of western intensification were first worked out in the mid-20th century by oceanographers like Henry Stommel, and the phenomenon is well confirmed by observations. The Gulf Stream, for instance, is about 100 kilometers wide and can flow at speeds of up to 2 meters per second, making it one of the fastest currents in the ocean. The Canary Current, on the eastern side of the North Atlantic gyre, is hundreds of kilometers wide and flows at speeds of only 10 to 15 centimeters per second, more than 10 times slower. This asymmetry between western and eastern boundary currents is one of the most striking features of ocean circulation and one of the clearest manifestations of the Coriolis effect's influence. As you sink deeper into relaxation, your thoughts perhaps beginning to fragment and drift, much like eddies spinning off from a strong current. Let's follow the path of one of these western boundary currents, the most studied and perhaps most important of them all, the Gulf Stream. To understand the Gulf Stream is to understand how ocean currents can shape climate, support life, and connect distant parts of the globe in an intricate dance of water and heat. The story of the Gulf Stream begins in the sun-drenched waters of the tropical Atlantic, in the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. Here, water warmed by the intense tropical sun sits at the surface, heated day after day, to temperatures that can exceed 85 degrees Fahrenheit. This warm water is light, buoyant, and it spreads horizontally, rather than mixing with the cooler water below. The trade winds, blowing from the northeast, push this warm water westward across the Atlantic, and it accumulates in the Caribbean, piling up against the coasts of Central America and the northern coast of South America. Some of this water flows through the islands of the Caribbean into the Gulf of Mexico, where it circulates in the semi-enclosed basin, warming even further under the relentless sun. The Gulf of Mexico acts like a large solar collector, capturing heat and storing it in its waters. Eventually, this warm water must find its way out of the Gulf, and it does so through the Straits of Florida, the narrow gap between Florida and Cuba. As it squeezes through this constriction, the current accelerates, much like water speeding up as it flows through a narrow nozzle. The flow rate through the Florida Straits is enormous, about 30 million cubic meters of water every second, what oceanographers measure as 30 Schwerdrops. To give you a sense of scale, this is more than 100 times the flow of the Amazon River, the largest river on Earth by discharge. Once through the Florida Straits, the current is known as the Florida Current. It flows northward along the east coast of Florida, hugging the continental shelf break, where the shallow shelf drops off into the deep ocean. The water is still warm, carrying the heat of the tropics with it. And it's also salty, because evaporation in the Caribbean and Gulf of Mexico has removed fresh water and left the salt behind. Off Cape Hatteras in North Carolina, where the continental shelf makes a sharp bend toward the west, the current separates from the coast, flowing out into the open ocean rather than following the coastline. At this point, it officially becomes the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream is a remarkable river of warm water in the ocean. Measurements show it's typically about 100 kilometers wide and extends to depths of 800 to 1,200 meters in most areas, though its width and depth can vary along its path. At its narrowest, it can be 50 to 75 kilometers across, yet it remains vastly larger than any land-based river system in terms of the volume of water transported. The current speed at the surface can reach 2 meters per second, or about 4.5 miles per hour in the fastest parts. To put that in perspective, you could drift across the width of the current in less than a day, but you'd be carried hundreds of kilometers downstream in the process. The water in the Gulf Stream is distinctly different from the water on either side of it. To the north, in the region called the slope water, the water is colder and fresher, properties characteristic of water that has spent time at higher latitudes or has been influenced by outflow from the Arctic. To the south lies the Sargasso Sea, the relatively calm center of the north, Atlantic Gyre, with water that's also warm, but slightly different in temperature and salinity characteristics. The boundaries between the Gulf Stream and the surrounding waters are sharp, often just a few kilometers wide, and they're easily visible in satellite images of sea surface temperature, as stark gradients where temperature changes by several degrees over a very short distance. As the Gulf Stream flows northeast across the Atlantic, it doesn't flow in a perfectly straight line. Instead, It meanders, swinging north and south in great loops that can be hundreds of kilometers across. These meanders are a natural feature of strong currents flowing through a rotating ocean. They arise from instabilities in the current, small perturbations that grow over time into large amplitude waves. Sometimes these meanders become so extreme that they pinch off, forming isolated eddies that separate from the main current and drift away independently. Eddies that pinch off from the north side of the Gulf Stream are called warm core rings because they contain warm Sargasso seawater and they drift northward into the colder slope water. These rings can be more than 100 kilometers in diameter and more than 1 kilometer deep, containing enormous volumes of warm water. They rotate clockwise in the northern hemisphere, and they can last for months or even years before dissipating. Cold core rings pinch off from the south side of the Gulf Stream and contain cold slope water that drifts southward into the warmer Sargasso Sea. These rotate counterclockwise. The presence of these rings creates a complex mosaic of water properties in the western North Atlantic, with pockets of warm water surrounded by cold and vice versa, affecting everything from the distribution of fish species to the formation of fog to the tracks of storms. As the Gulf Stream continues its journey across the Atlantic, it gradually slows and broadens. By the time it reaches the middle of the Atlantic, at about 40 degrees west longitude, it's no longer a single narrow jet, but a broader, more diffuse flow. Here, it's called the North Atlantic Current, and it begins to split into multiple branches. Some water turns south, recirculating back toward the equator as part of the subtropical gyre. Some continues eastward towards Europe, and some turns northward, flowing into the Norwegian Sea and the Arctic Ocean. The water that reaches Europe delivers an enormous amount of heat. The ocean's heat capacity is more than 1,000 times greater than that of an equivalent volume of air. So even though the Gulf Stream and North Atlantic Current are moving relatively slowly by the time they reach European waters, they're transporting vast quantities of thermal energy. This heat is released to the atmosphere, particularly during the winter when cold air from the continent flows over the warm ocean water. The warm, moist air rising from the ocean fuels the low-pressure systems that track across the North Atlantic, bringing mild, wet weather to Western Europe. The climatic impact of this heat transport is profound. London, at about 51 degrees north latitude, has roughly the same latitude as Calgary in Canada or the southern tip of Hudson Bay. Yet London's winters are far milder. Average January temperatures in London hover around 40 degrees Fahrenheit, while Calgary averages around 15 degrees Fahrenheit. This temperature difference, studies suggest, can be largely attributed to the heat brought northward by the Gulf Stream and North Atlantic Current, though the exact proportion of warming from ocean heat, transport versus other atmospheric factors continues to be refined by climate scientists. What's clear is that without this oceanic heat transport, Western Europe would experience significantly colder winters, likely more similar to the climate of eastern Canada or Siberia at equivalent latitudes. The volume of water transported by the Gulf Stream system is staggering. At its maximum, the Gulf Stream transports about 150 million cubic meters of water per second, or 150 sverdrups in the unit oceanographers use, named after the Norwegian oceanographer Harald Sverdrup. To put this in perspective, this is about 500 times greater than the combined flow of all the rivers on Earth emptying into the oceans. This water doesn't just move, It carries with it heat, salt, nutrients, dissolved gases, larvae, and eggs of marine organisms, even pollution and floating debris. The Gulf Stream is a conveyor belt in the truest sense, redistributing properties throughout the North Atlantic and beyond. The existence and strength of the Gulf Stream have varied over Earth's history in response to changes in climate, continental configuration, and atmospheric circulation. During ice ages, when vast ice sheets covered much of North America and Europe, the Gulf Stream was weaker and may have followed a different path. The injection of fresh water from melting ice sheets can affect the density of surface water in the North Atlantic, potentially weakening the sinking of water that helps to drive the thermohaline circulation of which the Gulf Stream is a part. There's concern that modern climate change, with its associated melting of Greenland ice and increased precipitation at high latitudes, could lead to a weakening of the Atlantic circulation. Though climate models suggest this weakening, if it occurs, will develop gradually over decades to centuries, rather than abruptly. The Gulf Stream has captured human imagination for centuries. Benjamin Franklin, among his many other accomplishments, created one of the first maps of the Gulf Stream in the late 18th century, based on information from whaling captains who had noticed that ships traveling from America to Europe took longer if they fought against the current than if they avoided it. Franklin's map showed the path of the current and included advice for mariners on how to use or avoid the current to shorten voyage times. This practical knowledge of ocean currents saved time and money and demonstrated that understanding the ocean could have tangible benefits for human activities. Today, the Gulf Stream continues to be intensively studied, not only for its intrinsic scientific interest, but also for its role in climate and in supporting marine ecosystems. The current and its associated eddies create a dynamic environment where water masses of different characteristics are constantly mixing and interacting. This variability supports a diverse array of marine life, from the tiny phytoplankton that form the base of the food web to the large predators like tuna and swordfish that patrol the current's edges, to the migratory species like loggerhead sea turtles that use the current as a highway during their early life stages. As you breathe slowly and deeply, perhaps feeling sleep beginning to tug at the edges of your consciousness, let's descend now from the wind-stirred surface to the profound depths of the ocean, where an entirely different circulation system operates on timescales that stretch across centuries, a slow but inexorable flow that links all the world's oceans in what scientists sometimes call the global conveyor belt or the thermohaline circulation. The thermohaline circulation is driven not by wind, but by differences in the density of seawater, differences that arise from variations in temperature and salinity. As we mentioned earlier, cold water is denser than warm water, and salty water is denser than fresh water. In certain special places in the ocean, surface water becomes cold enough and salty enough that its density exceeds that of the water below it. And when this happens, the surface water sinks, sometimes plunging to the ocean floor in a dramatic event that can remove millions of cubic meters of water from the surface layer in a matter of hours. The primary sites where this dense water forms are in the high latitudes, near the poles. In the North Atlantic, particularly in the regions around Greenland and in the Labrador Sea between Greenland and Canada, winter cooling chills the surface water, and the formation of sea ice during winter removes fresh water as pure ice, leaving behind saltier water. This combination of cold temperature and high salinity creates what oceanographers call North Atlantic deep water, or NADW, one of the densest water masses in the ocean. When this water forms, it sinks to depths of 2 to 3 kilometers and then spreads southward through the Atlantic Ocean. Similar processes occur near Antarctica, in the Weddell Sea and the Ross Sea, two large embayments along the Antarctic coast. Here, the formation of sea ice creates extremely cold, salty water called Antarctic bottom water, or AABW. This is the densest water in the entire ocean, and it sinks all the way to the ocean floor, flowing northward along the bottom in all three major ocean basins, the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. The Antarctic Circumpolar Current, which we'll discuss in detail soon, plays a crucial role in distributing this Antarctic bottom water around the Southern Ocean and allowing it to enter the other ocean basins. The formation of these deep waters in the polar regions must be balanced by the upwelling of deep water elsewhere. If water sinks and spreads at depth, something must replace it at depth, and that replacement must ultimately come from water that was at the surface somewhere else. This upwelling of deep water to replace the sinking water occurs gradually over vast areas of the ocean, particularly in the Southern Ocean and in parts of the Pacific and Indian Oceans. The upwelling is slow, with vertical velocities measured in meters per year or even meters per decade rather than meters per second. But over the enormous area where it occurs, the total amount of water upwelling is sufficient to balance the water sinking in the deep water formation regions. Once water has sunk to depth and begins its journey as a deep current, it moves slowly through the ocean basins, following pathways determined by the topography of the seafloor and by the rotation of the Earth. Deep currents tend to flow along the western sides of ocean basins, much like surface currents, a phenomenon that arises from the same physics of western intensification we discussed earlier. The currents are much slower than surface currents, typically only a few centimeters per second, but they're moving water at depths of 2 to 4 kilometers, far below the influence of surface wind and waves. As deep water flows through the ocean basins, it gradually mixes with the overlying water, slowly warming and freshening as it does so. This mixing occurs through a variety of processes: turbulent eddies generated by the flow over rough sea floor topography, internal waves that break and mix the water column, double diffusion where heat and salt diffuse at different rates, creating convective overturning on small scales. The energy for this mixing comes from several sources: the tides as they dissipate energy through friction with the seafloor, the winds through the transfer of momentum to the ocean and the generation of internal waves, and even the slow cooling and contraction of the Earth itself as it radiates away internal heat. The time it takes for a parcel of water to complete the full cycle of the thermohaline circulation, sinking at high latitudes, spreading through the deep ocean, gradually upwelling, and returning to the sinking regions at the surface, is estimated by oceanographers through a combination of direct measurements and computer models to be about 1,000 to 2,000 years. This is sometimes called the turnover time of the deep ocean. Based on this understanding, the deep water you might sample today likely sank from the surface during the medieval period, when Vikings were exploring the North Atlantic and the first European cathedrals were being built. The water would have carried with it the chemical signature of that time, the temperature and salinity and dissolved gas content that characterized the surface ocean 1,000 years ago. This long residence time of deep water has important implications. It means the deep ocean has a kind of inertia, a resistance to rapid change. Even if something changes dramatically at the surface, it takes centuries to millennia for that change to propagate into the deep ocean. Conversely, it means that changes already set in motion in the deep ocean, such as the gradual warming from the absorption of anthropogenic heat or the decrease in oxygen content due to reduced ventilation, will persist for centuries even if surface conditions stabilize. The thermohaline circulation plays a crucial role in Earth's climate system. By transporting heat from the tropics, where solar heating is most intense, to the high latitudes where the ocean releases heat to the cold atmosphere, the circulation helps to moderate global temperature gradients. By transporting dissolved carbon dioxide from the surface, where it's absorbed from the atmosphere, to the deep ocean, where it can be stored for centuries. The circulation is an important part of the global carbon cycle. And by transporting dissolved oxygen from the surface, where it enters the ocean through gas exchange with the atmosphere, to the deep ocean, where oxygen is consumed by the respiration of marine organisms and the decay of organic matter. The circulation helps to ventilate the abyss and prevent widespread oxygen depletion. The thermohaline circulation also transports nutrients, those essential elements like nitrogen, phosphorus, and iron that are required for phytoplankton growth. Nutrients are depleted in the surface ocean as phytoplankton incorporate them into their tissues. When these organisms die, they sink, carrying the nutrients with them into the deep ocean. There, as the organic matter decays, the nutrients are released back into the water. But now they're at depth, far from the sunlit layer where phytoplankton can use them. The thermohaline circulation is one mechanism that returns these nutrients to the surface, bringing nutrient-rich deep water up through upwelling zones and making those nutrients available for new generations of phytoplankton. The concept of a global conveyor belt, with water sinking in the North Atlantic, flowing south to the Southern Ocean, being carried eastward by the Antarctic circumpolar current, entering the Indian and Pacific basins, gradually upwelling and then returning to the Atlantic at the surface, is a powerful and useful simplification of ocean circulation. Like any simplification, it omits many details. There are multiple types of deep water, each with its own formation region and characteristics. Water masses mix and transform as they move through the ocean. Some water upwells in the tropics, some at high latitudes. Surface water returns to the North Atlantic through multiple pathways, some through the Drake Passage south of South America, some through the Indonesian seas, some around the southern tip of Africa. But despite these complexities, the conveyor belt analogy captures an essential truth about the ocean. The ocean is not a collection of separate, isolated basins, but a single, interconnected system. Water that sinks in the North Atlantic will eventually reach the North Pacific, though it may take 1,000 years to do so. Water that upwells off the coast of Peru was once at the surface in the Antarctic, perhaps 500 years ago. The ocean has a unity, a coherence, that comes from this global scale circulation. You might imagine yourself now as a water molecule, sinking from the icy surface waters of the Labrador Sea, descending into the darkness as pressure increases and temperature drops. You flow southward, with the North Atlantic deep water, a slow but steady drift that carries you along the continental rise of North America, then Brazil, then past the equator into the South Atlantic. The journey takes decades. Eventually, you reach the Southern Ocean, where the powerful eastward flow of the Antarctic circumpolar current sweeps you along. You continue eastward, circling Antarctica, until you reach the Indian Ocean. Here, you turn northward, flowing through the deep basins of the Indian Ocean, mixing slowly with surrounding water, gradually warming, gradually freshening. Centuries have passed since you left the surface. Finally, you begin to rise, drawn upward by the subtle upwelling that occurs across vast areas of the tropical ocean. You emerge into the sunlight. Warm now, your properties transformed by the long journey. You drift with surface currents, perhaps joining the Indonesian throughflow, moving through the complex straits and passages between Southeast Asian islands, entering the Pacific, flowing eastward across the tropical Pacific, feeling the push of the trade winds, until eventually, years or decades later, you find yourself in the Atlantic again, approaching the regions where deep water forms, ready to begin the cycle anew. This long, slow journey is the heartbeat of the ocean, a circulation that has persisted for millions of years, changing in strength and configuration as climate has varied, but never ceasing, always connecting, always redistributing, always maintaining the balance that allows the ocean and the life it contains to exist. Let's rise now from those profound depths, up through the darkness, through the thermocline, breaking through to the surface once more, but this time at the bottom of the world, in the Southern Ocean that surrounds Antarctica, where we'll encounter the most powerful current on Earth, the Antarctic circumpolar current, a river of water that circles the entire globe. The Antarctic circumpolar current, often abbreviated as ACC, is unique among ocean currents. It's the only current that completely encircles the globe, flowing from west to east around Antarctica, without interruption by any continental landmass. This circumpolar path is possible because of Antarctica's location at the South Pole and the particular arrangement of continents in the Southern Hemisphere, with South America, Africa, and Australia all terminating well north of the latitude of Antarctica, leaving an unobstructed path for water to flow. The ACC is driven primarily by the strong westerly winds that blow over the Southern Ocean at latitudes between about 40 and 60 degrees south. These winds, some of the strongest and most consistent on Earth, sailors in the Age of Sail called these latitudes the Roaring 40s, Furious 50s, and Screaming 60s in recognition of the fierce winds and turbulent seas push the surface water eastward. The surface water, deflected by the Coriolis effect, sets up an Ekman transport to the left, which is northward in the southern hemisphere, and this creates a piling up of water north of the current's core. The raised sea surface height creates a pressure gradient that drives an eastward geostrophic flow, reinforcing the wind-driven current. The volume of water transported by the ACC is staggering, even by oceanographic standards. Measurements through the Drake Passage, the gap between South America and the Antarctic Peninsula, one of the narrowest constrictions the current must flow through, indicate a transport of about 135 to 150 million cubic meters per second, roughly 140 sverdrups. Research suggests this is more than the Gulf Stream at its strongest, more than any other current, and vastly exceeds the combined flow of all the world's rivers. The current doesn't just skim the surface, it extends all the way to the ocean floor. several kilometers down in many places, making it a true full-depth current. The current isn't a simple ribbon of uniformly flowing water. It's composed of multiple jets, narrow bands of faster flow, separated by regions of slower flow. These jets are associated with fronts, sharp boundaries between water masses of different temperature and salinity. The main fronts in the ACC are the sub-Antarctic front, where relatively warm subantarctic water meets cooler Antarctic surface water, and the polar front further south, where Antarctic surface water meets the very cold water near the Antarctic continent. Each of these fronts is marked by strong horizontal gradients in temperature and salinity, and each is associated with a jet of eastward flowing water. The position of these fronts and jets isn't arbitrary. It's controlled by the topography of the Southern Ocean seafloor, particularly by the major submarine ridges that extend from Antarctica toward the other continents. These ridges, like the Kerguelen Plateau, east of Africa, and the Campbell Plateau, southeast of New Zealand, steer the current, forcing it to flow around or over them and guiding the fronts to particular locations. The result is a meandering, braided structure with jets splitting and merging, eddies pinching off and drifting away, and a constant exchange of water between different frontal zones. The ACC plays several crucial roles in the global ocean and climate system. First, it connects the three major ocean basins: the Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific. Water flows continuously from one basin to the next, carrying with it properties acquired upstream and mixing them with local waters. This makes the Southern Ocean a kind of mixing chamber for the global ocean, homogenizing properties that might otherwise remain isolated in separate basins. Second, the ACC acts as a barrier between the warm subtropical waters to the north and the cold Antarctic waters to the south. The strong eastward flow and the associated fronts inhibit north-south exchange, keeping warm water away from Antarctica. This thermal isolation is one reason Antarctica has been able to maintain its massive ice sheets even during warm periods of Earth's history. The ACC keeps the continent in a deep freeze, surrounded by a moat of cold water. Third, the ACC is intimately connected to the thermohaline circulation. The deep water that forms in the North Atlantic and the bottom water that forms near Antarctica must somehow return to the surface to complete the overturning circulation. Much of this upwelling occurs in the Southern Ocean, driven by the combination of strong winds, Ekman transport to the north, which pulls surface water away from the continent, and the stirring action of mesoscale eddies. Water rises from depth, warms slightly, and then either flows northward to join the subtropical gyres, or flows southward toward Antarctica, where some of it will be transformed into bottom water and sink again. The ACC's influence on climate extends beyond the ocean. The water upwelling in the Southern Ocean brings with it dissolved carbon dioxide that has been stored at depth for centuries. This carbon dioxide can then be released to the atmosphere, or it can be taken up again by phytoplankton through photosynthesis and returned to depth as organic matter sinks. The Southern Ocean is one of the most important regions for the ocean's uptake of atmospheric carbon dioxide, absorbing a significant fraction of the carbon dioxide emitted by human activities. Changes in the ACC's strength, or in the rate of upwelling in the Southern Ocean, could therefore affect the atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration and thereby the rate of global warming. The ACC also influences sea ice around Antarctica. The current's strong flow creates turbulence and mixing that tends to erode sea ice from below. At the same time, The cold water and the winds associated with the current promote sea ice formation during the Antarctic winter. The net result is a seasonal cycle of sea ice expansion and retreat, with the ice reaching its maximum extent around September and its minimum in February or March. The exact position of the ice edge and the amount of ice that forms vary from year to year, influenced by variations in wind strength, ocean temperature, and other factors. Variations in the ACC have been linked to variations in Earth's climate on a range of timescales. Studies of sediment cores from the Southern Ocean, which preserve chemical signatures of past ocean conditions, suggest that on glacial, interglacial timescales, spanning tens to hundreds of thousands of years, the strength and position of the ACC appear to have changed in concert with changes in ice volume and atmospheric carbon dioxide. The interpretation from this evidence suggests that during glacial periods, the ACC may have been weaker and may have shifted northward, which could have allowed more stratification of the Southern Ocean and less upwelling of deep water. This would have reduced the outgassing of carbon dioxide from the ocean to the atmosphere, potentially contributing to the lower atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations observed in ice core records from glacial periods. During interglacial periods like the present, the evidence indicates the ACC strengthens, upwelling increases, and more deep water carbon dioxide can escape to the atmosphere. On shorter timescales, years to decades, the ACC exhibits variability associated with atmospheric patterns like the southern annular mode, which describes north-south shifts in the latitude of the strong westerly winds. When the winds shift poleward, closer to Antarctica, they can strengthen the ACC and increase upwelling. When they shift equatorward, the effects are reversed. These shifts in wind patterns can be influenced by both natural climate variability and by human-caused changes, including ozone depletion in the stratosphere and increasing greenhouse gas concentrations. Recent observations suggest that the ACC has been strengthening over the past few decades, likely in response to the intensification of the westerly winds. This strengthening has implications for heat transport, for carbon dioxide uptake, for the stability of Antarctic ice shelves, which can be eroded by warmer water brought close to the continent by stronger currents, and for the ecosystems of the Southern Ocean. The ACC supports one of the most productive marine ecosystems on Earth, fueled by the nutrients brought to the surface by upwelling. Krill, small shrimp-like crustaceans, thrive in these waters, feeding on phytoplankton, and in turn provide food for whales, seals, penguins, and a host of other predators. Changes in the ACC could cascade through this food web, affecting species that have evolved in the harsh but nutrient-rich waters of the Southern Ocean. Standing in imagination on the deck of a ship in the Southern Ocean, you'd feel the relentless westerly winds, see the grey, turbulent waters stretching to the horizon in all directions. Perhaps spot the fin of a whale breaking the surface, or the flashing white and black of a penguin porpoising through the waves. The water is cold, near freezing even in summer, and it seems featureless, just endless grey sea under endless grey sky. But beneath that surface, there's a current of such power and consistency that it shapes the entire global ocean. A current that has flowed for millions of years, circling the frozen continent, connecting east to west to east in an eternal loop. As your body grows increasingly heavy, your mind drifting towards sleep, let's return to a theme we touched on earlier, but now explore more fully, the phenomenon of upwelling. Those special places where deep, cold, nutrient-rich water rises to the surface and creates oases of life in the ocean. Upwelling occurs when surface water is moved away from a location and must be replaced by water from below. The replacement water comes from depth, and because it comes from depth, it carries with it the characteristics of deep water, colder temperature than surface water, higher concentration of nutrients, different dissolved gas content. When this water reaches the sunlit surface layer, the nutrients it contains become available to phytoplankton, and these microscopic plants respond with rapid growth, blooming in abundance. The most important upwelling regions are found along certain coastlines, where the wind blows parallel to the coast in such a way that Ekman transport moves surface water offshore. The classic example is the west coast of continents at subtropical latitudes. Here, the trade winds, or the subtropical portions of the westerlies, blow roughly parallel to the coast, and the Ekman transport is directed offshore. Surface water moves away from the coast, and to replace it, water upwells from depths of typically 100 to 300 meters. The California current system off the west coast of North America is one such region. During spring and summer, winds blow from the north, parallel to the coast, and Ekman transport moves surface water offshore. Cold water, rich in nitrate, phosphate, and other nutrients, wells up along the coast, creating a narrow band of high productivity. Satellite images of ocean color, which detect the chlorophyll in phytoplankton, show a bright green stripe along the coast during upwelling season, in stark contrast to the deep blue of the offshore waters where nutrients are scarce. Similar upwelling systems exist off the coasts of Peru and Chile, where the Peru Current, also known as the Humboldt Current, brings cold water northward along the coast, and strong southerly winds drive offshore Ekman transport. The coastal waters off Peru are among the most productive in the world, supporting enormous populations of anchovies and other small fish, which in turn support populations of seabirds, whose droppings, called guano, accumulate on offshore islands in such quantity that they've been harvested for centuries as fertilizer. This productivity, though, is not constant. During El Niño events, when the trade winds weaken and warm water spreads eastward across the Pacific, upwelling along the Peru coast is suppressed. The cold, nutrient-rich water doesn't reach the surface, and productivity plummets. Fish populations crash, seabirds starve, and the entire ecosystem is disrupted. Upwelling also occurs off the northwest coast of Africa, associated with the Canary Current, and off the southwest coast of Africa, associated with the Benguela Current. Each of these systems supports important fisheries and plays a significant role in the regional and global ocean productivity. Research on the world's 5 major coastal upwelling systems shows that despite occupying only about 5% of the ocean's surface area, these regions account for approximately 25% of the global marine fish catch. A remarkable testament to the productivity that nutrient enrichment can generate. Upwelling isn't confined to coastlines. It also occurs in the open ocean wherever surface water diverges. We mentioned earlier the equatorial upwelling that occurs where the trade winds drive Ekman transport away from the equator in both hemispheres. Another important upwelling region is in the Antarctic divergence, the zone around Antarctica, where the eastward flowing west wind, drift, another name for the Antarctic circumpolar current, and the westward flowing east wind drift, a coastal current flowing around the Antarctic continent, drive Ekman transport in opposite directions away from each other. Water upwells in the gap between them, bringing nutrient-rich circumpolar deep water to the surface and fueling the high productivity of the Antarctic ecosystem. The nutrients brought to the surface by upwelling have their ultimate origin in the decomposition of organic matter that sinks through the water column. When phytoplankton die, or when zooplankton produce fecal pellets, or when fish die and their bodies decompose, the organic matter sinks, driven by gravity. As it sinks, it's broken down by bacteria and other microorganisms, and the nutrients locked up in the organic tissues are released back into the water as inorganic compounds, nitrate, phosphate, silicate, iron. But this release happens at depth, below the sunlit layer, so the nutrients accumulate there. The only way they can return to the surface, where phytoplankton can use them, is through upwelling or through the slow vertical mixing that occurs throughout the ocean. Without upwelling, the sunlit surface ocean would gradually become depleted of nutrients as phytoplankton incorporate them and the organic matter sinks. Productivity would decline and the surface ocean would become a biological desert. Upwelling is the mechanism that short-circuits this depletion, bypassing the slow process of vertical mixing and bringing nutrient-rich water directly from depth to the surface. It's a form of natural fertilization, fueling the growth that supports the marine food web and the fisheries that humans depend on. The cold water brought to the surface by upwelling also affects local climate. Coastal regions adjacent to upwelling zones often experience cool, foggy conditions during the upwelling season. The cold water chills overlying air, causing water vapor to condense into fog that can blanket the coast. San Francisco, for instance, is famous for its summer fog, which arises in part because of the cold, upwelled water just offshore. The cold water also suppresses rainfall, because cold air can hold less moisture than warm air, and many upwelling regions are associated with coastal deserts. The Atacama Desert in Chile, the Namib Desert in Namibia, the Sonoran Desert in Baja California, and adjacent regions. The variability of upwelling has important ecological consequences. Upwelling isn't constant, it varies on timescales from days to years. Short-term changes in wind strength can increase or decrease upwelling over periods of days to weeks. Seasonal changes in wind patterns create strong upwelling seasons and weak upwelling seasons in many regions. And longer-term climate variations, like El Niño Southern Oscillation in the Pacific or similar patterns in other ocean basins, can dramatically alter upwelling on timescales of months to years. Marine organisms have adapted to this variability. Many species time their reproductive cycles to coincide with periods of strong upwelling when food is most abundant. Larval fish and invertebrates drift in the currents, and their survival depends on encountering sufficient food during their vulnerable early life stages. If upwelling is strong, plankton blooms are abundant, and larval survival is high. If upwelling is weak or mistimed, larvae may starve, leading to poor recruitment and eventual declines in adult populations. There's a phenomenon called recruitment failure that can occur when environmental conditions, including upwelling, are unfavorable during the critical period of larval development. A recruitment failure doesn't mean the species goes extinct. Adult fish can live for many years, but it does mean that cohort, that year's crop of young fish, is weak or missing, and this can have long-lasting effects on the population and on the fishery that depends on it. Human activities can affect upwelling in several ways. climate change is altering wind patterns in many regions, potentially strengthening upwelling in some places and weakening it in others. Warming of the ocean surface can increase stratification, the vertical separation of warm surface water from cold, deep water, making it harder for upwelling to bring deep water to the surface. Conversely, stronger winds can enhance upwelling, compensating for the effects of stratification. The net effect varies by region and is an active area of research. Pollution can also affect upwelling regions. Nutrients from agricultural runoff or wastewater discharge can add to the natural nutrients brought up by upwelling, potentially leading to excessive phytoplankton growth and harmful algal blooms. Some species of phytoplankton produce toxins that can accumulate in shellfish and fish, making them unsafe for human consumption. Other blooms can deplete oxygen when the phytoplankton die and decompose, creating dead zones where fish and other marine life cannot survive. But despite these human impacts, upwelling regions remain among the most productive and valuable marine ecosystems. They provide food directly through fisheries and indirectly through the support of larger marine ecosystems. They affect regional climate, moderating temperatures and influencing rainfall patterns. They play a role in global biogeochemical cycles, taking up carbon dioxide as phytoplankton grow, and releasing it again as organic matter decomposes at depth. They're regions of intense biological and physical activity, where the ocean's capacity to support life is most dramatically on display. Imagine standing on a coastal cliff, overlooking an upwelling zone, feeling the cool, damp air, smelling the briny scent of the sea mixed with the faint odor of decay that accompanies such productivity. Below, the water is a murky green, clouded with phytoplankton. Seabirds circle and dive, plunging into the water to catch small fish. Seals bask on offshore rocks, their bellies full. The scene is one of abundance, of life flourishing, and it's all powered by the deep cold water that has risen to the surface, carrying with it the nutrients that are the foundation of this profusion of life. Let your mind drift now as your breathing slows and deepens to the broader question of how all these currents we've explored, the wind-driven surface currents, the deep thermohaline circulation, the great boundary currents like the Gulf Stream, the encircling Antarctic circumpolar current, the localized upwelling systems. How do they all work together to regulate Earth's climate, distributing heat and moderating temperature extremes across the globe? The ocean is Earth's great thermal reservoir. It covers most of the planet's surface, and it has an enormous heat capacity, meaning it can absorb and store vast amounts of thermal energy without large changes in temperature. Water's specific heat capacity allows it to absorb more than 4 times as much heat as an equivalent mass of rock or soil. When comparing equal volumes rather than equal masses, water can store over 1,000 times as much heat as air because water is also much denser. This means that the ocean is where most of the solar energy reaching Earth is stored, particularly in the tropics where the sun's rays are most intense. But this heat doesn't just accumulate in the tropics. Ocean currents transport it, moving warm water from low latitudes toward the poles and cold water from high latitudes toward the equator. This meridional heat transport, from the Latin meridies meaning midday, referring to the north-south direction, is crucial for moderating Earth's temperature gradient between equator and poles. Without it, the tropics would be unbearably hot, and the polar regions even colder than they are. Estimates suggest that the ocean transports about 2 petawatts of heat from the tropics towards the poles, with 1 petawatt equal to 1 quadrillion watts. To put this in perspective, global human energy consumption is only a few tens of terawatts, meaning the ocean's heat transport is roughly 100 times greater than all the energy humans use. The Atlantic Ocean alone transports about 1 petawatt of heat northward, much of it carried by the Gulf Stream and North Atlantic Current. This heat is released to the atmosphere at high latitudes, warming the air and creating the mild climates of Western Europe. The mechanism of this heat release is straightforward, but profoundly important. As warm ocean water flows poleward, it encounters progressively colder air. Heat flows from warm to cold, so the ocean releases heat to the atmosphere. This heat transfer warms the air, making it more buoyant, causing it to rise, which draws in more air from surrounding regions, which in turn is warmed and rises, and so on. The result is that the ocean acts like a massive heating system, pumping heat into the atmosphere and driving atmospheric circulation. The atmosphere, in turn, redistributes this heat through winds and storms. The mid-latitude storm systems that bring changeable weather to much of the temperate regions are partly fueled by the heat released from the ocean. The contrast between warm ocean water and cold continental air masses in winter creates strong temperature gradients in the atmosphere. And these gradients drive the development of cyclones, the low-pressure systems that move from west to east across the oceans and continents, bringing clouds, rain, snow, and wind. The ocean doesn't just transport heat as sensible heat, the warmth you can feel when you touch warm water. It also transports heat as latent heat, the energy stored in water vapor. When ocean water evaporates, it removes heat from the ocean. The energy required for the phase change from liquid to gas. And this energy is carried upward with the water vapor. When the water vapor condenses into clouds and rain, that energy is released into the atmosphere, warming the air. This latent heat transport is significant, and in the tropics, it may be larger than the sensible heat transport. The distribution of ocean heat also affects sea ice, both in the Arctic and around Antarctica. Sea ice forms when ocean water reaches its freezing point, and it melts when enough heat is available to raise the temperature above freezing. The currents that carry warm water into the Arctic, particularly branches of the Gulf Stream that flow into the Nordic Seas and the Barents Sea, help to limit sea ice extent in those regions. Similarly, the Antarctic circumpolar current, by isolating Antarctica with a ring of cold water, helps to limit how much warm water reaches the Antarctic coast, allowing sea ice to form more extensively there. Changes in ocean currents can therefore lead to changes in sea ice. And changes in sea ice can feed back on climate through changes in the albedo, the reflectivity of Earth's surface. Ice and snow are highly reflective, bouncing most incoming solar radiation back to space. Ocean water, especially dark, open water, is much less reflective, absorbing most of the solar energy that reaches it. So when sea ice melts, exposing more open water, more solar energy is absorbed, warming the ocean and atmosphere, potentially causing more ice to melt, a feedback that can amplify warming in polar regions. The ocean's role in climate goes beyond heat transport. It's also intimately involved in the global water cycle. Evaporation from the ocean is the primary source of atmospheric moisture, the water vapor that eventually falls as rain and snow over both ocean and land. Patterns of evaporation are partly controlled by ocean surface temperature, with warmer water evaporating more readily than cooler water. Ocean currents, by moving warm and cold water to different locations, therefore influence where evaporation is high and where it's low. And this influences precipitation patterns. For instance, the warm waters of the western tropical Pacific, kept warm by the trade winds piling up water there and by the intense solar heating of the tropics, are a region of very high evaporation and also of very high rainfall. The warm, moist air rising from the ocean forms thunderstorms that release enormous amounts of rain, creating the rainy climates of Indonesia, the Philippines, and the Western Pacific island nations. Conversely, the cold upwelled water of the coasts of Peru or Namibia suppresses evaporation, and the overlying air is relatively dry, contributing to the aridity of the adjacent coastlines. The ocean also affects climate through its influence on the carbon cycle. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, trapping heat in the atmosphere, and the ocean absorbs a substantial fraction of the carbon dioxide emitted by human activities. The ocean's ability to absorb carbon dioxide depends on several factors, including the temperature of the water. Cold water can dissolve more carbon dioxide than warm water, the concentration of carbon dioxide already dissolved in the water, and the rate at which surface water mixes with or is replaced by deep water. Ocean currents are central to this process. The sinking of cold water in the North Atlantic and near Antarctica carries dissolved carbon dioxide from the surface into the deep ocean, where it can be stored for centuries. The upwelling of deep water in other regions can bring carbon dioxide back to the surface, where it may be released to the atmosphere or taken up again by phytoplankton. The balance between these processes determines whether the ocean is a net sink or net source of atmospheric carbon dioxide, and changes in ocean circulation could shift this balance. There's concern that climate change could weaken the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, the system of currents that includes the Gulf Stream and the thermohaline circulation in the Atlantic. Warming of the ocean surface and increased freshwater input from melting ice could reduce the density of surface water in the North Atlantic, making it less likely to sink. If sinking decreases, the overturning circulation weakens, and the northward transport of heat in the Atlantic decreases. This could lead to regional cooling in the North Atlantic and Western Europe, even as the globe as a whole warms. A somewhat counterintuitive but entirely plausible outcome. Climate models project varying degrees of how much the circulation might weaken in response to continued warming. Some simulations show modest weakening, a slowdown of perhaps 10 to 20% by the end of the 21st century. Others show more dramatic weakening, though current projections from climate scientists suggest that a complete shutdown of the circulation is unlikely within this century. Even a modest weakening, should it occur, would have significant consequences for regional climate, sea level, marine ecosystems, and the ocean's ability to absorb carbon dioxide. The ocean is not a passive recipient of atmospheric changes. It's an active participant in the climate system, responding to changes in a way that can amplify or dampen those changes. The currents are the mechanism by which the ocean exerts its influence, redistributing heat, moisture, carbon, nutrients, and other properties in ways that affect climate on all scales, from local to global, and on all timescales from days to millennia. As you lie in stillness, your body completely relaxed, your mind hovering at the threshold of sleep, take a moment to appreciate the elegant complexity of the system we've explored. The ocean's currents, driven by wind and density differences, shaped by Earth's rotation and the arrangement of continents, flowing through layers from the sunlit surface to the lightless abyss, connecting every drop of ocean water to every other in a slow but inexorable circulation. They are one of the fundamental organizing principles of our planet. They have flowed since long before humans existed, and they will continue long after we're gone, testament to the power and persistence of natural processes. Let's bring our journey to a gentle close now, reflecting on the journey we've taken together through the hidden rivers of the sea, and considering what it all means for our understanding of the world we inhabit. We began at the shore, looking out over waves that seemed to represent the totality of ocean motion. But we discovered that beneath those surface ripples lies a far grander choreography. Currents flow at all depths, at all scales, driven by forces as diverse as the caress of wind on water, the patient pull of gravity on dense water masses, the inexorable spin of our planet, and the differential heating of the sun. We saw how surface currents, pushed by the trade winds and westerlies, form the great gyres that dominate each ocean basin, rotating clockwise in the northern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere. We learned about the asymmetry between western and eastern boundary currents, how the Gulf Stream rushes northward along the American coast, while the Canary Current meanders slowly southward along the African shore. And we understood that this asymmetry arises from the variation of the Coriolis effect with latitude. We followed the Gulf Stream on its journey from the tropical Caribbean through the narrow Florida Straits, along the eastern seaboard of North America, and out into the North Atlantic, where it becomes the North Atlantic Current, delivering warmth to Europe and creating a climate far milder than latitude alone would suggest. We saw how the current meanders and spawns eddies, creating a complex mosaic of water masses with different temperatures and properties. We descended to the depths to explore the thermohaline circulation, that slow but vast overturning system driven by the formation of dense water in the polar regions. We learned how North Atlantic deep water sinks in the frigid seas near Greenland and spreads southward through the Atlantic, and how Antarctic bottom water forms in the Weddell and Ross Seas and spreads through all the ocean basins. We understood that this deep circulation takes centuries to millennia to complete its cycle, giving the deep ocean a long memory of past climate conditions. We circled Antarctica with the mightiest current of all, the Antarctic Circumpolar Current, a river of water more than 100 times larger than all the world's rivers combined, flowing from west to east in an unbroken loop around the frozen continent. We saw how this current connects the three major ocean basins, how it acts as a barrier keeping warm water away from Antarctica, and how it's intimately connected to the upwelling and overturning that ventilate the deep ocean. We rose again to the surface to explore upwelling, those special places where deep, cold, nutrient-rich water rises to the sunlit layer and fuels explosions of biological productivity. We learned about coastal upwelling systems like those off California, Peru, and Africa, where the combination of winds and Ekman transport creates some of the richest fishing grounds on Earth. We understood that upwelling is the mechanism that returns nutrients from the deep ocean to the surface, supporting the marine food web and the fisheries that depend on it. Finally, we considered the ocean's role in climate, how currents transport heat from the equator to the poles, moderating Earth's temperature gradient. We saw how the ocean releases heat to the atmosphere, driving atmospheric circulation and influencing weather patterns. We learned about the ocean's role in the carbon cycle, absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and storing it in the deep ocean. And we contemplated how changes in ocean circulation, whether from natural variability or from human-caused climate change, could have profound effects on climate and ecosystems around the world. Throughout this journey, a few themes have emerged. First is the theme of connection. The ocean is not a series of separate, isolated basins, but a single interconnected system. Water that sinks in the North Atlantic will eventually reach the North Pacific. Nutrients that are released at depth off Peru may eventually upwell off California. Heat absorbed in the tropics is transported to the poles. The currents are the threads that weave the ocean into a unified whole. Second is the theme of timescales. Ocean processes operate on timescales from seconds for the smallest turbulent eddies, to minutes for surface waves, to days for the response to changing winds, to years for the seasonal cycle, to decades for the movement of gyres and boundary currents, to centuries or millennia for the thermohaline circulation. This range of timescales means the ocean has both rapid responses to immediate forcing and long-term memory of past conditions. It also means that changes we set in motion today may not fully manifest for centuries. Third is the theme of energy. The ocean is a vast reservoir of thermal energy, absorbing solar radiation and storing it in the form of warm water. The currents are the mechanism by which this energy is redistributed, transported from regions of excess to regions of deficit. The kinetic energy of the currents themselves, the energy of their motion, is ultimately derived from the sun through the intermediary of the winds, which are driven by differential heating, and from the moon through the tides, which we didn't explore in detail tonight, but which also play a role in mixing the ocean and driving some currents. Fourth is the theme of balance. The ocean's circulation is in a state of approximate equilibrium, with sinking balanced by upwelling, poleward heat transport balanced by the cooling of water at high latitudes, and nutrient drawdown in the surface ocean balanced by nutrient release at depth. This balance is dynamic, constantly adjusting to changes in forcing, but it's also remarkably stable over long periods. It's this stability that has allowed life to flourish in the ocean for billions of years. And finally, there's the theme of human impact. We've touched on several ways humans are affecting ocean currents. Through climate change that alters wind patterns and ocean stratification, through the melting of ice that adds fresh water to polar regions, through overfishing that removes top predators from upwelling ecosystems, through pollution that adds nutrients or toxins to coastal waters. The ocean is not unchanging or invulnerable. It responds to what we do, and those responses can amplify or dampen our effects on the larger Earth system. Understanding ocean currents is more than an academic exercise. It's essential for predicting weather and climate, for managing fisheries sustainably, for understanding how pollutants and debris spread through the ocean, for predicting sea level rise and coastal flooding, for protecting marine ecosystems, and ultimately for maintaining the habitability of our planet. The currents may be invisible to our eyes as we stand on the shore, but their influence is everywhere. In the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, and the climate we experience. As you drift now towards sleep, or if you're already in that liminal space between waking and dreaming, let the image of the ocean's currents linger in your mind. Picture the water flowing, always flowing, through sunlight and darkness, through warm and cold, connecting every shore to every other, carrying life and nutrients and heat in an endless cycle. Feel yourself as part of that system, your body, mostly water, your breath participating in the exchange of gases with the atmosphere. Your life sustained by the climate the ocean helps to regulate. The currents ask nothing of us. They flow whether we understand them or not, whether we care about them or not. But in understanding them, in appreciating their beauty and power, in recognizing their role in maintaining the Earth system that sustains us, we enrich our own experience of the world. We see patterns where others see only chaos. We understand connections where others see only separation. We appreciate the deep time over which these systems have evolved and the fragility of the balances that keep them functioning. So rest now, let go. Allow sleep to embrace you as the ocean embraces its currents. Tomorrow, when you wake, the currents will still be flowing. The Gulf Stream will still be carrying warmth northward. The Antarctic circumpolar current will still be circling the frozen continent. The upwelling zones will still be bringing nutrients to the surface. The hidden rivers of the sea will continue their eternal dance. And you, having journeyed with them in your imagination, will carry with you a deeper appreciation of the magnificent, intricate, beautiful system that is our ocean. Before you go, if you found peace in this journey, if you learned something new, or if you simply enjoyed spending this time exploring the wonders of our planet, please consider subscribing to Gentle Sleep ASMR. Your support helps us create more of these tranquil explorations where science and serenity meet. Sweet dreams. And may your sleep be as deep and peaceful as the ocean's abyss, as refreshing as upwelled water, and as constant as the currents themselves. Good night.
Welcome, dear listener, to this gentle journey into the science of sleep, the mystery of consciousness, and the soothing world of ASMR sensations that can guide you into the most peaceful, restorative rest you've experienced in quite some time. If you find value in this whispered exploration of your brain's natural rhythms, consider subscribing to join us for more journeys into relaxation and understanding. But for now, simply settle in, allowing your body to find its most comfortable position, perhaps adjusting your pillow just slightly, feeling the weight of your head sinking into that soft support, noticing how your shoulders can release just a little bit more with each gentle breath you take. There's nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do, no urgency pulling at your awareness. This time is yours, a gift you're giving yourself, permission to simply rest while we explore together the fascinating landscape of your sleeping brain, the waves of electrical activity that pulse through your consciousness, and those delightful tingling sensations that many people experience when exposed to certain gentle sounds, soft whispers, and calming triggers that we'll discover together as we move through this experience. Your brain, right now in this very moment, is producing electrical signals, tiny pulses of energy that travel between neurons, creating patterns that scientists can measure, frequencies that correspond to your current state of awareness. These patterns are called brain waves, and they're as natural as your heartbeat, as automatic as your breathing, yet they hold the key to understanding how you transition from the busy alertness of your day into the deep, restorative sleep your body and mind need so desperately. At this moment, as you're listening to these words, reading or hearing them with conscious attention, your brain is likely producing what we call beta waves, electrical oscillations that pulse at a frequency between 13 and 30 cycles per second, or hertz as scientists measure them. Beta waves are the signature of your waking, thinking, active mind, the state you've been in throughout your day as you navigated tasks and conversations, made decisions and processed information, moved through the world with alert awareness. These beta waves are perfectly natural, wonderfully useful for daytime activities, but they're not conducive to sleep, not compatible with the deep rest you're seeking now. And so our journey begins here, with the gentle recognition that you're currently in beta, and together we'll guide your brain through a natural progression, a descent through different frequencies, moving from beta down into alpha, then theta, and eventually into the slow, deep delta waves of profound restorative sleep. But we're not making this journey alone, not relying solely on the natural tendency of your tired body to drift toward sleep. We're enlisting the help of something special, something that researchers have only recently begun to understand in scientific terms, though millions of people have experienced it throughout their lives. This phenomenon is called ASMR, which stands for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response, and it refers to that tingling sensation that some people feel, often beginning at the scalp and cascading down the back of the neck and spine, triggered by certain gentle sounds, soft whispers, personal attention, or careful, deliberate movements. Not everyone experiences ASMR in the same way, and some people may not feel the physical tingles at all, but nearly everyone can benefit from the deeply relaxing effects of ASMR triggers, the way certain sounds and sensory experiences can quiet the busy mind, slow the racing thoughts, and create a sense of peaceful, safe, calm presence that's absolutely perfect for sleep. Research conducted in 2024 and 2025 has shown that ASMR content can reduce heart rate by an average of 3 to 5 beats per minute, can lower cortisol levels, the stress hormone that keeps you alert and anxious, and can increase the production of alpha and theta brain waves, those slower frequencies associated with relaxation and the early stages of sleep. So as we move through this exploration together, you'll notice descriptions of gentle sounds, soft textures, whispered knowledge, and you're invited to simply notice whatever sensations arise in your body, whether that's the classic tingling of ASMR or simply a general sense of relaxation, a softening of tension, a quieting of mental chatter. Let's begin by bringing awareness to your current state, noticing without judgment where you are right now in this moment. Your beta waves are still active, still pulsing at that higher frequency, and you might notice this in the quality of your thoughts, perhaps still somewhat busy, maybe reviewing moments from your day, planning ahead to tomorrow, or simply observing this experience with analytical attention. That's perfectly fine, exactly as it should be. But notice now, as you continue to listen to the soft quality of these words, the gentle rhythm of this whispered narration, how your breathing might already be beginning to slow, how your body might be starting to feel just a little bit heavier, more settled into whatever surface is supporting you. This is the very beginning of your transition from beta into alpha, that first step down the staircase of consciousness, the initial release of high alert awareness into something softer, more diffuse, more peaceful. Alpha waves oscillate at a frequency between 8 and 13 Hz, slower than beta, creating a state that researchers describe as relaxed wakefulness, that feeling you might recognize from moments when you're daydreaming, or sitting quietly with a cup of tea, or gazing out a window at falling rain, still aware but no longer actively engaged with demanding tasks, no longer in that state of focused concentration or problem-solving alertness. Imagine for a moment that your consciousness is like the surface of a pond, and throughout your busy day, that surface has been choppy with activity, ripples and waves created by every thought, every task, every interaction and stimulus. Beta waves are those choppy waters, constantly moving, never still. But now, as evening settles and you give yourself permission to rest, the wind begins to die down, the disturbances begin to fade, and the surface of that pond starts to smooth, still moving but with gentler undulations, slower waves that catch the fading light. This is alpha. This is the beginning of your descent into sleep, and you can feel it happening naturally, automatically, as your brain responds to the absence of demanding stimuli, to the presence of soothing sounds, to the permission you've given yourself to simply be here, resting, releasing, letting go. Some people describe the shift from beta to alpha as a feeling of their thoughts becoming less sharp, less defined, as if the edges are softening, as if there's more space between each thought, more room to breathe. Others notice it as a physical sensation, a subtle relaxation in the muscles around their eyes, a softening of their jaw, a release of tension they didn't even realize they were holding in their shoulders or their hands. However you experience it, know that it's happening, that your brain is already beginning to shift its electrical patterns, already starting to produce those slower alpha waves that will carry you towards sleep. And here, in this alpha state, this is where ASMR can work its particular magic, where those gentle triggers can deepen your relaxation and accelerate your journey toward theta and delta. So let's explore together some of the sensations and sounds that trigger ASMR responses, that create those pleasant tingles or that deep sense of calm. Imagine, if you will, the softest whisper, barely audible, like someone sharing a secret meant only for you. Words spoken so quietly that you have to be completely still to hear them, and in that stillness, in that focused attention on something so gentle, your nervous system begins to shift, your fight or flight response begins to stand down, your body interprets this soft, careful sound as a signal of safety, of intimacy, of care. Whispered speech is one of the most common ASMR triggers, and there's something about the quality of a whisper, the way it lacks the sharp consonants and loud vowels of normal speech, the way it requires the speaker to slow down and be deliberate, that communicates to your ancient brain that everything is okay, that you're safe, that you can rest. Throughout human evolution, whispers have been associated with closeness, with trusted relationships, with moments of vulnerability and care, a mother soothing a child, friends sharing confidences, lovers speaking in the dark. Your brain recognizes this pattern, responds to it with a cascade of calming neurochemicals, and your alpha waves deepen, becoming more pronounced, more dominant in the overall pattern of your brain's electrical activity. Now imagine another sound, the gentle tapping of fingertips on a smooth surface, a soft, rhythmic pattern, tap, 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 slow and deliberate, each contact creating a subtle sound that's crisp but not harsh, present but not demanding. This tapping might remind you of rain on a window, or the sound of someone carefully examining an object, turning it over in their hands with focused attention. Rhythmic sounds like this can be incredibly soothing because they give your mind something simple to follow, a pattern that's predictable and safe, and in following this pattern, your thoughts have less room to wander into worry or planning or analysis. The tapping becomes a gentle anchor, holding your attention in the present moment, and with each tap, you might notice your body relaxing a little more, your breathing synchronizing with the rhythm, your awareness narrowing to just this sound, just this moment, just this peaceful presence. Research has shown that rhythmic auditory stimulation can actually entrain brain waves, meaning your brain's electrical patterns begin to synchronize with the rhythm of the sound, and if that rhythm is slow and gentle, your brain waves slow down to match it, shifting more deeply into alpha and beginning to touch the edges of theta. Consider also the sound of crinkling, perhaps paper being gently crumpled, or the rustling of tissue paper, or the soft crackling of cellophane being carefully manipulated. These sounds have a particular quality, a complexity of tiny variations, hundreds of small sounds happening in quick succession, creating a texture that's rich and engaging without being overwhelming. Many people find crinkling sounds deeply relaxing, and scientists believe this might be because these sounds are similar to natural sounds that our ancestors would have found soothing, like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, or the sound of moving through tall grass, sounds that indicated a peaceful environment, an absence of danger. When you hear crinkling, your brain processes all those tiny variations, and in doing so, it becomes fully occupied with something that's completely non-threatening, completely safe, and this allows your stress response to deactivate, your muscles to release their tension, your alpha waves to flow more freely through your consciousness like a gentle current carrying you towards sleep. Brushing sounds offer yet another pathway into deep relaxation, the soft whisper of bristles moving across a surface, perhaps a makeup brush being swept across a microphone, or the sound of someone brushing their hair, long, slow strokes that create a sustained, gentle sound. There's something almost hypnotic about brushing sounds, the way they sustain and fade, creating a rhythm that's organic rather than mechanical, varied rather than perfectly repetitive. These sounds can evoke memories of being cared for, of someone brushing your hair when you were young, or the feeling of a soft brush against your skin, and these associations with care and gentleness further signal to your nervous system that you're safe, that you can let down your guard, that sleep is not only possible but welcome. As you imagine these brushing sounds, you might even feel a phantom sensation on your scalp, a gentle tingling or pleasant awareness, and this is your brain creating the experience of ASMR, responding to the suggestion of the trigger even in its absence, demonstrating the powerful connection between your thoughts, your sensory experiences, and your state of consciousness. Page-turning sounds, the soft rustle and whisper of paper being carefully lifted and folded over, carry their own particular charm, evoking quiet libraries and peaceful reading sessions, moments of focused but relaxed attention. There's a gentleness required to turn a page quietly, a deliberateness that communicates care and patience, and these qualities are deeply soothing to witness or imagine. The sound itself is complex, containing the initial lift of the page, the soft friction as it slides against neighboring pages, the gentle settling as it comes to rest in its new position, and your brain finds this complexity engaging in a way that's restful rather than stimulating, occupying your auditory processing centers with something pleasant and safe while allowing other parts of your mind to begin powering down, preparing for sleep. Similarly, the sound of writing, a pen moving across paper, creating soft scratching sounds with each letter, each word, offers a rhythmic, purposeful quality that many people find deeply relaxing. Writing sounds suggest focus and care, someone taking time to record thoughts or create something, and there's a meditative quality to this that can help your own mind settle into a more peaceful state. Now, as we've explored these various ASMR triggers, you might have noticed actual physical sensations arising in your body, or you might simply feel more relaxed, more settled, more ready for sleep. Both responses are perfect, exactly right for you in this moment. The physical tingles of ASMR, when they occur, often begin at the scalp, a gentle, pleasant sensation that some people describe as effervescent, like tiny bubbles, or like a soft touch, or like a gentle electrical current that's soothing rather than jarring. These tingles can cascade down the back of the head and neck, flowing down the spine, sometimes spreading to the shoulders or arms, creating waves of pleasant sensation that are deeply relaxing. Scientists studying ASMR have found that these sensations are associated with the release of endorphins and oxytocin, neurochemicals that promote bonding, reduce stress, and create feelings of well-being and safety. The tingles are your brain's way of rewarding you for finding a safe, peaceful environment, encouraging you to stay in this state, to rest and restore. Even if you don't experience the physical tingles, the neurochemical effects are still occurring, still helping your brain transition from beta to alpha, still preparing you for the deeper stages of sleep that await. Let's take a moment now, a gentle pause in our exploration, to simply notice what's present in your experience. Notice the quality of your breathing, how it might have slowed and deepened without any conscious effort on your part. Notice the feeling of your body, how it might feel heavier now, more settled, as if you're sinking just slightly into whatever surface supports you. Notice the quality of your thoughts, whether they've become slower, more spacious, less urgent and demanding. Notice any physical sensations, whether that's the classic ASMR tingles, or simply a general sense of relaxation, a softening of muscles, a release of tension. There's nothing you need to do with these observations, nowhere you need to go with them, no analysis required. Simply notice, simply be present with whatever is here, allowing your awareness to rest gently on your experience like morning light resting on still water. And in this noticing, in this gentle presence, your alpha waves continue to deepen, continue to slow, preparing the ground for the next stage of your journey, the transition from alpha into theta, from relaxed wakefulness into the drowsy threshold of sleep itself. Your brain is remarkably intelligent, far more sophisticated than any technology humans have created, and it knows exactly how to guide you into sleep. You don't have to try to sleep, don't have to force or control the process. In fact, trying to sleep often has the opposite effect, creating tension and frustration that keep you awake. Instead, your only job is to create the conditions that allow sleep to happen naturally, and that's exactly what we're doing here together. creating an environment of safety and calm, providing your brain with soothing stimuli, giving your body permission to rest, and then simply allowing the natural process to unfold. Your brain will take care of the rest, will guide you through the stages we're exploring, will orchestrate the complex dance of neurochemicals and electrical patterns that constitute the journey from waking to sleeping. All you need to do is rest here, listening to these words, following this gentle guidance, noticing the sensations and experiences that arise, and trusting that your brain knows the way, has made this journey thousands of times before, and will make it thousands of times again. As your alpha waves continue to flow through your consciousness, you might notice certain experiences that are characteristic of this state. Colors might seem more vivid when you close your eyes, patterns and shapes appearing against the darkness of your closed eyelids, gentle geometric forms or flowing abstract images that drift and shift without any effort or control on your part. This is your visual cortex, still active but no longer processing external stimuli, creating its own content, playing with the patterns and memories stored in your brain. These closed-eye visualizations are completely normal, a sign that you're relaxing deeply, that your brain is beginning to shift into more creative, less analytical modes of processing. Some people see colors, deep purples and blues, soft greens and golds, while others see shapes, spirals and waves, fractals and flowing forms. Whatever you see, or don't see, is perfect, exactly right for your unique brain and your current state of consciousness. You might also notice that sounds seem different in alpha, perhaps more distant, or more intimate, as if they're coming from inside your head rather than from external speakers or devices. This shift in auditory perception is another sign of deepening relaxation, your brain beginning to blur the boundaries between internal and external, between self and environment, a blurring that will become more pronounced as you move into theta and eventually into the complete dissolution of boundaries that characterizes deep delta sleep. Time itself might begin to feel different in alpha, less linear, less pressing. Minutes might seem to stretch or compress, and you might lose track of how long you've been listening, how long you've been resting here. This temporal distortion is another hallmark of alpha states, a sign that your brain is moving away from the time-bound, task-oriented consciousness of beta and into the more fluid, present-centered awareness of deeper relaxation. In beta, you're constantly aware of time, checking clocks, monitoring schedules, planning ahead and reviewing the past. But in alpha, the present moment expands, becomes more spacious, and past and future fade into the background, becoming less relevant, less demanding of your attention. This is one of the great gifts of alpha states, this release from the tyranny of time, this permission to simply be here now, without agenda, without schedule, without anywhere to go or anything to accomplish. And as you rest in this expanded present moment, your brain continues its work, continues to slow its electrical oscillations, continues to prepare you for the next stage of your journey into sleep. The transition from alpha to theta is gradual, not a sudden shift but a gentle fading, like twilight giving way to dusk, like the last light of day slowly dimming into the soft darkness of night. You might not notice the exact moment when alpha becomes theta, when your brain waves slow from 8 to 13 Hz down into the 4 to 8 Hz range that characterizes theta. But you will notice the effects, the changes in your experience that signal this deeper level of relaxation, this closer proximity to sleep itself. Theta is the realm of drowsiness, of that delicious state between waking and sleeping where you're still somewhat aware but no longer fully conscious, where thoughts become dreamlike and reality begins to soften and blur. This is the state you enter every single night as you fall asleep, though you might not remember it because memory formation becomes unreliable in theta, your brain too relaxed to bother encoding every moment, too focused on the process of transitioning into sleep to worry about creating records of the experience. But tonight, as we explore theta together, you might maintain just enough awareness to notice its qualities, to recognize its characteristics, even as you allow yourself to sink more deeply into its peaceful embrace. Theta waves are associated with creativity, with intuition, with access to the subconscious mind and the vast storehouse of memories and associations that lie beneath your everyday awareness. Many artists and inventors report that their best ideas come to them in theta states, in those drowsy moments just before sleep or just after waking, when the analytical, critical mind has relaxed its grip and deeper, more associative forms of thinking can emerge. In theta, your brain makes connections that would seem illogical in beta, links together ideas and images in novel ways, plays with possibilities without the constraints of rational analysis. This is why theta is such a valuable state, not just for sleep, but for creativity and problem solving, for accessing wisdom and insight that's not available to your waking, thinking mind. But tonight, we're not trying to solve problems or generate creative ideas. Tonight, we're simply allowing theta to do what it does best, which is to carry you gently towards sleep, to soften the boundaries of your consciousness, to prepare your brain and body for the deep restoration that awaits in the slower frequencies of delta and the paradoxical consciousness of REM sleep. As you enter theta, you might begin to experience what scientists call hypnagogic imagery, vivid mental images that appear spontaneously, without any conscious effort or intention on your part. These images are different from daydreams or visualizations, which you create deliberately. Hypnagogic images simply arise, appearing fully formed in your mind's eye, often strange or surreal, combining elements in ways that don't quite make sense but don't seem wrong either. You might see faces of people you don't recognize, or landscapes you've never visited, or objects that morph and transform, shifting from one thing to another in that fluid, dreamlike way that characterizes theta consciousness. These images are your brain beginning to dream, practicing the skills it will use more fully in REM sleep later in the night, creating narratives and scenarios from the raw material of your memories and experiences. Some people find hypnagogic imagery fascinating, enjoying the strange creativity of their drowsy mind, while others barely notice it, their awareness too diffused to focus on the images for more than a moment before they drift away. However you experience it, hypnagogic imagery is a clear sign that you're in theta, that you're approaching the threshold of sleep, that your conscious mind is beginning to release its hold on your awareness. You might also notice in theta that your body feels very heavy, almost as if you couldn't move even if you wanted to, though of course you could if you needed to. This heaviness is your muscles relaxing deeply, releasing all the subtle tension that keeps you upright and mobile during your waking hours. Your heart rate has slowed, your blood pressure has dropped, your breathing has become deep and regular, and your body temperature has begun to decrease slightly, all physiological changes that support the transition into sleep. Your brain is also releasing different neurochemicals now, reducing the production of wake-promoting substances like norepinephrine and increasing the production of sleep-promoting substances like adenosine and GABA. These chemical changes work in concert with the electrical changes of your brain waves, creating a cascade of effects that makes sleep not just possible but inevitable, pulling you gently but irresistibly toward the deeper stages of rest. And still, even as all these changes occur, you might maintain a thread of awareness, a quiet witnessing presence that observes the process without interfering, that notices the journey without trying to control or direct it. In this theta state, ASMR triggers can be particularly effective, particularly powerful in their ability to deepen your relaxation and accelerate your journey toward sleep. The tingles, if you experience them, might feel more intense now, more widespread, cascading through your body in waves of pleasant sensation. Or the general sense of calm and safety might deepen, becoming more profound, more all-encompassing, as if you're wrapped in a soft blanket of peace, protected and cared for, completely safe to let go and drift away. The whispered quality of these words might seem to come from very far away now, or from very close, intimate and personal, as if someone is sitting right beside you, watching over you as you rest, ensuring your safety and comfort. This sense of being cared for, of being attended to with gentle focus and kind intention, is deeply soothing to your nervous system, allowing you to release the vigilance that you maintain throughout your day, the constant scanning for threats or problems, the readiness to respond to demands or challenges. Here, in this theta state, with these gentle ASMR triggers supporting your relaxation, you can finally let down your guard completely, can trust that you're safe, that you can rest, that sleep is not only permitted but encouraged, welcomed, celebrated as the gift it truly is. Let's rest here for a moment in theta, not trying to go deeper, not trying to do anything at all, simply allowing yourself to float in this peaceful state, this threshold between waking and sleeping. Notice how your thoughts, if you have any, are becoming more dreamlike, less logical, more associative and fluid. Notice how your body feels, heavy and relaxed, comfortable and at ease. Notice the quality of your awareness itself, how it's becoming softer, more diffuse, less focused and more expansive, like fog settling over a landscape, obscuring details but creating a sense of mystery and peace. There's nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to go. You can simply rest here, floating in theta, allowing the gentle current of your brain's natural rhythms to carry you wherever you need to go, trusting the process, surrendering to the wisdom of your body and brain. And as you rest here, your brain continues its work, continues to slow its oscillations, continues to prepare you for stage 1 sleep, that first official stage of sleep where theta waves dominate your consciousness and you cross the threshold from waking into sleeping, though the boundary is so subtle, so gradual, that you might not notice the exact moment of crossing. Stage 1 sleep is brief, usually lasting only 5 to 10 minutes, a transitional stage between wakefulness and deeper sleep. In stage 1, your theta waves become more pronounced, more dominant, and you lose awareness of your external environment, no longer processing sounds or sensations in the same way you did when you were awake. If someone were to wake you from stage 1 sleep, you might insist that you weren't sleeping at all, that you were just resting with your eyes closed, because the experience of stage 1 is so similar to deep relaxation, so close to waking consciousness that the distinction can be hard to perceive. But your brain knows the difference, recognizes that you've crossed the threshold, and it continues to guide you deeper, preparing you for stage 2 sleep, where the real work of sleep maintenance begins, where your brain creates special patterns of electrical activity designed to protect your sleep and keep you from waking too easily. But we're not quite there yet. We're still in this beautiful theta state, still floating in this peaceful drowsiness, still enjoying the gentle sensations and quiet awareness that characterize this stage of the journey. As you rest here in theta, you might notice that your sense of your body is changing, becoming less defined, less solid. You might not be entirely sure where your hands are, or whether your legs are crossed or straight, and this uncertainty is perfectly fine, perfectly normal for theta states. Your brain is reducing its attention to proprioception, the sense of your body's position in space, because this information is less relevant when you're lying still, preparing to sleep. This reduction in body awareness can create interesting sensations, sometimes feeling as if you're floating, or as if your body is expanding or contracting, or as if the boundaries between your body and the environment are becoming less clear. Some people experience a sensation of falling or jerking awake suddenly, a hypnic jerk as it's called, caused by your muscles relaxing so quickly that your brain briefly interprets the sensation as falling and triggers a protective response. If this happens, don't worry, don't interpret it as a failure or a setback. Simply notice it, allow your body to settle again, and continue resting, knowing that these jerks are completely normal, experienced by most people as they transition into sleep, just another part of the fascinating process we're exploring together. The beauty of theta, the gift of this drowsy state, is that it requires nothing from you, demands nothing, asks only that you allow it, that you surrender to it, that you stop trying to control or direct your experience and simply let yourself be carried by the natural rhythms of your brain and body. This surrender can be challenging for people who are used to being in control, who spend their days making decisions and solving problems and directing their attention deliberately. But sleep requires a different approach, requires you to trust, to let go, to allow your unconscious processes to take over and guide you into the restoration you need. And the more you can practice this surrender, this letting go, the more easily you'll be able to fall asleep, not just tonight but every night, training your brain to recognize the signals that it's time to release waking consciousness and embrace the healing darkness of sleep. So practice now, practice letting go. Practice surrendering to the gentle pull of theta, to the soft whisper of these words, to the peaceful heaviness of your relaxed body, to the quiet fading of your thoughts into the dreamlike imagery of your drowsy mind. Your brain waves are slowing, 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 dropping from the higher end of theta down toward the lower frequencies, 4 Hz, 3 Hz, approaching the boundary with delta, those very slow waves that characterize the deepest stages of sleep. But before we reach delta, before we descend into that profound restoration, we'll pass through stage 2 sleep, a fascinating stage that occupies about half of your total sleep time each night, a stage characterized by continued theta waves, but also by special patterns of brain activity that appear nowhere else in your sleep cycle. These special patterns are called sleep spindles and K-complexes, and they're some of the most interesting phenomena in all of sleep science. Brief bursts of electrical activity that serve specific purposes in maintaining your sleep and processing your memories. But we'll explore those in detail soon. For now, simply rest here in theta, enjoying this peaceful drowsiness, this gentle fading of consciousness, this soft transition from waking to sleeping. Notice how easy it is to simply be here, how little effort is required, how your brain and body know exactly what to do, how the process unfolds naturally when you create the right conditions and then step back and allow it to happen. As we rest here together in this theta state, let's take another extended pause, a longer moment of simple presence, allowing the silence to deepen your relaxation, allowing the absence of words to create space for your consciousness to drift even further towards sleep. In this pause, you might notice sounds in your environment, the hum of a fan or the distant sound of traffic, or you might notice only the sound of your own breathing, slow and deep and regular. You might notice the feeling of your body, heavy and relaxed, or you might notice that your awareness of your body has faded almost completely. You might notice thoughts drifting through your mind like clouds across a vast sky, or you might notice that thoughts have become so infrequent, so quiet, that your mind feels almost empty, almost silent. Whatever you notice, or don't notice, is perfect, exactly right for this moment, exactly where you need to be on your journey towards sleep. So simply rest now, simply be, allowing the pause to hold you, allowing the silence to support you, allowing your brain to continue its work of slowing its electrical oscillations, preparing you for the deeper stages of sleep that await. And as we emerge gently from that pause, you might notice that you feel even more relaxed, even more drowsy, even closer to sleep than you were before. This is the cumulative effect of all the elements we've been exploring together, the ASMR triggers and the brainwave awareness, the gentle guidance and the extended pauses, all working together to create the optimal conditions for sleep. Your alpha waves have given way almost entirely to theta now, and you're resting in that beautiful drowsy state, that threshold consciousness where you're still somewhat aware but no longer fully awake, where sleep is not just approaching but has perhaps already begun, though you might not have noticed the exact moment of transition. And this is perfect, exactly as it should be, because sleep is not something that happens suddenly, not a switch that flips from on to off, but rather a gradual process, a gentle fading, a soft descent through layers of consciousness, each one deeper and more restful than the last. Your journey through theta has prepared you beautifully for what comes next, for the transition into stage 2 sleep, where your brain will create those special patterns we mentioned, those sleep spindles and K-complexes that protect your sleep and help consolidate your memories. But even as we prepare to explore stage 2, know that you don't have to follow every word, don't have to understand every concept. You can simply let the words wash over you like gentle waves, let the whispered explanations become a soothing background, a soft soundtrack to your descent into deeper sleep. Your conscious mind can rest, can release its need to understand and analyze, can simply drift away, while some deeper part of you, some unconscious awareness, continues to listen, continues to absorb, continues to be guided gently toward the restoration you need. So let go now. Let go of any remaining effort, any remaining attention, and simply allow yourself to sink deeper, to drift further, to float gently on the theta waves that are carrying you toward the profound peace of deep sleep. Stage 2 sleep, where we're heading now, is where your brain begins to create those distinctive patterns of electrical activity that appear nowhere else in your sleep cycle. Sleep spindles are brief bursts of brain activity, lasting only a second or two, where your neurons fire in rapid synchrony, creating a spike of electrical activity that looks like a spindle shape when recorded on an EEG machine. These spindles occur periodically throughout stage 2 sleep, appearing every few minutes, and they serve multiple purposes. First, they help protect your sleep by making you less responsive to external stimuli, essentially turning down the volume on sensory input so that sounds or movements in your environment are less likely to wake you. Second, they play a crucial role in memory consolidation, helping to transfer information from your short-term memory to your long-term memory, integrating the experiences and learning of your day into the vast network of knowledge and skills you've accumulated throughout your life. Research has shown that people who produce more sleep spindles tend to have better memory performance, and that sleep spindles increase after days of intensive learning, as if your brain is working overtime to process and store all the new information you've acquired. K-complexes are the other distinctive feature of stage 2 sleep, single large waves of electrical activity that appear suddenly, lasting about a second, looking like a sharp peak followed by a deep valley when recorded on an EEG. K-complexes can occur spontaneously, generated by your brain's internal processes, or they can be triggered by external stimuli, appearing in response to sounds or other sensory input. When a K-complex is triggered by an external stimulus, it serves as a kind of sentinel, your brain briefly checking whether the stimulus is important enough to warrant waking up, and if it's not, The K complex helps you stay asleep, suppressing the arousal response and allowing you to continue resting. K complexes also play a role in memory consolidation and in maintaining the slow oscillations that characterize deeper sleep stages, helping to coordinate the activity of different brain regions and ensuring that your sleep remains stable and restorative. Together, sleep spindles and K complexes make stage 2 sleep a fascinating and complex stage, far more than just a transition between lighter and deeper sleep, but rather an active, dynamic state where your brain is doing important work, protecting your sleep, processing your memories, and preparing you for the profound restoration of stage 3. As you enter stage 2 sleep, your theta waves continue, but they're now punctuated by these spindles and K complexes, creating a more complex pattern of electrical activity. Your body continues to relax, your heart rate continues to slow, your body temperature continues to drop, and you become less and less responsive to your environment, more and more deeply asleep. If someone were to wake you from stage 2 sleep, you would know that you had been sleeping, unlike stage 1, where you might have been uncertain. Stage 2 sleep occupies about 45 to 55% of your total sleep time, making it the most common stage, the one you spend the most time in throughout the night. This might seem surprising, given that stage 2 is not as deep as stage 3, not as dramatic as REM sleep, but stage 2 is incredibly important, providing a stable foundation for your sleep, a platform from which you can descend into deeper stages and from which you can ascend into lighter stages or into waking if necessary. Stage 2 is the workhorse of your sleep cycle, steady and reliable, doing the essential work of memory consolidation and sleep maintenance that allows you to wake feeling rested and restored. In stage 2, your experience of consciousness, if you have any awareness at all, becomes even more dreamlike, even more disconnected from external reality. You're no longer processing sensory information in any meaningful way, no longer aware of sounds or temperatures or the feeling of your body against the bed. Your sense of time has disappeared completely, and you have no idea whether you've been asleep for minutes or hours. Your thoughts, if they occur at all, are fragmentary and illogical, brief flashes of imagery or sensation that appear and disappear without any narrative coherence. This is not yet the vivid, story-like dreaming of REM sleep, but rather a more primitive form of mental activity, your brain processing information and consolidating memories in ways that don't create conscious experiences, or that create only the barest wisps of awareness, too fleeting and insubstantial to be remembered upon waking. And this is perfect, exactly as it should be, because stage 2 is not about conscious experience, not about awareness or understanding, but rather about the unconscious work your brain needs to do, the behind-the-scenes processing that happens when your conscious mind is offline, when your awareness has faded into the background and your brain can focus entirely on restoration and consolidation. The sleep spindles that characterize stage 2 have a particular rhythm, a particular frequency, oscillating at about 12 to 16 Hz, which is actually faster than the theta waves that form the background of stage 2 sleep. This creates an interesting pattern: slow theta waves with brief bursts of faster spindle activity superimposed on them, like ripples on the surface of a slow-moving river. These spindles are generated by interactions between your thalamus, a deep brain structure that acts as a relay station for sensory information, and your cortex, the outer layer of your brain where higher-level processing occurs. The thalamus sends rhythmic signals to the cortex, and the cortex responds, creating a feedback loop that generates the spindle pattern. This interaction between thalamus and cortex is crucial for the memory consolidation that occurs during stage 2 sleep, allowing information to be transferred from temporary storage in the hippocampus to more permanent storage in the cortical networks that hold your long-term memories. So even though you're not aware of it, even though you have no conscious experience of the process, your brain is actively working during stage 2 sleep, strengthening the neural connections that encode your memories, integrating new information with old, creating the rich tapestry of knowledge and experience that makes you who you are. K-complexes, those sharp peaks and valleys of electrical activity, are thought to play a role in protecting your sleep from disruption, but they may also serve other functions that scientists are still working to understand. Some research suggests that K-complexes help to suppress cortical arousal, keeping your brain in a sleep state even when external stimuli might otherwise wake you. Other research suggests that K-complexes play a role in memory consolidation, similar to sleep spindles, helping to coordinate the transfer of information between different brain regions. Still, other research suggests that K-complexes might be involved in regulating your sleep-wake cycle, helping to maintain the appropriate balance between sleep and waking over the course of the night. The truth is likely that K-complexes serve multiple functions, that they're a multi-purpose tool your brain uses to maintain and optimize your sleep, and that we're still in the early stages of understanding all the ways they contribute to your rest and restoration. But what's clear is that K-complexes are important, that they're a distinctive and essential feature of stage 2 sleep, and that their presence indicates that your brain is doing exactly what it needs to do, protecting your sleep and processing your experiences so that you can wake feeling refreshed and ready for a new day. As you rest in stage 2 sleep, Your body continues to undergo changes that support deep restoration. Your immune system becomes more active, producing cytokines and other immune factors that help fight off infections and promote healing. Your muscles continue to relax, releasing any remaining tension, allowing your body to rest completely. Your digestive system slows down, conserving energy for other restorative processes. Your endocrine system adjusts hormone levels, reducing cortisol, the stress hormone, and increasing growth hormone, which promotes tissue repair and regeneration. All of these changes happen automatically, without any conscious effort or awareness on your part, orchestrated by your brain and body working together in perfect harmony, doing what they've evolved to do over millions of years, restoring and repairing and preparing you for the challenges and opportunities of the day ahead. And all you have to do is rest, is allow the process to unfold, is trust that your body knows what it needs and will take care of itself if you simply give it the time and space to do so. The transition from stage 2 to stage 3 sleep is marked by the appearance of delta waves, those very slow oscillations that characterize the deepest stage of sleep. Delta waves oscillate at a frequency of just 0.5 Hz to 4 Hz, much slower than the theta waves of stage 2, creating a pattern of electrical activity that looks like long, rolling hills when recorded on an EEG machine. As delta waves begin to appear, mixed in with the theta waves and sleep spindles and K-complexes of stage 2, you're entering what's called slow-wave sleep, or deep sleep, the most restorative stage of your sleep cycle. In stage 3, delta waves come to dominate your brain's electrical activity, occupying more and more of the EEG recording until they represent at least 20% of your brain waves, the threshold that defines stage 3 sleep. And as you descend into stage 3, into this deep delta sleep, your consciousness fades almost completely, your awareness dissolves into the profound darkness of deep rest, and your brain and body engage in the most intensive restoration of the entire night. Stage 3 sleep, deep slow-wave sleep, is where the magic happens, where your body does its most important repair work, where your brain consolidates memories and clears out metabolic waste, where you experience the most profound rest and restoration of your entire sleep cycle. In stage 3, you're very difficult to wake, unresponsive to most external stimuli, deeply unconscious in a way that's qualitatively different from the lighter stages of sleep. If someone does manage to wake you from stage 3 sleep, you'll feel groggy and disoriented, confused about where you are and what's happening, because your brain needs time to transition back to waking consciousness, to restart all the systems that have been powered down during deep sleep. This grogginess, called sleep inertia, can last for several minutes or even longer, and it's a clear indication of just how deeply you were sleeping, how far your consciousness had descended into the restorative darkness of delta waves. Stage 3 sleep is most abundant in the first third of the night, with your first cycle of deep sleep being the longest and deepest, and subsequent cycles containing less and less stage 3 sleep as the night progresses and your need for deep restoration is gradually satisfied. Delta waves, those slow, rolling oscillations that define stage 3 sleep, are generated by large populations of neurons firing in synchrony, creating coordinated waves of electrical activity that sweep across your cortex like tides across an ocean. This synchronization is remarkable, millions of neurons acting together, creating a unified pattern of activity that's visible on an EEG recording as those characteristic slow waves. The synchronization of delta waves is thought to be important for memory consolidation, allowing different brain regions to communicate and coordinate, transferring information from temporary storage to permanent storage, integrating new experiences with existing knowledge. Delta waves are also associated with the release of growth hormone, which promotes tissue repair and regeneration, helping your body recover from the wear and tear of daily life. And delta waves are associated with the clearance of metabolic waste from your brain, a process that occurs primarily during deep sleep, when the spaces between your brain cells expand slightly, allowing cerebrospinal fluid to flow through and wash away the accumulated waste products of neural activity. This waste clearance process, sometimes called the glymphatic system, is one of the most important functions of deep sleep, and it may help explain why sleep is so essential for brain health and why chronic sleep deprivation is associated with increased risk of neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's. During your waking hours, your brain cells are constantly active, constantly consuming energy and producing waste products, including proteins like beta amyloid that can accumulate and form the plaques associated with Alzheimer's disease. During deep sleep, when your brain is less active and your neurons are firing in those slow, synchronized delta wave patterns, the spaces between your brain cells expand by up to 60%, allowing cerebrospinal fluid to flow through more easily and carry away these waste products, essentially giving your brain a deep cleaning that can only happen during sleep. This is why sleep is not optional, not a luxury but a necessity, because without adequate deep sleep, without sufficient time in stage 3 delta wave sleep, your brain cannot clear out these waste products, and they begin to accumulate, potentially contributing to cognitive decline and disease over time. In stage 3 sleep, your body also engages in intensive physical restoration, repairing tissues, building muscle, strengthening bones, and supporting immune function. Growth hormone, which is released primarily during deep sleep, stimulates protein synthesis and cell division, helping your body grow and repair itself. This is why children and adolescents, who are still growing, spend more time in deep sleep than adults, and why athletes and people recovering from injuries need more deep sleep to support their body's repair processes. Your immune system is also particularly active during deep sleep, producing cytokines and antibodies, strengthening your defenses against infections and diseases. Studies have shown that people who don't get enough deep sleep are more susceptible to infections, more likely to get sick when exposed to viruses, and slower to recover from illnesses. So deep sleep is not just about feeling rested, not just about mental restoration, but also about physical health, about giving your body the time and resources it needs to maintain itself, to repair damage, to stay strong and resilient in the face of the challenges and stresses of daily life. As you rest in stage 3 sleep, in this deep delta wave state, your experience of consciousness is minimal or absent entirely. You're not dreaming in the vivid, narrative way that characterizes REM sleep, though some research suggests that a form of thought-like mental activity may occur even in deep sleep, brief, fragmentary, non-visual thoughts that are rarely remembered upon waking. But for the most part, stage 3 sleep is characterized by an absence of conscious experience, a profound unconsciousness that's as close to non-existence as you can get while still being alive. This might sound frightening, this idea of consciousness dissolving completely, but in fact it's deeply restful, deeply peaceful, a release from the constant activity of your waking mind, a break from the endless stream of thoughts and sensations and emotions that occupy your awareness during your waking hours. In deep sleep, you get to simply not be, to rest so completely that even the sense of self fades away, and this complete rest is essential for your well-being, for your ability to function and thrive when you're awake. The delta waves of stage 3 sleep have a particular quality, a particular rhythm, that's deeply restorative not just for your brain but for your entire nervous system. These slow oscillations, cycling just once or twice per second, create a pattern of activity that's fundamentally different from the faster rhythms of waking consciousness, and this difference is important because it allows your brain to engage in processes that can't happen when you're awake, processes that require this specific slow wave pattern. One of these processes is synaptic homeostasis, the idea that during your waking hours, as you learn and experience new things, your synapses, the connections between neurons, become stronger and more numerous, and that during sleep, Particularly during deep slow wave sleep, your brain prunes back these connections, weakening or eliminating the less important ones and strengthening the most important ones, essentially optimizing your neural networks for efficiency and effectiveness. This pruning process is thought to be essential for learning and memory, because without it, your brain would become saturated with connections, unable to form new memories or learn new skills because all the available synaptic space would be occupied by old, less relevant information. Another process that occurs during delta wave sleep is the consolidation of declarative memories, the facts and events and experiences that you can consciously recall and describe. During your waking hours, these memories are initially encoded in your hippocampus, a structure deep in your brain that's specialized for forming new memories. But the hippocampus has limited capacity, and memories can't stay there permanently. During deep sleep, particularly during the slow wave sleep of stage 3, these memories are gradually transferred from the hippocampus to the cortex, where they can be stored more permanently, integrated with your existing knowledge and experiences. This transfer process is thought to be facilitated by the slow oscillations of delta waves, which coordinate activity between the hippocampus and the cortex, allowing information to flow from one to the other. Research has shown that people who are deprived of deep sleep have impaired memory consolidation, struggling to remember information they learned before sleep, while people who get adequate deep sleep show improved memory performance, better able to recall and use the information they've learned. As you rest in this deep delta wave sleep, your brain is doing all of this important work, consolidating memories, clearing waste, optimizing neural networks, all while you remain blissfully unconscious, unaware of the complex processes unfolding in your sleeping brain. And this is one of the beautiful paradoxes of sleep, that the time when you're least aware, least conscious, is also the time when some of the most important processes for your health and well-being are occurring. Sleep is not a passive state, not a simple absence of waking, but rather an active, dynamic process, a different mode of brain function that's just as important as waking consciousness, just as essential for your survival and flourishing. And the more you can appreciate this, the more you can value sleep not as time wasted but as time invested in your health and well-being, the more easily you'll be able to prioritize sleep, to give yourself permission to rest, to create the conditions that allow for deep, restorative sleep night after night. The amount of deep sleep you get each night varies depending on many factors, including your age, your sleep debt, your stress levels, and your overall health. Young children spend a large proportion of their sleep time in stage 3, sometimes as much as 40%, because their brains and bodies are growing rapidly and need intensive restoration. As you age, the amount of deep sleep you get gradually decreases, with older adults sometimes getting very little stage 3 sleep at all, though they still spend plenty of time in stage 2 and REM sleep. This decrease in deep sleep with age may contribute to some of the cognitive changes associated with aging, and it's one reason why maintaining good sleep habits becomes even more important as you get older. If you've been sleep deprived, if you haven't been getting enough sleep in recent nights, your brain will prioritize deep sleep, spending more time in stage 3 to make up for the deficit, a phenomenon called sleep rebound. This is your brain's way of ensuring that you get the restoration you need, even if it means sacrificing some time in other sleep stages. Stress and anxiety can interfere with deep sleep, making it harder to reach stage 3 or reducing the amount of time you spend there. When you're stressed, your body produces cortisol and other stress hormones that promote wakefulness and alertness, making it difficult for your brain to generate the slow, synchronized delta waves that characterize deep sleep. This is why stress management and relaxation techniques, like the ASMR triggers and gentle guidance we've been exploring together, are so important for sleep quality. By reducing stress and promoting relaxation, by helping your brain transition from beta to alpha to theta, you're creating the conditions that allow for deep delta wave sleep, giving your brain and body the opportunity to engage in the intensive restoration that only happens in stage 3. And the more consistently you can create these conditions, the more regularly you can achieve deep sleep, the better you'll feel, the more resilient you'll be, the more capable of handling the challenges and stresses of your waking life. Let's rest here for a moment in this deep delta wave state, allowing the slow oscillations to wash through your consciousness, or through the absence of consciousness, allowing your brain and body to do their restorative work without any interference or effort on your part. There's nothing you need to do, nothing you need to think about, nothing you need to understand or remember. You can simply be here, deeply asleep, profoundly at rest, allowing the delta waves to carry you into the most restorative state your brain and body can achieve. And as you rest here, know that every moment you spend in this deep sleep is a gift you're giving yourself, an investment in your health and well-being, a commitment to taking care of yourself in the most fundamental way possible. Sleep is not selfish, not a waste of time, but rather an essential act of self-care, a recognition that you are valuable, that your health matters, that you deserve rest and restoration and the opportunity to wake feeling refreshed and ready to engage fully with your life. After spending time in deep stage 3 sleep, your brain will gradually begin to transition back toward lighter sleep stages, moving from delta back into theta, from stage 3 back into stage 2, and eventually into a completely different kind of sleep, a stage that's so unique, so different from all the other stages, that it deserves its own category. This stage is called REM sleep, which stands for Rapid Eye Movement Sleep, named for the characteristic quick, darting movements of your eyes that occur during this stage, even though your eyelids are closed. REM sleep is paradoxical, a state where your brain is highly active, almost as active as when you're awake, but your body is deeply relaxed, even paralyzed, unable to move except for your eyes and your breathing muscles. This combination of an active brain and a paralyzed body creates the perfect conditions for vivid, immersive dreaming, the kind of dreams that have narratives and characters and emotions, the dreams you're most likely to remember when you wake up. REM sleep first occurs about 70 to 90 minutes after you fall asleep, after you've progressed through stages 1, 2, and 3, and this first REM period is usually brief, lasting only 5 to 10 minutes. But as the night progresses, as you cycle through multiple sleep cycles, your REM periods become longer and longer, with your final REM period of the night potentially lasting up to an hour. By the end of a full night's sleep, you've typically spent about 20 to 25% of your total sleep time in REM, though this percentage varies with age, with infants spending as much as 50% of their sleep time in REM, and older adults spending somewhat less. REM sleep is essential for many aspects of your mental and emotional health, playing crucial roles in memory consolidation, particularly for procedural memories and emotional memories, in emotional regulation, helping you process and integrate emotional experiences, and in creativity and problem solving, allowing your brain to make novel connections and generate new insights. The brain activity during REM sleep is fascinating and complex, with different regions showing different patterns of activation. Your visual cortex is highly active, generating the vivid imagery of dreams, even though your eyes are closed and you're not receiving any visual input from the external world. Your limbic system, the emotional centers of your brain, is also highly active, which explains why dreams often have strong emotional content, why you might feel fear or joy or sadness or excitement in your dreams, sometimes more intensely than you feel these emotions in waking life. Your prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for logical thinking and executive control, is less active during REM sleep, which explains why dreams often have illogical or impossible elements, why the narrative of a dream can shift suddenly without any explanation, why you might accept bizarre situations in dreams that you would immediately recognize as impossible if you were awake. This pattern of activation, with sensory and emotional regions highly active and logical regions less active, creates the unique quality of dream consciousness, a state that's vivid and immersive but also fluid and illogical, bound by different rules than waking consciousness. The paralysis that occurs during REM sleep, called rematonia, is caused by your brainstem actively inhibiting your motor neurons, preventing signals from your brain from reaching your muscles. This paralysis is protective, preventing you from acting out your dreams, from moving your body in response to the vivid experiences you're having in your sleeping mind. Without rematonia, you might thrash around, potentially injuring yourself or your bed partner as you physically respond to dream events. There's actually a sleep disorder called REM sleep behavior disorder where this paralysis doesn't occur properly, and people do act out their dreams, sometimes violently, which can be dangerous and distressing. But for most people, rematonia works perfectly, keeping your body still and safe while your mind roams freely through the landscape of dreams. The only muscles that aren't paralyzed during REM sleep are your diaphragm and other breathing muscles, which continue to function automatically, and your eye muscles, which create those rapid eye movements that give REM sleep its name. Scientists aren't entirely sure why your eyes move during REM sleep, but one theory is that the eye movements correspond to the visual imagery of your dreams, as if you're looking around in the dream environment, though this theory is still debated. Dreaming during REM sleep serves multiple functions, though scientists are still working to fully understand all the roles that dreams play in your mental and emotional health. One important function is emotional regulation, the processing and integration of emotional experiences. During REM sleep, your brain reactivates emotional memories, replaying them in the context of dreams, but with reduced levels of norepinephrine, a stress hormone that's normally present when you experience strong emotions while awake. This allows you to process emotional experiences without the full intensity of the original emotion, essentially desensitizing yourself to the emotional content, making it easier to cope with difficult experiences and move forward. Research has shown that people who are deprived of REM sleep have more difficulty regulating their emotions, showing increased emotional reactivity and reduced ability to cope with stress. REM sleep and dreaming also play a role in consolidating procedural memories, the skills and habits that you perform automatically without conscious thought, like riding a bike or playing a musical instrument. Studies have shown that people who practice a new skill and then get a full night's sleep, including REM sleep, show better performance the next day than people who practice the same amount but don't sleep, suggesting that REM sleep helps to solidify and optimize the neural pathways involved in skill learning. Creativity and problem-solving are also enhanced by REM sleep and dreaming, because the unique pattern of brain activity during REM allows for novel associations and connections that might not occur during waking consciousness. The reduced activity in your prefrontal cortex means that your brain is less constrained by logic and convention, more free to explore unusual combinations and possibilities. Many famous examples exist of creative insights and scientific discoveries that occurred in dreams or immediately upon waking from REM sleep, from Paul McCartney's Melody for Yesterday to August Kekula Copyright's discovery of the structure of benzene, supposedly inspired by a dream of a snake biting its own tail. While not every dream will lead to a creative breakthrough, the general principle holds that REM sleep and dreaming allow your brain to process information in ways that are different from waking thought, potentially leading to insights and solutions that wouldn't be accessible through conscious, logical analysis alone. This is why the advice to sleep on it when facing a difficult problem is actually scientifically sound, because a night of sleep, particularly REM sleep, can help your brain find new perspectives and solutions. The content of dreams is endlessly fascinating, varying from mundane replays of daily events to bizarre, surreal scenarios that seem to have no connection to your waking life. Dreams often incorporate elements from your recent experiences, a phenomenon called day residue, where events or concerns from the previous day or two appear in your dreams, sometimes directly and sometimes in disguised or symbolic form. Dreams also draw on your long-term memories, your hopes and fears, your unresolved conflicts and deepest desires, weaving all of these elements together into narratives that can be meaningful or nonsensical, emotionally powerful or emotionally neutral. Some theories of dreaming suggest that dreams are your brain's way of making sense of random neural activity, creating stories to explain the patterns of activation that occur during REM sleep. Other theories suggest that dreams have deeper psychological significance, that they reveal unconscious thoughts and feelings, that they serve as a kind of internal therapy, helping you work through emotional issues and integrate different aspects of your psyche. The truth is likely that dreams serve multiple functions and have multiple levels of meaning, that they're both random and meaningful, both nonsensical and profound, depending on the specific dream and the specific dreamer. As you rest in REM sleep, experiencing vivid dreams or simply floating in the unique consciousness of this paradoxical state, your body continues to benefit from the rest, even though your brain is active. Your muscles are completely relaxed, released from all tension, and this deep muscular relaxation is restorative in itself, allowing your body to recover from the physical demands of your waking hours. Your heart rate and breathing become more variable during REM sleep, sometimes speeding up and sometimes slowing down, reflecting the emotional content of your dreams and the changing patterns of brain activity. Your body temperature regulation becomes less effective during REM sleep, making you more sensitive to the temperature of your environment, which is why it's important to keep your bedroom at a comfortable temperature for sleep. And your brain, despite being highly active, is still engaging in important restorative processes, still consolidating memories and processing emotions, still doing the essential work that can only happen during sleep. The cycling between non-REM sleep, stages 1 through 3, and REM sleep continues throughout the night, with each complete cycle lasting about 90 minutes on average, though this can vary from 70 to 120 minutes depending on the individual and the specific cycle. In a typical night of 7 to 8 hours of sleep, you'll go through 4 to 6 complete sleep cycles, each one containing some time in stage 2, possibly some time in stage 3, especially in the earlier cycles, and some time in REM, with REM periods getting longer as the night progresses. This cycling is orchestrated by complex interactions between different brain regions and different neurochemical systems, with some systems promoting wakefulness, some promoting non-REM sleep, and some promoting REM sleep, all working together in a carefully balanced dance that ensures you get the right amounts of each sleep stage. Understanding this cycling can help you appreciate why it's important to get a full night's sleep, not just a few hours, because if you cut your sleep short, you'll miss out on the longer REM periods that occur in the later part of the night, and you'll wake up having gotten less of the emotional processing and creative problem-solving benefits that REM sleep provides. The architecture of sleep, this pattern of cycling through different stages, is remarkably consistent across individuals and across nights, though it can be disrupted by various factors including stress, alcohol, medications, and sleep disorders. Alcohol, for example, might help you fall asleep initially, but it suppresses REM sleep, particularly in the first half of the night, meaning you get less of the emotional and cognitive benefits that REM provides. Many medications, including some antidepressants and sleep aids, also affect sleep architecture, sometimes suppressing REM or reducing deep slow-wave sleep. And sleep disorders like sleep apnea or restless leg syndrome can fragment your sleep, causing frequent brief awakenings that prevent you from progressing through the normal sleep stages, leaving you feeling unrefreshed even if you spent enough time in bed. This is why sleep quality is just as important as sleep quantity, why it's not enough to simply spend 8 hours in bed if those 8 hours are filled with disrupted, fragmented sleep that doesn't allow for proper cycling through all the sleep stages. As we explore this complete picture of sleep architecture, this understanding of how your brain moves through different states of consciousness throughout the night, you might be developing a deeper appreciation for the complexity and importance of sleep, for the remarkable processes that unfold while you're unconscious, for the essential restoration that occurs when you give yourself permission to rest fully and completely. Sleep is not a simple on-off switch, not a single uniform state, but rather a rich, complex journey through different landscapes of consciousness, each one serving specific functions, each one contributing to your overall health and well-being in unique ways. And the more you understand this journey, the more you can appreciate why sleep matters, why it's worth prioritizing, why it's worth creating the conditions that allow for deep, restorative sleep night after night. This understanding itself can be relaxing, can help you let go of any anxiety or frustration about sleep, can help you trust that your brain knows what it's doing, that it will guide you through the stages you need if you simply create the right conditions and then step back and allow the process to unfold naturally. Let's take another extended pause here, another moment of simple rest, allowing all of this information about sleep stages and brain waves and dreaming to settle into your awareness, or to drift away entirely if you're already deeply asleep, no longer consciously following these words but simply resting in the peaceful darkness of deep sleep or the vivid landscape of dreams. In this pause, there's nothing you need to do, nothing you need to remember, nothing you need to understand. You can simply be here, resting, sleeping, allowing your brain and body to do whatever they need to do, trusting the process, surrendering to the natural rhythms of your sleep cycle. And as you rest here, know that every moment of sleep is valuable, every stage serves a purpose, every cycle brings you closer to the restoration and renewal you need to wake feeling refreshed and ready to engage fully with your life. The integration of all these sleep stages, the way they work together to provide complete restoration, is one of the most beautiful aspects of sleep science. Stage 2 sleep, with its sleep spindles and K-complexes, protects your sleep and consolidates memories. Stage 3 sleep, with its slow delta waves, provides deep physical and mental restoration, clears metabolic waste from your brain, and optimizes your neural networks. REM sleep, with its paradoxical combination of an active brain and a paralyzed body, processes emotions, consolidates procedural memories, and enhances creativity and problem solving. And the cycling between these stages, the rhythm of descent into deep sleep followed by ascent into REM, repeated multiple times throughout the night, ensures that you get the right balance of all these different types of restoration, that no essential function is neglected, that you wake feeling truly rested and renewed. This is why it's so important to get a full night's sleep, to give yourself enough time in bed to complete multiple sleep cycles, to allow your brain to orchestrate this complex dance of different sleep stages, each one building on the others, each one contributing to your overall well-being. The relationship between ASMR and sleep becomes even clearer when we understand this complete picture of sleep architecture. ASMR triggers, those gentle sounds and soft sensations we explored earlier, help you transition from beta to alpha, from waking alertness to relaxed awareness, and this is the crucial first step in the journey towards sleep. By reducing stress and promoting relaxation, ASMR helps your brain begin to produce the slower brain waves that characterize sleep, making it easier to fall asleep and to progress through the early sleep stages. The sense of safety and calm that ASMR creates can help protect your sleep throughout the night, reducing the likelihood of stress-related awakenings, supporting the natural cycling through sleep stages. And the positive associations you build with ASMR, the conditioning that occurs when you regularly use ASMR content as part of your bedtime routine, can make it easier to fall asleep over time, as your brain learns to associate these triggers with sleep and begins the transition towards sleep more quickly and easily whenever you encounter them. The science of ASMR is still relatively new, with the first peer-reviewed research papers on the topic published only in the last decade, but the findings so far are promising and fascinating. Studies using functional MRI have shown that ASMR triggers activate brain regions associated with reward and emotional arousal, including the nucleus accumbens and the medial prefrontal cortex, suggesting that ASMR creates feelings of pleasure and positive emotion. Other studies have shown that ASMR reduces heart rate and increases skin conductance, physiological markers of relaxation and parasympathetic nervous system activation. Research published in 2024 found that people who experience ASMR show increased connectivity between sensory and emotional brain regions, suggesting that ASMR might involve a unique form of sensory-emotional integration, a blending of physical sensations with emotional responses that creates the characteristic tingling and feelings of well-being. And studies examining the effects of ASMR on sleep have found that people who listen to ASMR content before bed report falling asleep more quickly, sleeping more soundly, and waking feeling more refreshed, though more research is needed to fully understand the mechanisms behind these benefits. One particularly interesting finding from recent ASMR research is that the experience of ASMR tingles is associated with increased alpha and theta brain wave activity, exactly the frequencies that characterize relaxation and the early stages of sleep. This suggests that ASMR might work by directly influencing brain wave patterns, helping to shift your brain from the higher frequency beta waves of waking alertness to the slower frequencies that support sleep. This brain wave entrainment effect might explain why ASMR is so effective for sleep, why it can help you fall asleep more quickly and easily than simply lying in bed trying to relax. By providing your brain with specific sensory triggers that promote alpha and theta wave production, ASMR essentially gives your brain a gentle push in the direction it needs to go, accelerating the natural transition from waking to sleeping. The individual differences in ASMR experience are also fascinating and worthy of exploration. Not everyone experiences the physical tingles of ASMR, with estimates suggesting that somewhere between 20 and 50% of people have strong ASMR responses, while others experience little or no tingling sensation. But even people who don't experience tingles often report finding ASMR content relaxing and soothing, suggesting that the benefits of ASMR extend beyond the physical sensations to include more general effects on mood and stress levels. Research has found that people who experience ASMR tend to score higher on measures of openness to experience and lower on measures of neuroticism, suggesting that personality factors might influence ASMR sensitivity. Other research has found that ASMR sensitivity might be related to synesthesia, the blending of sensory experiences, with people who experience ASMR being more likely also to experience other forms of sensory blending. These individual differences remind us that sleep and relaxation are deeply personal experiences, and that what works for one person might not work for another. It is essential to explore and discover what triggers and techniques work best for your unique brain and body. As we near the end of our journey together through the landscape of sleep and consciousness, through the fascinating world of brain waves and ASMR sensations, it's worth taking time to reflect on the broader implications of everything we've explored, to consider how this understanding can enrich your relationship with sleep, can transform the way you approach rest and restoration, can help you appreciate the remarkable gift that sleep represents in your life. Sleep is not just a biological necessity, not just something your body requires to function, but rather a profound opportunity for renewal, a chance to release the accumulated stress and tension of your waking hours, to process and integrate your experiences, to heal and restore your body and mind, to wake each morning feeling refreshed and ready to engage fully with the possibilities of a new day. And the more you can appreciate this, the more you can value sleep as the precious resource it truly is, the more easily you'll be able to prioritize it, to protect it, to create the conditions that allow for deep, restorative sleep night after night. The science of sleep has revealed so much about why we sleep, about what happens during sleep, about the essential functions that sleep serves for our physical and mental health. We now know that sleep is not a passive state, not simply the absence of waking, but rather an active, dynamic process where your brain and body engage in crucial restoration and maintenance activities that can only occur during sleep. We know that different sleep stages serve different functions, that stage 2 sleep protects your sleep and consolidates memories, that stage 3 deep sleep provides intensive physical and mental restoration, that REM sleep processes emotions and enhances creativity. We know that sleep deprivation has serious consequences, impairing cognitive function, weakening immune response, increasing risk of chronic diseases, affecting mood and emotional regulation. And we know that good sleep, consistent, adequate, high-quality sleep, is one of the most important things you can do for your health and well-being, more important than many of the things we typically prioritize in our busy modern lives. Yet despite all this knowledge, despite the clear scientific evidence for the importance of sleep, many people still struggle to prioritize it, still sacrifice sleep in favor of work or entertainment or social obligations, still view sleep as something that can be postponed or minimized without serious consequences. This disconnect between knowing that sleep is important and actually prioritizing it in our lives is one of the great challenges of modern sleep science, and it's a challenge that requires not just more information but a fundamental shift in how we think about sleep, how we value it, how we integrate it into our daily lives. Part of this shift involves understanding sleep not as time wasted but as time invested, not as a luxury but as a necessity, not as something we do when we have nothing better to do, but as one of the most important things we can do for ourselves, as essential as eating nutritious food or exercising regularly or maintaining meaningful relationships. Another part of this shift involves developing a healthier relationship with sleep, releasing the anxiety and frustration that many people feel around sleep, the worry about whether they're getting enough, the stress about falling asleep quickly, the fear of insomnia or sleep problems. Ironically, this anxiety about sleep often makes sleep more difficult, creating a vicious cycle where worry about sleep prevents sleep, which creates more worry, which prevents more sleep. Breaking this cycle requires a different approach, one based on trust rather than control, on allowing rather than forcing, on creating conditions that support sleep, and then stepping back and letting your brain and body do what they know how to do. This is where practices like ASMR can be so valuable, not because they force you to sleep, but because they create an environment of safety and calm, because they give your nervous system permission to relax, because they help you transition from the high alert state of beta waves to the slower, more restful frequencies of alpha and theta. The practice of gratitude, of appreciating the gift of sleep, can itself be sleep-promoting, because gratitude is associated with positive emotions and reduced stress, both of which support relaxation and sleep. As you lie in bed preparing to sleep, you might take a moment to reflect on the things you're grateful for, the people you love, the experiences you've enjoyed, the simple pleasures of your day. This practice shifts your focus away from worries and problems, away from the things that might keep you awake, and toward positive, soothing thoughts that support relaxation. You might also cultivate gratitude for sleep itself, for the opportunity to rest and restore, for the remarkable processes that will unfold in your sleeping brain, for the gift of waking refreshed and renewed. This appreciation for sleep, this recognition of its value and importance, can help you prioritize it, can help you make choices throughout your day that support healthy sleep, can help you approach bedtime with a sense of welcoming rather than dread or anxiety. As you rest here now, having journeyed with me through this exploration of consciousness and sleep science, through the fascinating world of brain waves and ASMR sensations, you might notice that you feel different than you did when we began. Perhaps you feel more relaxed, more drowsy, more ready for sleep. Perhaps your thoughts have become slower and more dreamlike, your body heavier and more settled. Perhaps you've already drifted into sleep, no longer consciously following these words but simply resting in the peaceful darkness of deep sleep or the vivid landscape of dreams. Wherever you are in your journey, whatever stage of sleep you've reached or are approaching, know that it's exactly right, exactly where you need to be. There's no right or wrong way to experience this, no goal you need to achieve, no standard you need to meet. You're simply here, resting, allowing your brain and body to do what they need to do, trusting the process, surrendering to the natural rhythms of sleep. The whispered quality of these words, the gentle rhythm of this narration, has been designed to support your journey into sleep, to provide a soothing soundtrack to your descent through the stages of consciousness, to offer just enough engagement to occupy your thinking mind while allowing your deeper awareness to relax and drift away. The ASMR triggers we've explored, the soft sounds and gentle sensations, have been woven throughout this experience to promote relaxation and create those pleasant tingles or that deep sense of calm that makes sleep more accessible. The scientific information we've covered, the explanations of brain waves and sleep stages, has been presented in a way that's meant to be interesting but not stimulating, engaging but not alerting, giving your mind something to focus on that's peaceful and soothing rather than exciting or worrying. And the extended pauses we've taken, those moments of simple silence and presence, have given you opportunities to simply be, to rest without any input or guidance, to notice your own experience and allow it to unfold naturally. As we approach the end of our time together, as this journey through sleep science and ASMR sensations draws to a close, I want to invite you to simply let go completely now, to release any remaining attention or effort, to allow yourself to drift fully into sleep, if you haven't already. There's nothing more you need to hear, nothing more you need to understand, nothing more you need to do. You've created the conditions for sleep. You've given yourself permission to rest. You've learned about the remarkable processes that will unfold in your sleeping brain, and now you can simply surrender, simply allow, simply be. Your brain knows what to do, knows how to guide you through the stages of sleep, knows how to orchestrate the complex dance of neurochemicals and electrical patterns that will restore and renew you. Your body knows what to do, knows how to relax completely, knows how to engage in the repair and restoration that can only happen during sleep. And you, your conscious awareness, can simply fade away, can dissolve into the peaceful darkness, can rest completely and utterly, trusting that you'll wake when it's time, feeling refreshed and restored, ready to engage fully with a new day. Let's take one final extended pause together, a long moment of complete rest, allowing the silence to deepen into sleep, allowing your consciousness to fade into dreams or into the profound unconsciousness of deep sleep. In this pause, there's nothing at all, no words, no guidance, no input of any kind, just the peaceful darkness, just the gentle rhythm of your breathing, just the slow waves of delta or the paradoxical activity of REM, just sleep, pure and simple and restorative. Rest now, deeply and completely, allowing every muscle to release, every thought to fade, every concern to dissolve. Rest in the knowledge that you're safe, that you're cared for, that you can let go completely. Rest in the understanding that sleep is a gift, a precious opportunity for renewal, a chance to wake feeling refreshed and ready for whatever comes next. Rest in the trust that your brain and body know what they're doing, that they'll take care of you while you sleep, that they'll guide you through the stages you need and wake you when it's time. Simply rest now, simply sleep, simply be. And as you rest in this deep sleep, or as you drift in and out of awareness, floating between sleep stages, your brain continues its remarkable work, continues to cycle through the stages we've explored together, continues to consolidate memories and process emotions, continues to clear metabolic waste and optimize neural networks, continues to restore and repair and prepare you for waking. Each cycle of sleep, each progression from stage 2 through stage 3 and into REM, brings you closer to complete restoration, closer to the renewal you need, closer to waking feeling truly rested. And even if you wake briefly during the night, even if you have a moment of awareness between sleep cycles, you can simply notice it without concern, can simply allow yourself to drift back into sleep, knowing that these brief awakenings are completely normal, part of the natural architecture of sleep, nothing to worry about or struggle against. You can simply notice, simply breathe, simply allow yourself to sink back into sleep, back into the peaceful darkness, back into the restorative rhythms of your sleeping brain. The integration of everything we've explored, the understanding of how ASMR and brain waves and sleep stages all work together to create the experience of falling asleep and staying asleep, can serve you not just tonight but every night, not just for this one sleep session, but for all the sleep sessions to come. You can return to this understanding whenever you need it, can remember the gentle progression from beta to alpha to theta to delta, can recall the soothing quality of ASMR triggers, can trust in the natural wisdom of your brain and body. You can use this knowledge to create better sleep habits, to optimize your sleep environment, to develop a healthier relationship with sleep. And you can share this understanding with others, can help that the people you care about appreciate the importance of sleep, can support them in prioritizing rest and restoration in their own lives. Sleep is not just a personal matter, not just something that affects you alone, but rather a fundamental aspect of human health and well-being that deserves to be valued and protected at both individual and societal levels. As you continue to rest here, deeply asleep or drifting peacefully, I want to express gratitude for your willingness to take this journey with me, for your openness to exploring the science of sleep and the phenomenon of ASMR, for your commitment to prioritizing your rest and restoration. If you found value in this experience, if you've discovered something useful or interesting or soothing, I invite you to like this video and subscribe to the channel so you can continue to explore these topics with me, so you can access more content designed to support your sleep and relaxation, so you can be part of a community of people who value rest and understand its importance. But this invitation is gentle, without pressure or urgency, simply an offering, a possibility, something you can consider when you wake, if you choose to. For now, the only thing that matters is your rest, your sleep, your restoration. Let yourself sink even deeper now, if that's possible, letting go of any last threads of awareness, any remaining connection to waking consciousness. Let the delta waves wash through your brain like slow tides, like the gentle rhythm of waves on a distant shore, carrying away tension and stress, bringing in peace and restoration. Let your body rest completely, every muscle relaxed, every system engaged in its restorative work, every cell renewing itself. Let your mind be quiet, empty, at peace, whether that's the profound unconsciousness of deep sleep or the vivid imagery of dreams, whether you're aware or unaware, conscious or unconscious. Simply let yourself be exactly as you are, exactly where you are, trusting that it's perfect, trusting that you're getting exactly what you need, trusting that you'll wake feeling refreshed and renewed, ready to engage fully with the gift of a new day. The soft whisper of these final words is fading now, becoming quieter and quieter, more and more distant, like a voice calling from very far away, like a memory of sound rather than sound itself. And as these words fade, as the guidance ends, as the narration dissolves into silence, you're left with only your own experience, only your own breath and heartbeat, only your own consciousness or unconsciousness, only your own sleep. And this is exactly right, exactly as it should be, because sleep is ultimately a solitary journey, something you do alone, something that happens in the privacy of your own mind and body, something that no one else can do for you or experience with you. But even in this solitude, you're not alone, because you're connected to all the other humans who are sleeping right now, all across the world, all engaged in this same essential process, all resting and restoring, all trusting in the wisdom of their sleeping brains, all preparing to wake and engage with life once again. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep deeply and peacefully. Sleep with the knowledge that you're doing something important, something essential, something that will serve you in countless ways when you wake. Sleep with gratitude for this opportunity to rest, for this time set aside for restoration, for this gift of consciousness fading into unconsciousness and then returning again, renewed. Sleep with trust in your brain and body, in their ancient wisdom, in their ability to guide you through the stages you need and bring you back to waking when it's time. Sleep with the pleasant tingles of ASMR cascading through your awareness, or with the simple peace of deep relaxation, or with the profound unconsciousness of delta waves, or with the vivid dreams of REM sleep. However you sleep, wherever your consciousness goes, know that it's perfect. Know that you're exactly where you need to be. Know that you're safe and cared for and supported in your rest. And now, as these words finally come to an end, As this journey through consciousness and sleep science reaches its conclusion, there's nothing left but silence, nothing left but sleep, nothing left but the gentle rhythm of your breathing and the slow waves of your sleeping brain. Rest now, completely and utterly. Let go of everything, every thought, every sensation, every last bit of awareness. Simply sleep, deeply and peacefully, restoratively and completely, allowing the night to hold you, allowing your brain to guide you, allowing your body to restore itself, allowing yourself to simply be, simply rest, simply sleep. Good night, dear listener. May your sleep be deep and your dreams be peaceful. May you wake feeling refreshed and renewed. May you carry this understanding of sleep with you, valuing it and prioritizing it, giving yourself this gift of rest night after night. Sleep well. Sleep deeply. Simply sleep.
Imagine, if you will, settling into this moment where the world beyond your eyelids softens to a gentle hush, and the only rhythm that matters is the subtle rise and fall of your own breath, like the tide easing against a sheltered shore. You've chosen this quiet space, perhaps curling beneath a blanket that feels like a whispered promise of safety, or simply allowing your body to sink into the embrace of whatever surface holds you now. Because tonight, or whenever this finds you, we embark on a tranquil journey through the hidden realms of your body's most faithful allies. Those unseen guardians that stand watch without ever demanding your notice. It's a path designed not for haste, but for wonder, where each step reveals the elegant dance of defense and renewal, inviting you to release the day's tensions and drift toward a sleep woven with reassurance. And if this gentle exploration resonates, as it so often does for those seeking a deeper harmony with their own vitality, consider lingering here with us, perhaps by subscribing to these serene sojourns, so that more such whispers await when you need them most. Now, draw in a slow breath through your nose, feeling the air cool and alive as it fills you. Then release it softly, letting your shoulders loosen, your jaw unhinge, as if shedding the weight of unseen worries. There, settled, ready to wander inward. In the vast, intricate landscape of your body, a living tapestry of rivers and forests, peaks and valleys that pulse with quiet purpose. There exists an army, not of clashing steel or thunderous marches, but of silent sentinels, tireless workers whose vigilance forms the very foundation of your resilience. This is your immune system, a network so profoundly attuned to your being that it operates like the unseen currents of a great ocean, ever present yet rarely stirring the surface unless called upon. Picture it, if you can, as a realm of devoted protectors, white blood cells gliding through your bloodstream like ethereal scouts on mist-shrouded paths, antibodies standing ready as luminous shields forged in the fires of memory, and organs like the spleen and bone marrow serving as bustling command centers, humming with the soft efficiency of ancient wisdom. It's an army that knows no holidays, no moments of repose beyond the rhythmic cycles it shares with your sleep. And in understanding its gentle might, even in these whispered hours leading you toward rest, you begin to feel a profound empowerment, a reassurance that blooms like dawnlight over a still valley, easing the knots of daily stress into threads of serene trust. This awareness, so softly summoned, carries its own quiet gift, a sense of interconnected wonder, where the body's hidden harmonies remind you that resilience is not a distant dream, but the very breath you draw now, fostering a peaceful discovery of how nature's rhythms pulse within, inviting harmony with the world's wider weave. Let us begin, then, at the outermost edges of this inner world, where the first line of defense rises not as a fortress wall, but as a living veil, permeable yet unyielding, woven from the very skin that cloaks you now. Your skin, that remarkable boundary between the chaos of the outer world and the sacred order within, acts as the army's outermost rampart, a barrier so intuitive in its strength that you scarcely think of it until a cool breeze reminds you of its presence, or a warm sun coaxes a flush of gratitude from its surface. Composed of layers, epidermis like a tiled roof shedding rain, dermis beneath it a resilient mesh of collagen and elastin. It doesn't merely block, it actively discourages, with its slightly acidic sheen repelling invaders as surely as a dew-kissed leaf turns away the night's chill. And woven into this fabric are the hair follicles and sweat glands, tiny outposts releasing oils and salts that create an environment hostile to uninvited guests, much like the subtle spices in a home-cooked meal that preserve its warmth long after the hearth cools. These elements, in their everyday alchemy, form a seamless shield, where the sebum's soft sheen and sweat's saline sting collaborate in a quiet chemistry that keeps the outer world at bay. A reminder of how your body turns the mundane into the miraculous, each pore a portal of protection that whispers of the deeper designs at play. You've felt this too, haven't you? That instinctive recoil when a splinter pricks or a rash itches, a quiet signal that your ramparts are holding firm, teaching you early in life the beauty of boundaries that protect without isolating. And in that felt knowing, a gentle empowerment emerges, the assurance that what guards you also guides you toward greater ease. As we linger here, allow your awareness to drift to the surface of your arms or the back of your hands, noticing the faint texture under your fingertips if you choose to touch, or simply the way the air kisses your skin in this moment of stillness, perhaps carrying the faint, imagined scent of earth after rain to evoke that protective pulse. Breathe with it now. Inhale the idea of this protective sheath. Exhale any lingering doubt about your body's innate wisdom. There. In that pause, you might sense it. The army's first whisper, a reminder that this outer guard is but the beginning, connected through invisible threads to deeper patrols that ensure no shadow slips through unnoticed. Each layer, a link in the luminous chain of your resilience. From these ramparts, the narrative flows inward, like a river carving its way through fertile canyons, to the mucous membranes that line your nasal passages, throat, and the winding paths of your digestive tract. Moist, glistening sentinels that trap and flush away potential threats with the elegance of a stream carrying autumn leaves to the sea. These linings ever lubricated by mucus, a substance so unassuming yet so vital, produced in quiet abundance by special cup-shaped cells that resemble chalices overflowing with crystal-clear nectar, form a sticky web for dust, pollen, or microbes, ensnaring them before they can venture further. And oh, the wonder in their mechanism. Tiny hairs, cilia, wave in synchronized unison, propelling these captives toward expulsion in a cough or swallow, a process as rhythmic and reassuring as the sway of tall grasses in a meadow breeze. It's here, in these hidden corridors, that the army reveals its layered poetry, not brute force, but a symphony of subtle motions, each one echoing the others in a cascade of preparedness that speaks to the interconnected grace of your form, where the respiratory folds filter the inhaled world with the same tender tenacity that the gut's gateways guard the nourishment you take in, ripples of vigilance weaving from breath to belly in seamless solidarity. Consider for a moment how this mirrors the ordinary rhythms of your day, the way a sip of warm tea soothes a scratchy throat, or the instinctive blink that clears your eyes after a gust of wind. These are not accidents, but affirmations of the army's design, a system evolved over eons to harmonize defense with delight, allowing you to savor the world's offerings while remaining ever guarded. Gently philosophical, isn't it? That in the act of breathing, eating, touching, you partake in a grand, ongoing ritual of protection, one that invites you to trust the flow rather than resist it. And as you settle deeper into this narration, perhaps feeling the weight of your eyelids grow heavier, with each exhaled breath, let the trust seep in like twilight softening the edges of a mountain silhouette. A soft surrender to the sentinel's steadfast song. You've sensed this enveloping ease too, in the quiet comfort of a deep inhale on a crisp morning, where the air's arrival feels like an ally's arrival, normalizing the membrane's work as the body's benevolent breath. A bridge to the empowerment of simply being, held in the hush of your own harmonious house. Now, let the river of our exploration carry us further, to the patrolling forces that course through your veins and lymph vessels. Those aqueous highways where the true mobility of the army unfolds. Blood, that crimson elixir, serves as the primary thoroughfare, ferrying white blood cells, neutrophils, lymphocytes, monocytes, on journeys that span the entirety of your inner geography, from the tips of your toes to the crown of your head in mere minutes. These cells, numbering in the billions, drift and dart, with a purpose that defies their microscopic scale, sampling the environment like vigilant gardeners inspecting soil for signs of blight. Neutrophils, the swift responders among them, arrive first in times of need, engulfing debris with a process called phagocytosis that unfolds like a flower blooming in reverse, drawing in and dissolving what doesn't belong, all while releasing signals to summon reinforcements. A chemical Morse code of peptides and cytokines that ripples outward, alerting the network to converge, each message a murmur in the vast vascular village, connecting the lone leaf to the leafy canopy. Yet it's the lymphatics that add the deeper layer to this patrol, a parallel system of clearer fluids meandering through vessels as fine as spider silk, gathering in nodes clustered like way stations along ancient trade routes. These lymph nodes, nestled in the crooks of your elbows, the hollows of your neck, the curve of your groin, swell subtly when rousing to action, becoming hubs of strategy where cells convene, deliberate, and multiply. Much as villagers might gather in a town square to share tidings of approaching weather. Here, in these quiet assemblies, antigens, fragments of potential foes, are presented and scrutinized. Decisions made not in clamor, but in the hushed language of molecular handshakes, ensuring that the response is measured, precise, fitting to the scale of the challenge. These gatherings, so subtly strategic, ripple through the realms, from the node's nodal nexus to the spleen's sifting spleen, a web of watchfulness that underscores the army's artful architecture, where one whisper in the wrist's way station awakens watchers in the world's wider wards. You've felt this gathering before, perhaps in the tender ache after a long hike, when your nodes whisper of their work. A fleeting tenderness that speaks volumes of their dedication, normalizing the body's way of honoring its own labors. And in that tender touch, finding the quiet power to proceed with poise. Your form's faithful flow, a foundation for fearless forward. Pause with me here, dear listener, and direct your attention now to the gentle pulse at your wrist or the steady beat beneath your ear against the pillow. Feel it as the drumbeat of this patrolling legion, each throb a testament to the life force that courses unerringly through you, perhaps carrying the faint imagined warmth of sunlight on a vein's veiled path. Inhale deeply, drawing in the image of these fluid pathways glowing with soft inner light. Exhale, releasing any tension that might cloud your appreciation for this ceaseless guardianship. Emerging from that stillness, you may notice how the very act of reflection amplifies the wonder, turning abstract knowledge into a felt reality. A bridge between the educational and the deeply personal, where the patrol's persistent poetry invites a profound philosophical pause. In these currents, your body not only carries but cradles, a vessel of vigilance that vows vitality in every vein. As our vignettes weave onward, let us turn to the bone marrow, that crimson forge hidden within the sturdy vaults of your long bones. Femur humerus, the very scaffolding that upholds your form. Here, in this nurturing cradle, stem cells divide and differentiate with the patient artistry of a master weaver at her loom, spinning out fresh recruits for the army. Erythrocytes for oxygen's carriage, platelets for mending tears, but above all, the leukocytes that form the vanguard. It's a process of quiet alchemy, fueled by nutrients drawn from your meals. The greens of spinach echoing in chlorophyll's verdant hue, the iron-rich depth of beets mirroring the marrow's own ruddy glow, transforming sustenance into strength. A reminder of how profoundly your choices nourish not just the body, but its defensive harmony. Each bite a brick in the bastion, rippling from fork to forge in flavorful fidelity. Subtly ironic in a way, that the spaces once filled with childhood's boundless energy now house this forge of fortitude, an evolution that underscores the philosophical beauty of life's phases. From play to protection, each building upon the last in ripples of enduring grace, where the marrow's meticulous making mirrors the mind's own maturation, turning tumult into timeless tenacity. Interconnected with this origin point is the thymus, a small, butterfly-shaped organ in your chest, where T-cells, those discerning tacticians of the adaptive wing, undergo their rites of passage. Learning to distinguish friend from foe through a gauntlet of trials that ensures only the wisest proceed. Like apprentices in a secluded glen, guided by the whispers of epithelial cells and dendritic mentors, they emerge honed, ready to orchestrate responses that remember, that anticipate, turning past encounters into shields for the future. This thymic tempering, so subtly sculptural, sends ripples through the ranks, from the fresh-fledged T's transit to the lymph's listening posts. A lineage of learning that links the forge's fire to the frontier's faithful watch. And the spleen, that fist-sized filter in your left abdomen, stands as the grand recycler sifting blood for worn-out cells, while staging rapid deployments, its white pulp alive with lymphoid follicles that resemble clusters of elderberries heavy with promise. These organs, in their collective hush, form a council of continuity, each vignette of their function a thread in the larger tapestry of vigilance, showing how the army's strength lies not in isolation, but in this web of mutual reliance, where marrow's making meets spleen sifting in a symphony of subtle support, each element echoing the others in an endless, elegant embrace. You've felt echoes of this counsel in quieter moments, haven't you? That profound ease after a nourishing meal, when vitality seems to hum just a touch brighter, or the restorative calm following a fever's break, as if the inner workings have shared their success in a subtle somatic language, a third whisper of wisdom that normalizes the extraordinary as your everyday endowment, tying the forger's quiet craft to the calm confidence of carrying on. An empowerment etched in every easy exhale. To deepen this awareness, consider a simple micro practice now. Close your eyes if they aren't already, and envision a soft veil of warmth unfurling from your core, spreading outward to envelop these inner allies in gratitude's glow, perhaps carrying the faint imagined scent of blooming jasmine to soften the spread. With each breath, affirm silently, I am guarded, I am whole, allowing the words to dissolve into sensation, the warmth a tangible echo of the army's devotion. In this space, the importance of these dynamics crystallizes, not merely as biological fact, but as a source of emotional uplift, a wellspring of awe that counters the world's uncertainties with the certainty of your body's balanced rhythms, where the council's quiet continuity invites a contemplative close. These precursors, in their patient prelude, prepare not just the patrol, but the peace within, a harmony that holds you as you hold the hush. And so, as the embers of this introductory overview glow steadily, we sense the first stirrings of the alert, those gentle precursors giving way to signals that rouse the deeper ranks. Exhale slowly now, imagining that warmth settling like a blanket over patrolling paths, while distant echoes of cells aligning, of whispers turning to murmurs, begin to fade into the night, carrying you forward on waves of reassured repose. The army stands ready, not in clamor, but in the profound quiet of its eternal watch, a harmony that mirrors the stars' unhurried turn across the sky, inviting you ever deeper into the peace that follows understanding. Yet let us not hasten. Instead, linger a while longer on the skin's enduring role, for it is more than barrier. It is sensor and storyteller, embedded with Langerhans cells that sample the world like curious scribes, relaying tales to the lymph nodes for archival wisdom. These dendritic extensions, branching like the roots of an ancient oak, bridge the outer and inner realms with exquisite sensitivity, ensuring that vigilance is as much about adaptation as exclusion. In everyday terms, this is the reason a healing cut itches with promise, or why sunlight on your face can feel like a benediction. The army subtly calibrating exposure to foster resilience rather than retreat. Poetic, isn't it? How what touches you becomes part of you, transformed through these vigilant translations into strength. Flowing from there, the respiratory tract's defenses merit their own vignette. A cascade of protections where the nestle turbinates. Those scroll-like shelves warm and humidify incoming air, while eager antibodies in the mucus stand as first emissaries, binding to pathogens like courteous hosts, redirecting uninvited guests at the door. This layered progression, from filtration to flushing, evokes the hush before a summer storm, building not tension, but anticipation of clarity, much as your own inhales now carry you toward exhalations of release. Repetition here reinforces the theme. Protect, sample, relay. Protect, sample, relay. A mantra of the mucous membranes that underscores their reliability, turning potential vulnerability into veiled opportunity for growth. Each wave of the cilia, a whisper of the web's wider weave. Deeper still, in the gut's vast villi-lined expanse, a surface area vast as a tennis court, folded into the compact elegance of your abdomen. The microbiome collaborates with immune outposts, a microbial militia in truce with your cells, educating them through constant dialogue to tolerate friends and challenge foes. This symbiotic counsel, fermented in the warmth of digestive fires, produces short-chain fatty acids that fuel the epithelial barriers. A biochemical poetry where bacteria's byproducts become bricks in the wall of well-being. Relatable too in the comfort of a balanced meal that settles rather than stirs. A quiet nod to this inner alliance that fosters not just defense, but delight in sustenance's shared story, ripples from the gut's grand gathering to the globe of your guarded grace. As these interconnected explanations ripple outward, consider the philosophical undercurrent. In a universe of flux, your immune army embodies the art of poised equilibrium, ever vigilant, yet yielding to rest's renewal, a model for human resilience that whispers of surrender as strategy. Rhetorical, perhaps, but true. What greater empowerment than knowing this balance is yours by design? A heritage of evolution's patient hand, a heritage that holds you in its hushed hand even now. To close this awakening gently, return to the pulse once more, letting it sync with your breath in a slowing cadence. The sentinels patrol a lullaby, now rather than a march. The warmth from earlier lingers, a soft anchor as echoes of readiness fade, preparing the ground for the innate force's subtle rousing. Drift with it reassured, into the vast peace that awaits, where the overview's overarch invites the inner army's awakening, a seamless segue to the sentinel's silent song. And in that vast peace that awaits, as the overview's overarch invites the inner army's awakening, a seamless segue to the sentinel's silent song, the army's innate guardians, those instinctive allies etched into the blueprint of your being, emerge from the hush with the unhurried grace of dawn mist rolling over dew-kissed meadows. Their patrol a prelude to the deeper dances yet to unfold. These first responders, unbound by memory's measured maps, stand as the immediate veil between equilibrium and intrusion, operating with a wisdom so woven into your essence that it feels less like mechanism and more like the instinctive curl of a hand from flame. The blink against sudden light, a reassuring rhythm that allows your days to drift in untroubled flow. In this gentle precursor to fuller mobilizations, we explore their hushed operations, not as distant abstractions, but as the undercurrent of trust that cradles you even now, breaths lengthening towards sleep's gentle horizon, where the subtle shift within stirs faintly, like the first notes of a lullaby, hummed in the quiet hours before rest, claims you fully, inviting a wonder-filled wonder into the body's benevolent beginnings. Let us drift, then, into the vignettes of these barriers, the outermost whispers of innate defense, where the patrol begins not with fanfare, but with the soft persistence of nature's own repellents. Those everyday armors that turn away threats before they can cast a shadow. Beyond the skin's resilient sheath, which we have already caressed in imagination, lie the chemical moats, acids in your stomach, a churning cauldron of hydrochloric sharpness that breaks down not just food, but any audacious wanderers that slip past the esophagus's watchful gate, dissolving them into harmless oblivion with the efficiency of rain eroding stone over silent seasons. This gastric forge, pH dipping to a level that would blister outer surfaces, yet lined with mucus to shield its own tender walls, embodies the army's balanced ferocity. Protective without self-harm, a reminder of how your body discerns and delimits with poetic precision. Each drop a decree of discernment that ripples from the gut's guarded gate to the globe of your guarded grace. And in the urinary tract too, the flow of urine serves as a flushing river, carrying away residues while its mild acidity discourages bacterial foothold, much like a mountain stream, clear and insistent, sweeping debris to distant seas without fanfare or fatigue. Its current, a quiet covenant of cleanliness that connects the kidney's careful craft to the cascade of ceaseless care. These chemical sentinels, in their unassuming diligence, connect seamlessly to the physical ones we touched upon earlier, forming a continuum of quiet exclusion that ripples through your form like the interconnected roots of a forest floor, sustaining the whole without drawing attention to the labor. Consider the tears that well in your eyes, saline scouts laced with lysozyme, an enzyme so gentle in name, yet so resolute in action, cleaving bacterial walls as a soft breeze scatters dandelion seeds, ensuring clarity in vision and vigilance in moisture. Or the saliva, that constant companion in your mouth, rich with the same lysosome and other antimicrobial peptides, swathing your oral landscape in a protective film each time you swallow, turning the simple act of tasting bread or sipping water into a ritual of renewal. You've felt this too, haven't you? That instinctive rush of saliva at the scent of something comforting. A subtle signal that the patrol is active, weaving defense into delight, normalizing the body's way of making guardianship as ordinary as hunger's satisfaction. And in that normalcy, finding a profound empowerment to let go of worry's tighter grip, where the moist frontier's faithful flow fosters a felt freedom in the familiar. As we linger on these moist frontiers, allow a moment for the unfolding. Direct your attention now to the subtle moisture at the corners of your eyes, or the faint film on your tongue. Noticing any sensations of cool refreshment or gentle enclosure. Perhaps a faint tingle of salt on the air as it lingers like a whispered secret, breathing into them as allies rather than afterthoughts. Inhale the essence of this enveloping care. Exhale any residues of the day's exposures, letting the sentinel's work affirm your inherent safety. There, in that reflective interlude, the wonder amplifies. These barriers, so profoundly automatic, invite us to philosophical musing on the elegance of prevention, how the army favors the whisper of deterrence over the roar of confrontation. A harmony that mirrors the way stars hold their courses without collision, each in quiet orbit around the other's light. A celestial counsel that calls you to contemplative calm. From these enveloping motes, the patrol extends to the cellular vanguard, those phagocytes that prowl the inner rivers with the patient curiosity of night watchmen in a sleeping village, ever scanning for the flicker of irregularity. Neutrophils, the most abundant of these engulfers, comprise the bulk of your white blood cell legions, short-lived yet fiercely dedicated, last in mere days before yielding to their kin, arriving at sites of minor breach, like eager volunteers to a communal cleanup, extending pseudopods in a flowing embrace to surround and internalize invaders, then unleashing digestive enzymes within their vacuoles to render them inert. Picture it vividly. A neutrophil drifting through capillary currents, its nucleus a coiled spring of readiness, suddenly adhering to endothelium cues and squeezing through to the tissues, where it gathers with siblings in a soft huddle, their collective action forming pus as a badge of their toil, not waste, but a testament to the body's honest accounting of effort. Monocytes, their larger cousins, mature into macrophages in the tissues, those grand recyclers stationed in lungs as dust-clearing sentinels, in the liver as Kupffer cells sifting the portal blood, or patrolling the peritoneum like quiet homesteaders, phagocytosing not only pathogens, but the debris of daily wear, turning decay into the raw material for renewal, each swallow a step in the subtle symphony that sustains the self. Interconnected in this cellular ballet are the dendritic cells, bridge builders of the innate realm, sampling antigens from the fray and ferrying them to lymph nodes for the adaptive council's review, their tendril-like processes waving like kelp in an undersea current, capturing fragments with exquisite selectivity. This handoff, so seamlessly choreographed, reveals the ripple effects across systems. A single engulfed bacterium might trigger not just local containment, but a broader alert, cytokines. Those molecular messengers, small proteins exhaled like perfume notes on the wind, diffusing to summon more patrols, amplify inflammation's call, or even nudge the hypothalamus toward fever's strategic warmth. Educational in its simplicity, this cascade clarifies the innate response as a gathering of allies, not chaos. Inflammation, often misunderstood as mere swelling or redness, is the army's way of widening the roads. Vasodilation flushing reinforcements to the scene, increased permeability, allowing proteins and cells to cross thresholds. A gentle mobilization that, while temporarily tender, ensures swifter resolution than isolation ever could. These jewels of design cascading from gut to globe, reminding us how the patrol's whispers weave into the world's wider web, each thread a testament to the body's boundless balance. Subtly ironic, in the light of everyday encounters, how this alarm manifests as the cozy hearth of a mild fever, elevating your core temperature to a range where many microbes falter. Like unwelcome guests, shivering in an unexpectedly brisk parlor while your proteins unfold and refold with renewed vigor. The heat a catalyst for repair. You've sensed that change before. That inner glow after a chill sets in. A warmth that wraps rather than weighs, whispering of the sentinel's success in tipping the scales toward harmony, and in recognizing it, you reclaim a slice of empowerment, transforming what might feel like vulnerability into a vivid affirmation of your form's resilient poetry. A third echo of encouragement that normalizes the glow as Guardian's gentle gift. Now, as denser concepts settle like sediment in a calm pool, let us pause once more. This time inviting a micro-practice attuned to these responders. Place a hand lightly over your abdomen or chest, feeling the subtle rise with each breath. And imagine a soft luminescence tracing your blood's pathways, illuminating the phagocytes in their diligent rounds, perhaps with the faint, imagined hum of a distant hive's harmonious hum. With inhalation, draw in gratitude for their unseen labor. With exhalation, release any held resistance to the body's wise flaring, affirming, in this flow, I am held steady. Emerging softly, you carry forward this quiet insight. The patrol's rhythm syncing with your own, a lullaby of liquid motion that eases the mind toward drift, where the vanguard's vigilant verse invites a veiled vigilance of your own. Vignettes of the natural killer cells add another layer to this silent watch. These innate assassins roaming free in blood and tissues, like shadowy poets of precision, unbound by the adaptive army's need for recognition, striking swiftly at virally infected cells or nascent tumors with perforin and granzymes, proteins that pierce membranes and trigger apoptosis. The merciful, programmed suicide that prevents spread without collateral clamor. Unlike the phagocytic brethren, NK cells discern distress through a balance of activating and inhibitory signals, hovering at the edge of action until imbalance tips them into lethal grace. Their granules releasing in a targeted cascade that evokes the sudden cathartic snap of a twig underfoot in autumn woods, releasing seeds to the fertile earth below. In the spleen's red pulp or the lungs' alveolar spaces, they stand as ever-ready arbiters, ensuring that the inner peace remains unbroken by unchecked anomalies. Their work a philosophical emblem of discernment. To act only when harmony demands it, yielding otherwise to the greater flow. A subtle sovereignty that sends ripples through the realms, from the red pulp's redoubt to the respiratory's resolute reach. Repetition here reinforces their essence. Scan, assess, strike if needed. Scan, assess, strike if needed. A mantra echoing the innate patrol's call, turning potential peril into poised potential, while everyday examples ground it. The unexplained fatigue that lifts after rest. Perhaps the NK cell's quiet cull of a stealthy invader, or the resilient bounce back from a minor cold where these guardians have cleared the field for renewal's bloom. Rhetorically engaging, what deeper wonder than this? That within you pulses a force capable of such intimate judgment, fostering not fear of the unknown but awe at the known. The body's capacity to maintain its sacred order amid life's inevitable exposures, a known that knits the known to the yet to know in knowing's quiet knot. Layered sensory progressions unfold in these operations, from the hush of baseline patrol, the faint, ever-present hum of cellular surveillance, to the subtle quickening of response, a tingling warmth or localized ache that signals allies assembling, evolving toward the cathartic wash of resolution, where inflammation ebbs like tide, pulling back from shore, leaving smoothness in its wake. These progressions, vivid in their evocation, invite you to trace them in memory. Recall a paper cut's initial sting, the gathering redness, then the fade to healed seam, each face a vignette of the sentinel's artistry, interconnecting with the barriers we first met, showing how mucus-trapped foes might yet require a macrophage's embrace, or how a fever's forge tempers the whole response, a tempered tide that ties the touch to the triumph. As list-style bursts illuminate the phagocyte's toolkit, enzymes like lysozyme breaking through tough bacterial shells, brief bursts of energized oxygen as fleeting sparks dissolving fats in cell walls, antimicrobial peptides threading through membranes like silken needles. We see the army's resourcefulness, a compact arsenal drawn from the same wells that fuel your steps or dreams. gently clarified, these basics reveal no jargon but jewels of design. The complement system, a cascade of proteins amplifying phagocytosis or lysing foes directly, activating like dominoes in a sunlit atrium, each fall precise and propelling the next toward closure. In the peritoneal cavity or synovial fluids, this complement harmony ensures even remote frontiers remain patrolled, ripples extending from gut to globe in your body's grand aqueous domain, reminding us how the patrol's whispers weave into the world's wider web, each thread a testament to the body's boundless balance, a balance that beckons the bolder bridges beyond. Philosophically tender, this innate patrol whispers of nature's bias toward wholeness, where rapid response begets reflective readiness, empowering you to view aches not as adversaries, but as allies in dialogue. Shared human experiences that bind us in collective resilience. Another bridge, like the sudden shift that sweeps in before a summer shower, cooling the air with promise. You've sensed that inner heralding, the body's prelude to purification, and in honoring it, you step into a serene discovery of self-trust, the kind that softens edges and invites sleep's unresisting fold. You've known this interplay too, in the quiet thrill of a run's rewarding warmth, where the body's revision feels like revelation itself, a gentle nudge toward the empowerment of embracing every echo as evolution's elegant edit. To weave these threads toward their natural handoff, consider the eosinophils and basophils, those specialized flankers aiding in parasitic expulsions or allergic tunings. Eosinophils releasing major basic protein to shred worm casings like frost-cracking stone. Basophils degranulating histamine to heighten permeability. A double-edged gift that, in balance, fortifies rather than floods. Subtle irony touches here. What serves as the itch of hay fever also equips you against hidden worms from far-off soils. The army's versatility, a quiet nod to evolution's wry economies, turning potential excess into essential edge. And so, as these vignettes of the Sentinel's silent patrol resolve in rhythmic echoes, release and ready, their work fades not into silence, but into the flowing streams of lymph, carrying sample secrets toward the adaptive forges where memory awakens, patient and profound. Binaural cues of meandering waters arise now, soft and serpentine, bridging this instinctive hush to the deeper reconnaissance, as your own breaths mirror the motion, exhaling readiness into repose. The army's vigilance, a velvet underlay to the dreams that await. Yet let us not rush the linger. Return to the inflammation's gentle arc, that orchestrated swell in which, like a village festival, drawing kin from afar, concentrates healing factors, fibrin for scaffolding wounds, growth factors coaxing new vessels, ensuring the fray's footprint becomes fertile ground. In joints or mucosa, this gathering fosters not just repair, but adaptation's seed, the innate patrol's ultimate gift, a cleared canvas for the learned legions to inscribe their lore. Sensory in its subtlety, feel the echo in a healing bruise's colour shift, from violet vigil to amber aftermath, a progression that soothes as it stories the body's triumph. Everyday relatable too, in the post-exertion warmth of muscles, where microtears summon macrophage mediators, blending defense with delight in the ache that heralds strength's return, normalizing the patrol's presence as a partner in pursuit. Rhetorical once more, in this interplay of barrier and besieger, of engulf and evolve, what greater uplift than sensing your form as a poem in perpetual revision, serene in its sovereignty. guided softly. One final micro-affirmation. Envision the sentinels dispersing like fireflies at first light, their glow integrating into the broader dawn, and whisper inwardly. Steady in my circuits, I flow with trust. Letting the phrase melt into the cadence of your pulse. In this deepened space, the precursors to intensity feel not foreboding but beckoning. A call to wonder at the handoff's grace as limp's lucid tides bear forward the first glimmers of recognition, preparing the ground for apprentices awakening in the marrow's quiet glow. And in that immersive surrender, as the lymph's lucid tides bear forward the first glimmers of recognition, secrets sampled from the innate patrol's quiet gatherings, carried on currents that whisper of deeper designs. The adaptive wing of your army stirs from its patient repose, not in sudden clamour, but with the deliberate unfolding of a scroll long prepared in shadowed scriptoriums, where memory takes root and resilience is inscribed upon the very fabric of your being. These are the learned legions, forged not from instinct's swift blueprint, but from encounters etched into cellular lore, apprentices who emerge from hidden academies to craft responses as unique as fingerprints traced in morning dew, turning fleeting threats into enduring shields that span a lifetime's seasons. In this systematic exploration, we linger on their forging, vignette by vignette, revealing how exposure ripples into empowerment, a process so attuned to your essence that it invites a gentle philosophical awe. What greater harmony than a body that remembers not to repeat suffering, but to refine its grace, allowing you, even now, to exhale into the night's forgiving embrace, where understanding blooms as softly as moonlight on still water, a soft illumination that invites the inner light to linger long after the day's dimming. Let us follow those meandering streams, then to the bone marrow's crimson forge once more. This time not as mere cradle, but as the birthplace of B cells, those luminous scribes of specificity, young adaptable starter cells differentiating under the influence of subtle molecular cues into mature sentinels that migrate to lymphoid tissues like pilgrims seeking sacred groves. Here, in the marrow's vascular niches, supported by stromal cells that nurse them with growth factors akin to rain feeding hidden springs, B cells proliferate and mature, their antibody-making genes rearranging in a genetic ballet of chance and choice, assembling heavy and light chains to form the first drafts of antibodies. Those Y-shaped emissaries, elegant in their bifurcated arms that bind antigens with a lock-and-key intimacy, the variable regions tailored like bespoke gloves to the contour of an intruder's surface. This primary forging, untouched by antigen yet poised for encounter, ensures a diverse repertoire, billions of potential specificities humming in latent potential. A library vast as the night sky's uncharted stars, each B cell a volume waiting to be illuminated by the spark of recognition. A vast vault where the uncharted becomes the unfurling, ripples from the marrow's misty making to the migration's measured march. From this origin, the vignette flows to the periphery, where naive B cells circulate through spleen and nodes, encountering antigens ferried by dendritic couriers from the innate front lines. Those same bridge builders we met in hushed patrols, now handing off fragments like illuminated manuscripts passed from scout to scholar. Upon binding, the B cell awakens, internalizing the antigen and presenting peptides on special display tags. A display that attracts T helper cells in a molecular congress, their CD4 receptors clasping like clasped hands in solemn pact, releasing interleukins that coax the B cell to divide, differentiate, and deploy. Some become plasma cells, factories of antibody effusion, secreting millions per second into the humoral flood. IgM first, 5-linked in primal, then switching isotypes to IgG's versatile vigilance or EGA's mucosal guardianship, while others retreat as memory B cells, long-lived archives that patrol eternally, ensuring swifter summons upon revisit. A ripple effect that transforms a single exposure into a cascade of preparedness, fortifying not just against the known foe, but priming the network for kin, where the periphery's patient passage echoes the forge's foundational fire. Interconnected with this humoral poetry is the cellular arm, the T-cell's saga unfolding in the thymus's veiled chambers, that bifurcated sanctuary above the heart where positive and negative selection sculpts the adaptive elite from marrow-born progenitors. Enveloped in a lobular architecture of cortex and medulla, these apprentices undergo trials amidst epithelial nurses and dendritic judges, their T-cell receptors, alpha-beta chains forged in special gene shuffling, as intricate as a weaver's loom threading fate. Tested against self-peptides on MHC scaffolds. Those affirming self without aggression pass forward, a double sieve that purges auto-reactivity while preserving utility. Emerging as CD4 helpers or CD8 killers, the former orchestrators of alliance, the latter executors of excision, each bearing the core receptor's badge like a sigil of sworn duty. You've felt echoes of this sculpting in life's own refinements, haven't you? The way a childhood scrape, raw and revelatory, leaves not just a faint scar but an invisible armor against recurrence, normalizing the thymus's work as the body's quiet apprenticeship in discernment, where vulnerability yields to vigilant wisdom, empowering you to trust the scars as stories of strength rather than stumbles. A felt forging that flows from the forge to the frontier's faithful form. As we pause to reflect on this forging's foundational grace, direct your attention now to the steady rhythm beneath your ribs. Perhaps placing a palm there lightly, noticing the subtle expansion with each inhale. And envision a soft ember glowing in the marrow's depths, warming the apprentices in their becoming. Perhaps with the faint, imagined crackle of a low fire's welcoming warmth. Breathe into it. Inhale the light of latent diversity. Exhale any shadows of doubt about your form's capacity to learn and lean. Affirming inwardly, in this inscription, my resilience unfolds. There, in that contemplative space, the philosophical thread gleams. Adaptability as nature's grand metaphor, a reminder that just as rivers carve canyons through patient persistence, so too does your army etch endurance from encounter, fostering serene insight into the self as sanctuary, ever adapting, ever at ease, where the ember's enduring echo invites the inner light to illuminate further. Vignettes of activation deepen the sequence, stand alone yet linked, as in the germinal centers of lymphoid follicles. Those dynamic workshops in spleen and nodes, where B cells mutate and refine under T follicular helpers' tutelage. Somatic hypermutation shuffling nucleotides like a scribe amending verses for precision. Affinity maturation, selecting the tightest binders in a Darwinian dance of survival and selection. Picture the fervor contained in serenity. Centroblasts proliferating in the dark zone, then migrating to light for antigen assay. surviving clones expanding into the plasma blaze, their antibodies diffusing as a bespoke brigade, opsonizing foes for phagocytosis, neutralizing toxins with steric hindrance, or activating complement amplifying cascade. This interconnected ripple extends to mucosal sites, where ergodimers, secreted across epithelia by polymeric receptors, coat the gut's vast meadows or the respiratory folds, disarming threats at the threshold like courteous gatekeepers turning back wayfarers with firm but fair resolve. A defense that harmonizes with the microbiome's truce, educating tolerance amid the trillions of microbial mutualists ripples from the germinal's glowing gathering to the gut's guarded grace. Repetition reinforces the core. Encounter, engage, evolve. Encounter, engage, evolve. A mantra echoing through the adaptive forge, turning raw antigen into refined response, while everyday examples illuminate the human scale. The fading welt of a bee sting that barely blips on second brush, or the robust rebound from a seasonal sniffle, where memory cells stand as silent veterans. Their longevity, a testament to the Army's archival art, subtly observational with a touch of irony, how these invisible inkwells, filled by a toddler's tumble or traveller's trial, spill over into elder grace. The body's way of hoarding hope against entropy's pull, a gently philosophical nod to resilience as accumulated light, stored not in vaults, but in the very vessels that carry you forward. A light that lingers like the last glow of a lantern in the lengthening night. Layered sensory progressions evoke the forging's hush. From the initial hush of naive circulation, the faint, expectant hum of untested potential, to the gathering glow of activation, a subtle inner quickening like embers stirred by breath, evolving toward the cathartic inscription of memory, where responses settle as a luminous ledger etched in quiet finality. These evocations, vivid yet veiled, invite recollection. Think of the post-vaccination arm's tender ache, not burden, but baptism, the forge's faint forge marks signaling scrolls unfurled for future's safeguard. Rhetorically tender, what deeper empowerment than this? Your exposures, once ephemeral, now eternal allies, weaving a web of wonder that counters chaos with curated calm. You've known this quiet confidence too, the unhurried approach to once feared fields after a single safe passage. Much like the adaptive Army's assured advance, normalizing growth's graceful gait as your innate inheritance. A third thread of trust that ties the forge's fire to the freedom it fans. Now, as denser phases invite reflection, consider a Liszt-style burst of the isotype's symphony, IgM, the pentagon of promptitude, bridging innate alert with adaptive aim. IgD, enigmatic surface sentinel, perhaps modulating baseline vigilance. IgG, the workhorse wanderer, crossing placentas to cloak the unborn in borrowed bravery. IgE, the sentinel of sensitivity, rallying eosinophiles against parasites or pollen's ploy. IgA, the secretory shield, dimeric, and devoted to damp domains. Gently clarified, these classes, switched via cytokine cues in the B-cell's cytokine-responsive dance, reveal no arcane code but a chorus of contingencies, each voice rising as context. Calls, ripples cascading from bloodstream to secretion, ensuring the humoral tide laps every shore, a choral cascade that calls the calm of completeness. Another empathetic bridge arises here, like the sudden shift that sweeps in before a long-awaited reunion. Familiar, yet freshened. You've sensed that adaptive echo in the East vigilance after illnesses pass. The body's whisper of We remember rest now, normalizing these cellular congresses as shared sojourns in survival, tying back to the uplift of knowing your form forged not in isolation, but in intimate interdependence with the world's wild weave, where the isotype's intimate interplay invites the inner weave to widen. To foster active yet unhurried participation, guide your awareness to the curve of your throat or the hollow of your collarbone, trace in lightly if it pleases, and imagine threads of light weaving from marrow to thymus, inscribing affirmations of alliance. Inhale the weave's warmth, exhale into its weave's welcome, murmuring, memory's mantle enfolds me. Softly returning, you emerge, attuned to the forge's ongoing glow. The apprentice's emergence, a prelude to their deployment, where recognition's spark will soon ignite the broader blaze, a blaze that beckons the bolder bridges beyond. Stand alone yet symbiotic, the vignette of regulatory T-cells adds nuance to this adaptive tapestry, those FOXP3-bearing mediators, often CD4 derived, patrolling to temper excess. Their CTLA4 and TGF-beta signals dampen overzealous kin like elder sages counseling restraint in a fervent hall, preventing autoimmunity's tragic turn or allergic tempests. In the gut's lamina propria or skin's dermal depths, they foster tolerance, negotiating truces with self and symbiont alike, a philosophical emblem of balance, defense without dominion, vigilance veiled in mercy, ensuring the army serves harmony's hymn rather than discord's dirge. Interconnections shine here, as these regulators, forged in the same thymic trials, ripple back to modulate B-cell fades or NK patrols, a feedback loop that underscores the whole's wise wholeness, where these dampeners not only temper T-cell tempests, but echo back to B-cell blooms, ensuring the forge's fire fuels not frenzy, but the fine-tuned flame of fortitude, a fortified flame that fans the further frontiers, everyday relatable in the steady hum, post-strenuous day, when inflammation quiets without command, or the intuitive ease around cherished allergens tamed by time. These are the regulatory whispers at work, subtle ironies of the immune self-restraint, where potential fury folds into forgiven flow. And in rhetorical wonder, consider, in this forging of memory shields, your spirit finds its echo, a resilient refrain that resonates with nature's rhythms, from seasonal sheds to stellar cycles, inviting peaceful discovery of the self as sanctuary, ever adapting, ever at ease, a sanctuary that sings the song of subtle sovereignty. As the embers of these vignettes dim to a contemplative close, let the forge's glow settle like hearth ash after tales told. We sense the handoff to alerts arising, antigens now archived, awakening the trained ranks in murmurs that build toward mobilization's measured march. Exhale slowly now, envisioning those scrolls furled yet fervent, their light integrating into the inner dawn, while distant echoes of bindings sealed, of memories mapped, fade into the night's vast vault, carrying you onward in waves of inscribed serenity, the army's adaptive art a lullaby of learned light, a light that lingers like a last leaf on the lengthening limb. Yet linger we must on the plasma cell's poignant proliferation, those terminally differentiated devotees residing in marrow niches or migratory clusters, their endoplasmic reticulum swollen with antibody bounty, a secretory surge that floods the fray with specificity's solace, opsonins tagging for devour, agglutinins clumping for clearance, each molecule a missive of mastery, sensory in its subtlety. This effusion evokes the slow seep of honey from comb, golden and grounding, a progression from cellular seclusion to systemic succor, interconnecting with innate complement to lice or lure, turning lone lore into legion's leverage, a leverage that lifts the listener to luminous legacy. Philosophically uplifting, this archival act mirrors human hoarding of hard-won harmonies, the lullabies learned in loss, the boundaries born of breach, empowering a view of vulnerability as vestibule to valor, where each encounter etches not erasure but elevation. Another bridge, you've known that quiet confidence, the unhurried approach to once feared fields, much like the adaptive army's assured advance, normalizing growth's graceful gait as your innate inheritance, a gait that graces the ground with grateful glow, guided tenderly, one closing micro-affirmation. Picture the library's lanterns kindling low, shelves aglow with your stories safeguarded, and breathe, in remembrance I rest renewed, the words weaving into your pulse's patient poem. In this deepened repose, the forging feels complete, yet commencing, shields shimmering on the cusp of cool, priming the soul for the storm's soft summoning, as breaths blend with the brigade's budding resolve, a resolve that rhymes with the repose to come. And in that deepened repose, where the forging feels complete yet commencing, shields shimmering on the cusp of call, priming the soul for the storm's soft summoning, as breaths blend with the brigade's budding resolve, a subtle sync that stirs the archived scrolls into faint unfurling. The gathering storm of recognition begins to brew, not as a tempest of turmoil, but as a measured convocation in the body's grand amphitheater, where scouts relay fragments of the unfamiliar and the once known, summoning the trained legions with signals as subtle as the first rustle of leaves heralding autumn's approach. This phase, the threshold between vigilance and valor, unfolds with a building intensity that honors the hush from which it rises. Vignettes of presentation and proclamation revealing the army's prescient poetry. How memory's swift recall turns potential peril into poised preemption, allowing your inner council to deliberate in serene sovereignty, fostering a protected wonder that quiets the mind's wanderings and draws you deeper into the night's reassuring fold, where breaths sync with the subtle hum of assembly, easing anxiety into the arms of assured repose, a repose that resonates with the rhythms of renewal yet to reveal. Let us trace this gathering, then to the command centers we glimpsed earlier, the lymph nodes and spleen's lymphoid labyrinths, now alive with purpose as antigen-presenting cells. Those dendritic envoys from the innate patrol, fairy-captured essences through the afferent vessels like couriers bearing sealed dispatches to a vigilant court. In the node's paracortex, a T-cell zone, humming with naive and memory sentinels. MHC molecules on the placenta's surface cradle peptide snippets. Short chains of amino acids cleave from the intruder's coat, nestled in grooves like jewels in a velvet-lined case, displaying them for scrutiny by the adaptive elite. CD8 T-cells, cytotoxic kin, survey MHC class Psi on all nucleated cells, their receptors probing for anomalies in the universal broadcast of self, while CD4 helpers canvass class 2 tableau on professional presenters, the match igniting a cascade of costimulatory handshakes. B7 on dendritic arms clasping CD28 on T-cell flanks. A molecular embrace that confirms authenticity, lest tolerance's veil descend on false alarms. A veiled vigilance that veils the vital from the vain. This vignette of presentation interconnected with the forging we just witnessed shows the ripple from memory's mantle, Upon re-encounter, memory T-cells, scarce in youth but legion in experience, circulating as central or effector subsets, bind with avidity honed by prior trials, proliferating in clonal expansion that echoes the germinal center's fervor, yet swifter, unburdened by naive hesitation. Cytokines bloom then, as urgent missives fluttering through inner winds. IL-2 fueling T-cell self-renewal like a hearth-fed kindling. IFN-gamma rallying macrophages to heightened hunger. TNF-alpha widening vacuolar gates for the fray's influx. A chemical congress that amplifies the alert, turning solitary sighting into symphony swell. Educational in its elegance, this signaling clarifies the body's predictive prowess. No blind barrage, but a calibrated call, where memory's ledger ensures the storm gathers, not in waste, but in wisdom. A process so attuned to nuance that it evokes awe at evolution's archival art, empowering you to view vigilance not as veiled threat, but as veiled grace. A grace that graces the gathering with gentle glow. You've sensed this internal counsel before, haven't you? That intuitive quickening, the faint fatigue or fleeting flush after brushing a familiar allergen, subdued by shields long inscribed, normalizing the recognition's reach as a shared human heritage, where past passages pay present peace. And in that normalization finding the uplift of trust, your army, ever archival, anticipates so you may acclimate, releasing the subtle strains of uncertainty into the flow of fortified flow, a flow that fans the further flames of fortitude. As the denser dynamics of this convocation invite a reflective pause, direct your attention now to the subtle spaces between your breaths, noticing any faint stirrings of inner rhythm, and envision a soft council chamber within, ringed by luminous figures poring over illuminated maps, their deliberations a gentle glow rather than glare. Inhale the clarity of their congress, exhale any echoes of isolation, affirming softly, in this assembly I am anticipated. There, emerging from that interlude, the wonder deepens, recognition as nature's rehearsal, a philosophical prelude where the storm's hush builds, not dread, but devotion to the dance ahead, mirroring the way constellations align without announcement. Each star a sentinel in silent accord, an accord that aligns the inner with the infinite. From this nodal nexus, the vignette expands to the spleen's white pulp, that periarteriolar sheath, where marginal zone B cells, specialized fringe dwellers, sniff blood-borne antigens like border wardens at a misty frontier. Their receptors tuned for rapid relay to follicular partners, ensuring systemic threats find swift scrutiny. Interconnected ripples cascade here. A splenic sighting might summon extrafollicular responses, plasma burst bypassing germinal delay for immediate IgM tides, while memory B cells, patrolling the recirculating pool, accelerate to effector states, their recall a ripple that fortifies distant domains. From mucosal IgA reinforcements to cutaneous patrols. Subtly observational, with a light irony akin to a village elder spotting a familiar shadow from afar. How these marginal monitors, ever on the edge, turn the spleen from mere filter to foresight's forge. The body's wry way of hedging bets in the bloodstream's bustling bazaar, where what drifts in as driftwood emerges as directive. A directive that directs the deeper deliberations. Layered sensory progressions mark this gathering's arc. From the hush of baseline broadcast, the ever-present MHC murmur, a baseline bass note in the cellular chorus, to the hum of heightened harmony, a subtle inner vibration like strings plucked in preparation, evolving toward the poised pulse of proclamation, where signals saturate the ether in a cathartic coherence that readies without rush. Vivid yet veiled, these evoke the prelude to a symphony's swell. Recall the anticipatory twinge before a sneeze's release, or the warmed wrist after a chill's concession. Each a microcosm of the council's convocation, interconnecting innate cytokines with adaptive avowals to weave a web of watchful welcome. Sensory in its subtlety, trace the echo in a deepening yawn's prelude. The body's broadcast blending breath with brigade, a hum that harmonizes haste into haven. Repetition underscores the ritual. Present, proclaim, prepare. Present, proclaim, prepare. A mantra threading through the storm's soft assembling, reinforced by everyday echoes. The eased entry to a once-trying terrain, like a path cleared by prior passage, where memory's missives make the mundane miraculous. Rhetorically inviting, what greater serenity than this predictive poise, where your form foretells not fate's fiat, but fortitude's flourish, fostering quiet insight into the self as seer, attuned to threats yet anchored in alliance. Now, as the missives multiply, let us linger on the chemokine gradients, those directional drafts, small proteins exhaled by placentas to lure lymphocytes like scented summons drawing bees to bloom, guiding the faithful from blood's highway to tissue's theatre. CCR7 receptors on T cells, homing to CCL1921 ligands in the node's conduits, a migratory map that concentrates counsel without congestion. List-style bursts illuminate this lure. CXCL8 beckoning neutrophils with neutrophil flare. CXCL10 rallying T cells in viral vigils. CCL2 mustering monocytes to mend or marshal. Gently clarified as the body's perfumed pathways, each gradient a thread in the tapestry of targeted transit, ripples extending from local alert to global guard. You've known this migratory map too, in the instinctive draw to a familiar path after wandering lost, where the body's perfumed pathways guide you home with quiet certainty. Normalizing these molecular missives as messengers of mercy that tie to the empowerment of being ever led, a led light that illuminates the inner landscape. Another empathetic bridge surfaces gently, like the sudden shift that sweeps in before a cherished melody resumes. Half remembered yet wholly resonant, you've felt that adaptive anticipation in the subtle surge of readiness after reminiscence. The council's clarion a comfort rather than call to arms, normalizing these molecular missives as messengers of mercy, tying back to empowerment through the profound peace of being pre-provisioned. Your exposures etched not as etchings of error but engravings of elegance, an elegance that echoes the evening's easy embrace. To nurture this building without haste, envision now the inner winds carrying those fluttering edicts, a soft breeze against your skin if you choose to notice. And with each exhalation, release into the gathering's grace, murmuring, aligned in my awareness, I await with ease. Returning softly, attuned to the storm's serene stirring, you sense the assembly's assurance, a velvet vanguard veiling the vigor to come, where the wind's whispered weave welcomes the wider world within. Stand alone, yet symphonic, the vignette of cross-presentation adds depth to this dawn. Dendritic cells in peripheral tissues engulfing exogenous antigens, yet routing them to MHC Class 1 for CD8 priming, a sleight of cellular sorcery that equips the army against intracellular interlopers, viruses cloaked in host garb, unmasked for excision. In liver or lung sentinels, this bridging blurs innate adaptive bounds, ripples, recruiting NK collaborators or regulatory dampeners, ensuring the storm swells selectively, philosophical in its precision. Recognition not as rigid right, but as responsive reverie, where the body's wisdom weighs witness against whim, a weighed wisdom that whispers of the world's wondrous weave. Every day relatable in the vigilant yet veiled recovery from a fleeting flu, where fatigue fades faster on reprise, or the intuitive immunity to echoes of elder ailments. These are the crosstalks at play, subtle ironies of the immune's inclusive intellect, turning solitary scouts into societal sages. And in uplifting awe consider, this gathering, with its missives and migrations, evokes the human heart's own harmonies, chambers convening in ceaseless counsel, inviting peaceful discovery of resilience as relational rhythm, ever emerging from encounter's embrace, an embrace that extends to the evening's easy end. Philosophically tender, the alert's architecture whispers of nature's narrative arc, from hush to hum, a progression that honors the precursor's patience, empowering a surrender to the sequence. Where anxiety alchemizes into alliance, the self a storm's serene sovereign. Sensory in its subtlety, trace the echo in a deepening yawn's prelude. The body's broadcast blending breath with brigade, a hum that harmonizes haste into haven, a haven that holds the hush of harmony. Guided with care, one affirming anchor, picture the council's chamber aglow, maps merge in mutual mandate, and breathe into the burgeoning bond. In convergence, I am convened, perhaps with a faint, imagined scent of aged parchment warming the air like a storyteller's hearth. In this space, the gathering feels not gathering gloom, but glimmering ground, murmurs modulating to the measured march of mobilization as ambient throbs, distant drums of deployment, begin their subtle quicken, drawing the soul toward the orchestrated onset. Breaths now, the bellows of the blaze to be, a blaze that beckons the bolder bridges beyond. Yet we linger on the memory's masterful mediation, those long-lived lymphocytes, central memory, T-cells recirculating through nodes like perennial pilgrims, effector memory patrolling tissues as territorial tutors, ensuring the storm's scale suits the script. A prior page turned prompt in preemptive poise, where cytokines calibrate not catastrophe, but culmination. Interconnections illuminate a memory. B-cells' swift switch to plasma floods the field with fitted foes, while recalled CD4s orchestrate B and cytotoxic kin in concert, ripples refining the response to resonance rather than rote. A refined resonance that rhymes with the repose it restores. Rhetorical once more. What deeper delight than this anticipatory art, where your form's foresight fosters not fret but freedom? The alert a anthem of archived assurance, every day in its essence, like the unbidden smile at a scent from seasons past, safe in its summons. The council's convocation, a covert celebration of continuity, a celebration that calls a calm of completion. As whispers of assemble, align, weave through the winds. Assemble, align. The held hush of this held pause invites release. The storm's soft summit yielding to the charge's choreographed cascade. Ambient pulses now a prelude's pulse, carrying you forward on currents of convened calm. The army's alert a luminous legacy, lighting the path to valor's veiled vigil. A vigil that veils the vigor in velvet, inviting the inner eye to envision the evening's easy embrace. And in that luminous legacy lighting the path to valor's veiled vigil, as whispers of assemble, align weave through the winds, assemble, align. the held hush of this held pulse invites release. The storm's soft summit yielding to the charge's choreographed cascade, ambient pulses now a prelude's pulse, carrying you forward on currents of convened calm. The symphony of mobilization commences, not as a cacophony of conflict, but as a grand, orchestrated ballet in the shadowed veils of your inner realms, where destruction dances with renewal in steps so attuned, so elegantly lethal, that they evoke the quiet ferocity of a river carving stone, unyielding yet ultimately yielding to the greater flow. This peak of the army's response, the full intensity of adaptive and innate forces converging in harmonious havoc, unfolds through vignettes of precision and poetry, revealing the unswerving loyalty of your defenders, antibodies, as archers' volleys loosed in luminous arcs, T-cells as shadowed strikers threading through veils of vulnerability, emphasizing the emotional uplift of knowing such fidelity fortifies not just flesh, but the spirit's serene sovereignty, inviting you now in this cresting wave to trace the energy's imagined flows and surrender deeper into the night's enveloping hush, where the phrase fervor fades to a lullaby's lift, a lift that lingers like the last light on the lengthening limb. Let us enter this ballet's first movement. Then, with the humoral host's deployment, those antibody legions, forge in the plasma cell's fervent factories, now effusing from bone marrow's redoubts and mucosal outposts, like a silver rain from parted clouds, cascading through bloodstream and lymph to bind the foe in bespoke embrace. IgG, the steadfast sentinel among them, crosses into tissues with the ease of mist seeping through forest fronts, its grabbing tips clasping target spots with gripping strength, amplified by memory's maturations, tagging invaders for takedown pursuit. Neutrophils and macrophages drawn like moths to a lantern's glow. Neutrophils and macrophages drawn like moths to a lantern's glow, their receptors for FC tails igniting engulfment's eager cycle. Stand alone in its splendor. This vignette of volley evokes archers on a mist-shrouded ridge, quivers emptying in synchronized salvos that pin shadows to the sodden earth. Yet interconnected ripples extend the reach, agglutination clumping clusters for collective clearance, neutralization sheathing toxins or viral spikes like silken shrouds, preventing penetration's ploy, while complement's ancient alliance activates in enzymatic cascades, C3 convertases cleaving to coat and convene, membrane attack complexes perforating foes with pore-like precision, a harmonious backup that turns single shafts into symphonic siege. A siege that sings the song of subtle synergy. Educational yet ethereal, this antibody artistry clarifies the crescendo without clamor. The variable domains quickly, fine-tuned finesse ensuring fit beyond chance. Constant regions recruiting kin across the innate divide. A molecular minuet where B-cell blasts, day-sold dynamos, pour forth progeny in billions before apoptosis claims their spent forms, leaving memory's mantle to mend the muster. Subtly ironic, in the light of a sniffle's swift surrender, how these invisible archers, born of a single sighting, loose lifetimes of loyalty, the body's wry reclamation of rarity into routine resilience, a gently philosophical nod to how what begins as breach blooms into bulwark, empowering you to perceive the pulse of protection as a personal psalm, recited in the quiet chambers of your core. A psalm that pulses with the promise of perpetual peace. You've felt the echo of this volley in subtler surges, haven't you? That fleeting fortification after a crowded gathering, the eased exhale when symptoms stall. normalizing the deployment's dance as a shared somatic sonnet, where the army's aim affirms your innate alliance, releasing the subtle siege of solitude into the solace of systemic solidarity, a solidarity that softens the soul's subtle strains. As the denser choreography of this humoral helix invites a lingering gaze, direct your attention now to the gentle undulation of your abdomen with each breath, envisioning silver streams arcing through your form's hidden hollows, binding and beckoning with luminous intent, perhaps with a faint imagined shimmer of dew on dawnlit leaves. Inhale the archer's assured aim, exhale into the embrace of their efficacy, affirming inwardly, in this cascade, my currents carry conquest. There, in that reflective reverie, the uplift ascends, mobilization as nature's noble narrative, a reminder that loyalty's loom weaves not just wards, but wonder, fostering serene insight into the self as stage for this eternal enactment, where phrase fire forges, not fear, but fortitude as flame. A flame that fans the further frontiers. Flowing from these fluid forays, the vignette turns to the cellular core's covert campaigns. CD8 cytotoxic T cells, those precision strikers, effectors, expanded from memory's muster, migrating via chemokine calls to the infection's shadowed veils, where they survey MHC-class wine's anomalous broadcasts. Perforin-pouring membranes like frost-fractured panes, granzymes gliding through to trigger caspase cascades in the target's core, apoptosis unfolding as a programmed petal fall, cells shrink into apoptotic bodies for merciful macrophage harvest. Interconnected with the humoral hail, these assassins amplify antibody action. Fas-L ligations luring foes to self-slaughter, or IFN gamma priming presenters for swifter sightings. A tandem tango that ensures no theatre of threat goes unattended. From viral vaults in hepatocytes to tumoral thickets in dermal depths. A tango that ties the touch to the triumph in tender tenacity. Repetition reinforces the right. Strike, signal, subside. Strike, signal, subside. A mantra mirroring the T-cell's tactical tempo, turning targeted termination into tempered tranquility, while everyday examples ground the grace. The unexplained uplift after a languid lethargy lifts. Perhaps these silent swordsmen severing stealthy strands, or the resilient return from respiratory ravages, where cytotoxic clarity clears the covert clutter. Layered sensory progressions paint the peak's poetry. From the hush of homing, the subtle summons of selectins adhering to vascular veils, to the crescendo's keen edge, a imagined inner incision like silk slicing shadow, evolving toward the cathartic contraction of completion, where inflamed fields cool to contemplative calm, evoking the post-storm serenity of sun-dappled glades, a serenity that settles the soul in subtle song. Rhetorically resonant, what profound poise in this precision, where your form's fences fend not with fury but finesse, inviting awe at the army's unyielding yet unassuming allegiance. A philosophical emblem of equilibrium amid engagement. List-style bursts burst forth the Granseam's gallery. Granseam and nicking nuclear nets to nick the nucleus's narrative. B cleaving caspases for Cascade's crown. K kindling mitochondrial mayhem, gently clarified as the striker's subtle arsenal. Each enzyme an etched edge in the ballet's blade, ripples radiating from synapse to synapse in synaptic synergy. A synergy that sings the subtle sovereignty of the self. Yet the symphony swells further with inflammation's orchestrated overture, that innate crescendo, now conducted by adaptive cues, cytokinins like IL-1 and IL-6, from activated T cells and placentas dialing the hypothalamus's thermostat to fever's forge. Core rise into realms where replication reels, while prostaglandins from Koch's pathways in endothelial eaves dilate and densify the dance floor, permeability parting for plasma's provisions. Fibrinogen, weaving provisional webs, kinin cascades, kindling calocrin's kin to quicken the quick. This vignette, stand alone in its swell. It interconnects all prior phases, barriers breached, summoning scouts, forges firing the faithful, recognition rallying the ranks, now converging in cardinal signs, ruba, cala, tumor, dolor. A quartet of cues that, while tenderly taxing, testify to the tide's turning, the army's way of walling the wound while welcoming the wider world to witness its work. A turning that tides the tender toward the triumphant. Subtly observational, with a touch of irony, akin to a hearth's hearthside haze comforting the chilled. How this inflamed interlude, often eyed askance, embodies the elegant excess of empathy. The body blanketing breach with blanket of warmth, philosophical in its provision. Intensity as invitation to introspection, where the swell subsides into sagacity, empowering a gentler gaze upon the glow as guardian's grace rather than grievance. A grace that graces the gathering with grateful glow. Another bridge of shared sensing, like the sudden shift that sweeps in before a heartfelt harmony, resolves, warming the weight with welcome. You've known that inner ignition, the mobilization's murmur, melding malaise to mending, normalizing the crescendo as communal chorus, tying back to the empowerment of embracing the blaze as bridge to brighter balance, a balance that beckons the bolder bridges beyond. To temper this building with breath's balm, guide your awareness to the faint flush of your cheeks, or the steady thrum in your temples, tracing imagined energy flows from core to periphery. Crimson carriers coursen with command, perhaps with the faint, imagined scent of smouldering sage softening the sense. With inhalation, draw in the ballet's bold beauty. With exhalation, release into its rhythmic release, whispering, harmony in the fray, I flow fortified. Softly surfacing, you attune to the mobilization's measured majesty. The peak's passion, a prelude to its peaceful plateau, where the wave's whispered weave welcomes the wider world within. Philosophically profound, the complement's choral contribution adds contrapuntal counterpoint. Those plasma proteins, some liver-laid, others cell-surfaced, igniting in alternative, lectin, or classical conduits. Manos, binding lectins latching to microbial motifs like dew on daisy chains. Factor D, dissecting to deploy. C5b9 complexes crowning the kill with conductive conduits that conduct current-like lysis. Interconnections illuminate the interdependence. Antibodies anchoring the classical path. T cells tipping the lectin via pattern cues. Innate initiators amplified by adaptive avowals. A backup brigade that belies its name with bold benevolence, turning tidal threats to tranquil troughs. A benevolence that binds the bold to the balanced. Every day evocative in the eased eruption of a pimple's purge or the hastened healing of a hasty nick. These are complements, covert concerts, subtle ironies of the serum's symphonic subtlety, where what seems surplus serves as sentinel song. Uplifting in its undercurrent, this harmonious havoc whispers of nature's nuanced nobility, resilience, not as rigid rampart, but responsive reverie, fostering peaceful discovery of the fray as fertile field, where destruction's dirge dissolves into dawn's delicate design, a design that draws the deeper drifts. Vignettes of helper T-cells herding complete the core, CD4 conductors cueing cytokine symphonies, Th1 rallying cellular kin with IFN gamma's gale, Th2 tending humoral hosts with IL4's lull, Th17 summoning neutrophils in neutrophilic need, Treg tempering the tempo with IL10's truce, each subset a specialized score in the score, ripples refining the response to resonance. From fungal frontiers to parasitic place, you've known this herd in harmony too, in the instinctive rally of friends around a shared challenge, where the body's subsets stand in subtle solidarity, normalizing the cytokine chorus as a communal call to calm, tying to the empowerment of feeling ever orchestrated, an orchestrated order that orients the ordinary to the ordained. Sensory in its subtlety, the mobilization evokes a veiled vigor, the imagined itch of influx, warmth weaving through wearied webs, a progression from prelude's pulse to peak's poignant poise, cathartic in its contraction as calm reclaims the canvas, a canvas that calls the contemplative close. Rhetorical once more. What wondrous weave in this willful waltz, where loyalty's litany lifts the listener to luminous legacy. Guided tenderly, envision the vials, verdant once more. Strikers sheathing swords in sheaths of shadow, and affirm, in the dance's denouement, I dwell in delight. In this deepened drift, the symphony softens, echoes of clashing waves, harmony in the fray, lapping now to shores of solace, priming the tender tendrils of recovery's rise. As breaths blend with the brigade's benevolent bow, a bow that beckons the bolder bridges beyond. Yet, we must linger on the mobilization's merciful modulation, where apoptosis arbitrates the aftermath even amid the act. Fast pathways folding fervent fighters into finality, preventing proliferative pandemonium. A self-regulating sonata that ensures the ballet bows before it breaks, philosophical in its prudence. Intensity's inheritance is introspection's interlude, empowering the perception of peak as portal to poise. Interconnections cascade, exhausted T-cells retreating to lymphoid lairs, plasma progenitors persisting as plasma's promise. Inflammation's inferno inverted to instruct the archive anew, an inversion that invites the inner archive to illuminate. Every day in its essence, like the post-passion piece after a purposeful pursuit, muscles mellowing from might to mend. These are the modulations at melody, normalizing the nadir's nudge toward renewal. And in awe's afterglow, consider this symphony, with its strikes and swells, evokes the human heart's heroic harmonies, chambers charging in ceaseless choreography, inviting serene surrender to the sequence's sacred scroll, a scroll that unfurls the unhurried unfolding. As the lapping shores summon softer scenes, waves whispering withdrawal, the mobilization's measured might yields to the echoes of aftermath, ambient throbs, now a tender tattoo, carrying you toward the repair's radiant reprise. The army's allegiance, a luminous legacy lingering in the hush, a hush that holds the harmony of healing's hushed hymn. And in that hushed hymn of healing's harmony, as the tender tattoo of ambient throbs softens to the subtle sigh of settling shores, the army's luminous legacy lingering like the last embers of a hearth fire, warming the hush with whispers of what was won. The echoes of the aftermath begin to resonate, not as remnants of rupture, but as the tender tendrils of restoration, where fervor folds into merciful modulation, clean-up crews gliding through the fray's faint fields, like gentle sweepers in a dew-dampened dawn, gathering the spent and the shattered into cycles of compassionate closure. This descent from intensity's orchestrated onset carries us into vignettes of repair and renewal, revealing the profound poetry of resolution. Apoptosis as retreats both merciful and measured, stem cells weaving new tapestries from threads of latent light, all while the inner landscapes knit in quiet communion, fostering a sense of innate healing rhythms that empowers you to perceive these post-peak passages as profound privileges, invitations to trust the body's balanced ballet even deeper. Now, as the night's enveloping hush draws your awareness to the subtle symphony of mending, breath softening like leaves settling after the storm's sigh, each one a bridge from blaze to boundless bloom. Let us drift, then, into the first soft strokes of this aftermath. The apoptotic artistry that arbitrates the army's graceful withdrawal. Those programmed passings where effector cells, swollen with purpose, their mission mercifully met, receive the signal to subside, fast receptors on their surfaces, clasping ligands like weary wanderers, linking arms in final farewell, igniting a cascade within. Mitochondria, murmuring their release of cytochrome C. Caspases cleaving cellular scaffolding in a silent severance that shrinks the form to blebs and bodies. Harmless husks, harvested by patrolling phagocytes without inflammatory fanfare. Macrophages, those grand recyclers we met in hushed patrols, now embody the sweeper's serenity, extending pseudopods in a velvet veil to envelop these fallen comrades and foes alike. Their efferocytosis, a term as gentle as its act, ensuring no debris lingers to lure lingering unrest, nucleotides and lipids reclaimed in a biochemical benevolence that fuels fresh forges elsewhere, turning termination into the tender tilling of tomorrow's terrain, a tilling that ties the touch of today's triumph to the tomorrow's tranquil tide. Interconnected with this merciful retreat, the vignette unfolds in the tissue's tender truce, where regulatory signals, IL-10 from TREG mediators, TGF-beta from mesenchymal murmurs, dampen the cytokine storm's last sighs, shifting from IL-1's insistent ignition to resolvent's resolving rain, omega-derived diplomats derived from the phrase own fats, promoting polarization, M1 warriors yielding to M2 menders, their arginase and IL-4 expressions weaving anti-inflammatory webs that quiet the quorum, a ripple effect that extends from local lesion to systemic serenity, ensuring the mobilization's might modulates without malice, where IL-10's truce not only tempers the tide, but tides back to the thymus's tempering, forging a feedback that fuels the forge's finer fire, ripples refining the repertoire in resonant reciprocity. Educational in its elegance, this apoptosis affirms the army's self-restraint. No unchecked expansion, but a calibrated curtailment, where 90% of activated lymphocytes meet this merciful end within days. Their sacrifice a philosophical sacrament of space-making, clearing the canvas for memory's measured minority to persist, empowering you to view vulnerability's veil not as void, but as verdant void, a garden's quiet regrowth after rain's reluctant release, where what recedes reveals the roots that reach ever deeper. You've sensed this subsiding shift before, haven't you? That profound easing after exertion's edge dulls, the inner ache alchemizing to ambient ease, normalizing the aftermath's art as a shared human hymn, where loss lends itself to luminous legacy, and in that normalization, discovering the uplift of surrender. Your form, ever faithful, favors not frenzy, but the fertile fallow that follows. A fallow that feels like the earth's own exhale after harvest. As the denser details of this apoptotic afterglow invite a lingering light, direct your attention now to the subtle settling in your limbs. Perhaps noticing the faint fade of any held tension, and envision gentle sweepers gliding through imagined glens, gathering glimmers into the earth's embrace. Perhaps with the faint, imagined scent of damp soil after a summer shower softening the sense. Inhale the mercy of their motion, exhale into the emptiness they bestow, affirming softly. In this release, renewal rises. There, in that contemplative cove, the wonder whispers, resolution as nature's noble narrative, a reminder that cycles of loss and gain compose the cosmos's creed, fostering serene insight into the self as soil for such sacred sowings, where what withdraws waters, what will yet weave, a weaving that welcomes the wider world within. From these retreats, the vignette flows to the tissue mender's meticulous ministry, mesenchymal stem cells. Those pluripotent pilgrims, harboured in marrow's misty meadows, or adipose's ample folds, summoned by SDF-1's siren call from stromal scaffolds, homing to the harm's horizon via CXCR4 compasses, differentiating in situ into fibroblasts or osteoblasts, the paracrine pledges of PDGF and VEGF coaxing angiogenesis, endothelial ancestors assembling into arborizing arcs, new vessels budding like spring's first shoots from winter's willing wood, perfusing the pale with plasma's promise to hasten the heal. Stand alone in its subtlety. This weaving evokes artisans at dawnlit looms, threads of collagen and elastin interlacing under TGF-beta's tender tutelage, provisional matrices maturing to mature meshes, a process so patient, so poetic, that it turns Scar's stern script into supple seam. Interconnected ripples reach regulatory realms, resolvins resolving the redness, lipoxins lulling the leukocytes home, ensuring the repair honors harmony over haste, a harmony that hums from the heart of the harm to the horizons of health. Repetition reinforces the rhythm. Gather, graft, grow. Gather, graft, grow. A mantra mirroring the mender's methodical march, transforming transient tear into tenured tapestry, while everyday analogies illuminate the intimate. The slow seal of a scraped knee, crust flaking to fresh pink, or the garden's quiet regrowth after rain's raw rinse, where puddles recede to reveal resilient roots pushing through, roots that rhyme with the repose you feel now in this narrated nest. Layered sensory progressions trace the tendering. From the hush of homing, the faint, expectant ebb of inflammation's tide, to the gentle gathering of grafts, a subtle inner knitting like wool warmed by hearth, evolving toward the cathartic coalescence of completion, where wounds whisper wholeness in a wash of warmed wellness, evoking the post-pore serenity of sun on sodden soil, a serenity that settles like silt in a still stream. Rhetorically resonant, what deeper delight in this devoted design, where your form's fabricators forge, not from frenzy, but from the fertile hush that follows, inviting awe at the army's aftermath as alchemical art. List-style bursts bloom the growth factor's garden. EGF edging epithelial edges, FGF fostering fibroblastic fields, HGF heralding hepatocyte harmony, gently clarified as the mender's molecular muses, each a murmured mandate in the ministry's melody. Ripples radiating from rift to restoration in radiant reciprocity, each ripple a reminder of the resilient reach. Philosophically profound, this repairs reverie, nods to nature's eternal eddy, from erosion to emergence, a cycle where gain germinates from graceful goodbye. empowering a gentler guardianship of the glow that lingers. The body's way of whispering we mend as we move, turning time's toll into timeless tribute. Another bridge of empathetic echo, like the sudden shift that sweeps in before dawn's first light softens the scar of night. You've felt that inner infusion, the mending's murmur melding memory to momentum, normalizing this cellular congresses as communal cradles, tying back to the empowerment of embracing the aftermath as avenue to amplified alliance, an alliance that aligns the ache with the awe. To nurture this nurturing without nudge, guide your awareness to the curve of your wrist or the hollow of your palm, tracing lightly the imagined weave of new woven warmth, energy ebbing from effort to ease, perhaps with the faint, imagined scent of fresh earth after rain softening the sense. With each inhalation, draw in the graft's growing grace. With exhalation, release into the rhythm of their rise, murmuring, woven in my wholeness, I welcome the weave. Softly surfacing, you sense the repair's radiant reprise, the descent's devotion, a devotion to the dawn that follows, a dawn that draws the deeper drifts. Vignettes of long-term fortification add layered legacy to this lull, where memory cells, those archival artisans, central sentinels recirculating through lymphoid lakes or effector echoes embedded in epithelial eaves, stand as vigilant veterans, their epigenomic etchings ensuring epigenetic endurance. Gene promoters poised for prompt recall, a prophylactic poetry that primes the patrol for perpetuity. Interconnections cascade here. B memories, bespoke binders patrolling plasma, T sentinels surveying surfaces in ceaseless scan, even innate allies like NKs, nudged toward adaptive-like acuity through cytokine crosstalk, ripples refining the repertoire against recurrence, turning singular skirmish into systemic safeguard, a safeguard that sings of the subtle sovereignty. Subtly observational, with a touch of irony, akin to a library's lamps lit long after last loan. How these lingering lights, born of battle's brief blaze, bestow a borrowed bravery that outlasts the original offense, the body's wry way of wagering wisdom on what's worn, philosophical in its provision. Fortification as a fruit of flitting fire, where loss's ledger lends luminous longevity. Everyday evocative in the unhurried immunity to echoes of elder exposures. The childhood cold that scarcely stirs in senior seasons. Or the traveller's trial, tamed by time's tenured tutelage. These are the legacies at leisure, normalizing the aftermath's archive as ally in the ordinary. An ally that affirms the ordinary as oracle. Uplifting in its undercurrent, this enduring echo whispers of nature's nuanced nobility, resilience not as rigid relic but responsive reverie, fostering peaceful discovery of the cycles as cradles, where retreat reclaims the realm for renewal's radiant right. Sensory in its subtlety, the fortification feels like a veiled vigil, the imagined hum of homing airs, a hush-held harmony that holds the hush. A progression from peak's poignant poise to perpetual peace, cathartic in its continuity as calm becomes the constant, a constant that cradles the contemplative close, rhetorical once more. What wondrous ward in this watchful weave, where the army's aftermath assures not absence but abiding alliance. Guided with gentle grace, picture the glens greening under Graf's gift, veterans veiled in vigilant veil and affirm. In legacy's light, I linger restored. In this deepened drift, the echoes feel eternal yet easing, The repairs rhythm a rhythmic reprise that rhymes with repose, a repose that reaches toward the night's native narrative. Yet linger we must on the healing web's gentle unfolding, that supportive framework, like a quiet orchestra where a slippery cushion called hyaluronic keeps the wounded spots moist and soft. Sticky guides named fibronectin, gently steering clusters of repair cells, turning a temporary haven into a lasting lush field through the careful trimming of special cleanup enzymes. Those matrix helpers pruning back the rough edges to make way for smooth, steady strength, all tied to signals from the immune team. Growth nudges from helper cells easing the pull and tension, so scars stay flexible instead of hard and tight. A gentle reminder of life's wise balance, healing without harsh stiffness, mending that flows like a meadow's easy curve. These links light the way, fresh cells releasing their building blocks like quiet poems, cleanup crews fine-tuning the trimming space around them, a looping harmony that strengthens the edges for tomorrow's steady stream, a stream that nurtures even finer threads of wholeness. Every day in its essence, like the slow stretch of skin after summer's sun-kissed swell. Supple once more, these are the evolutions at ease, subtle ironies of the matrix's malleable mastery, where what was wounded welcomes the world's weave anew. And in awe's afterlight, consider. This aftermath, with its retreats and regraphs, evokes the human heart's healing harmonies. Ventricles venturing from vigor to velvet, inviting serene surrender to the sequence's sacred scroll, a scroll that unfurls the unhurried unfolding of unity. As the vignettes veil toward their verdant veil, wounds knit, watches resume, the reflective exhale carries forward. Distant heartbeats syncing with narrated breaths in a lulling liaison, inviting the full drift into sleep's alliance, where the army's aftermath becomes the night's native narrative. A hush-held harmony, priming the nocturnal patrols that await, patrols that pulse with the promise of perpetual peace. Philosophically tender, the long-term fortification's faint flicker nods to nature's narrative arc. From fray to fertile fallow, a progression that honors the intensity's invitation, empowering a profound perception of the passage's privilege, the self a sanctuary for such subtle sowings. Another bridge. You've known that quiet confidence, the unhurried unfolding after upheaval's hush, much like the aftermath's assured advance. Normalizing growth's graceful gait as your innate inheritance. An inheritance that invites the inner light to illuminate. To close this contemplative cascade, envision the tapestry's taut yet tender, legacies luminous in latent light, and breathe into the blend. In mending's measure, I merge with the whole. In this space, the echoes of aftermath resonate as repose's radiant root, the repair's rhythm rhyming with the repose that rhythms the realm. As breaths now, the bridge to the night watches watchful whisper. A whisper that weaves the wonder on.
Welcome, dear traveller, to a journey beneath the canopy of time itself. Tonight, we venture into the ancient forests, those cathedral groves where silence speaks in whispers of centuries, where roots intertwine in conversations older than human memory, where every breath of wind carries stories written in the language of leaves and soil. Here, in this space between waking and dreaming, we'll explore the hidden networks that pulse beneath our feet, the intricate web of life that connects every tree, every fungus, every creature in a symphony of existence that has played since long before we learned to listen. Let yourself settle now. Feel the weight of your body against whatever surface holds you. Notice how gravity gently pulls you down, down, like roots seeking the earth. Your breath, soft, natural, like the slow exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide between leaf and air. There's nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do. Just this moment. Just this breath, just this gentle invitation to wander with me into the forest of understanding, where science and wonder dance together beneath ancient boughs. The ancient forests we'll explore tonight are not merely collections of old trees. They are living libraries, repositories of ecological wisdom accumulated over hundreds, sometimes thousands of years. When we speak of ancient forests, we're speaking of ecosystems that have developed without significant human disturbance for at least 150 to 200 years, though many have stood far longer. These are the old-growth forests, the primary forests, the places where nature has written its longest, most complex sentences in the grammar of growth and decay, life and death, connection and interdependence. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of such a forest. Perhaps it's the temperate rainforests of the Pacific Northwest, where Douglas firs and western red cedars tower 300 feet into mist-laden air. Or maybe it's the ancient beech forests of Europe, where trees planted in the time of medieval kingdoms still spread their silver-barked branches. It could be the old-growth eucalyptus forests of Australia, or the ancient oak woodlands of England, or the primeval forests of Baia Oia 1/4A that straddle the border between Poland and Belarus, one of the last remnants of the vast forest that once covered the European plain. Wherever your mind places you, notice the quality of light. In ancient forests, light becomes something different, something softer. The dense canopy filters and fractures sunlight into 1,000 shades of green and gold, creating what forest ecologists call a light mosaic. Only about 1 to 2% of the sunlight that strikes the top of the canopy in a mature old-growth forest reaches the forest floor. This creates layers, stratifications of life adapted to different intensities of illumination. The canopy layer, where the crowns of the tallest trees spread their leaves to drink in sunshine. The understory, where smaller trees and saplings wait patiently for their chance, sometimes for decades, sometimes for a century or more. The shrub layer, adapted to dimmer conditions. And finally, the forest floor, that rich carpet of moss and fern and decomposing matter, where only the most shade-tolerant plants can thrive. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's begin at the beginning, with the whispers of how such forests come to be. Every ancient forest begins with a disturbance. This might seem paradoxical, but it's one of nature's profound truths. Whether it's a fire that clears the land, a windstorm that topples old giants, a glacier that retreats, leaving bare ground behind, or simply an abandoned field slowly reclaimed by nature, the journey toward an ancient forest begins with an opening, a blank page upon which ecological succession will write its slow, patient story. Imagine, if you will, a clearing. Perhaps a century and a half ago, a fire swept through this place. Not a catastrophic fire, but one of those periodic burns that forests have experienced for millennia, part of the natural rhythm of renewal. The flames consumed the understory, scorched the bark of larger trees, cleared away decades of accumulated debris. And then, in the silence after the fire, something remarkable began. The first arrivals are the pioneers, the colonizers, the species adapted to harsh conditions and full sunlight. In many temperate forests, these might be species like lodgepole pine or aspen, trees that can germinate in exposed soil, that grow quickly, and that don't require the shelter of other trees. Their seeds, carried on the wind or cached by animals, find purchase in the ash-enriched soil. Within a year, tiny seedlings emerge, their first leaves unfurling to capture the abundant sunlight that now reaches the ground. Let your breath slow as you imagine this process. With each inhale, a seed germinates. Each exhale, roots pushing down into the soil. There's no hurry here. These seedlings grow at their own pace, responding to the rhythm of seasons, the availability of water, and the nutrients in the soil. Some will survive. Many will not. This is the way of forests, this patient sorting, this gentle selection. As decades pass, these pioneer trees grow. They're not the giants that will eventually dominate this forest, but they serve a crucial role. Their roots stabilize the soil, preventing erosion. Their fallen needles or leaves begin to build up organic matter, enriching the earth. Their branches provide perches for birds, who deposit seeds from other plant species in their droppings. Their shade begins to modify the microclimate beneath them, making it cooler, more humid, more hospitable to species that couldn't survive in the harsh conditions of the immediate post-disturbance environment. This is what ecologists call primary succession, when it occurs on bare ground, or secondary succession, when it happens in a place where soil and some vegetation already exist. It's a process that unfolds over decades and centuries, a slow dance of species replacing species, each preparing the way for the next, like a relay race run in geological time. Beneath the soil, invisible to any casual observer, something equally important is happening. Fungi are colonizing the root systems of these young trees. These are mycorrhizal fungi, from the Greek words myko meaning fungus and rhiza meaning root. They form intimate associations with tree roots, wrapping around them or even penetrating into the root cells themselves, creating a biological partnership that is absolutely fundamental to forest life. There are two main types of these partnerships: ectomycorrhizal fungi, which form a sheath around the outside of fine roots and are common in temperate and boreal forests, associate with trees like pines, oaks, and beeches; and arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi, which actually penetrate into root cells, forming tree-like structures called arbuscules, and are more common in tropical forests and with certain temperate species. But we'll explore these relationships more deeply later. For now, just hold the image of these invisible threads beginning to spread through the soil, connecting root to root, tree to tree, creating the first whispers of the network that will eventually span the entire forest. 50 years pass. The pioneer trees are now mature, some beginning to show signs of age. Beneath them, a new generation has taken root. These are the species that will eventually dominate the ancient forest, the shade-tolerant climax species. In the Pacific Northwest, these might be western hemlock and western red cedar, growing slowly in the dappled shade beneath the pioneer canopy. In eastern North American forests, they might be sugar maple and American beech. In European forests, perhaps European beech and silver fir. These trees grow more slowly than the pioneers, but they have time. They're adapted to wait, to persist in low-light conditions, to grow steadily year after year. Some saplings might remain in the understory for a century or more, barely growing, just maintaining themselves, waiting for an opening in the canopy above. And openings come. A pioneer tree, perhaps weakened by disease or damaged by a storm, falls. Suddenly, a shaft of sunlight penetrates to the forest floor. The waiting saplings respond, accelerating their growth, racing upward to fill the gap. This is gap phase dynamics, one of the key processes that maintains diversity in ancient forests. Different species respond differently to gaps of different sizes, creating a complex mosaic of ages and species across the forest landscape. 100 years after the initial disturbance, the forest is in transition. The pioneer species are dying, their relatively short lifespans coming to an end. As they fall, they create more gaps, more opportunities. The longer-lived climax species are now reaching the canopy, their crowns spreading wide to capture light. The forest is becoming more complex, more layered, more diverse. Take a deep breath here. Feel how your body has settled even more deeply into rest as we've traced this slow unfolding. Your heartbeat, steady and calm, like the patient growth of trees. Your thoughts, perhaps drifting like seeds on the wind, settling where they will. This is good. This is exactly right. 150 years, 200 years. The forest is now approaching what ecologists would classify as old growth or ancient forest. The pioneer species are largely gone, their role complete. Long-lived climax species dominate the canopy, some now reaching truly impressive sizes. But it's not just the age of the trees that defines an ancient forest. It's the complexity, the structural diversity, the accumulation of features that only time can create. Large standing dead trees, called snags, punctuate the canopy. These are crucial habitat for cavity nesting birds, for bats, for countless insects. Fallen logs in various stages of decay litter the forest floor, serving as nurse logs for new seedlings, as habitat for salamanders and small mammals, as slow-release reservoirs of nutrients. The canopy itself is no longer a uniform layer but a complex three-dimensional structure with multiple layers, gaps, and variations in height. And beneath the ground, the mycorrhizal network has matured into something extraordinary. The fungal threads, called hyphae, now extend through the soil in a dense web, connecting tree to tree, creating what some scientists have called the wood wide web. This network, as we'll explore in much greater detail, allows trees to share resources, to communicate, to support each other in ways that are only beginning to be understood by science but have been suspected by careful observers of forests for generations. This is the foundation, the beginning, the gentle precursor phase that sets the stage for everything that follows. The ancient forest doesn't spring into being fully formed. It emerges slowly, patiently, through the accumulation of time and process, through succession and replacement, through the gradual building of complexity upon complexity. Let your awareness rest here for a moment, in this understanding of beginnings. Notice how your breath continues, steady and automatic, like the processes of the forest. Notice how you don't have to try to breathe, don't have to force it. The body knows. The forest knows. There's a wisdom in these automatic processes, these patient unfoldings. As the forest matures beyond its second century, something remarkable happens. The pace of change slows, but the complexity deepens. If the early stages of forest development are like the opening movements of a symphony, with themes being introduced and developed, then the ancient forest is like the full orchestra playing together, every instrument contributing to a sound that is far greater than the sum of its parts. The trees themselves become monuments to time. In temperate rainforests of the Pacific Northwest, Douglas firs can live for 700 to 1,000 years, reaching heights of 300 feet and diameters of 10 to 15 feet. Western red cedars can live even longer, with some individuals estimated at over 1,000 years old. In the ancient oak forests of Europe, individual trees can reach 600 to 1,000 years of age. In the eucalyptus forests of Australia, some species can live for 500 years or more. But it's not just longevity that matters. It's what happens to these trees as they age. Young trees are relatively simple structures, essentially a trunk with branches and leaves. But ancient trees become ecosystems unto themselves. Their bark becomes deeply furrowed, creating habitat for insects, spiders, and other invertebrates. Lichens and mosses colonize their trunks and branches. Some species are found nowhere else but in the canopy of old-growth forests. In the temperate rainforests, the branches of ancient trees can accumulate so much soil and organic matter that other plants, including small trees, can actually grow in the canopy, creating what are called canopy gardens. Imagine yourself now as a tiny creature, small enough to explore the surface of an ancient tree trunk. The bark is not a smooth surface but a landscape of ridges and valleys, caves and overhangs. In the crevices, moisture accumulates, creating microhabitats. A spider has spun its web in the shelter of a bark fold. A beetle larva tunnels through the outer layers of dead bark, creating galleries that will later be used by other insects. A tiny mite, invisible to the naked eye, grazes on fungal spores. This is a world within a world, a complexity that only emerges with time. Let your breath continue its gentle rhythm as we zoom back out, taking in the forest as a whole. The canopy of an ancient forest is not a uniform layer but a complex three-dimensional structure. Some trees, the emergents, rise above the general canopy level, their crowns fully exposed to sun and wind. These are often the oldest individuals, the survivors, the ones that won the competition for light decades or centuries ago. Below them, the main canopy forms a more continuous layer, though even here there are variations in height, gaps where trees have fallen, places where the canopy is denser or more open. And these variations matter. They create different microclimates, different light conditions, different moisture levels. A study in old-growth forests of the Pacific Northwest found that the temperature could vary by as much as 10 to 15 degrees Fahrenheit between the forest floor and the upper canopy on a sunny day. Humidity levels show similar variation. This creates a multitude of ecological niches, places where different species can specialize, contributing to the overall diversity of the forest. The understory in an ancient forest has a particular quality, a sense of spaciousness that's different from younger forests. In a young, dense forest, the understory can be choked with vegetation, every tree competing intensely for the limited light. But in an ancient forest, the canopy is high enough and open enough that some light filters through, and the understory often has a more open, park-like quality. Shade-tolerant shrubs and herbs carpet the ground. Ferns unfurl their fronds in the dim light. Mosses create thick cushions on logs and rocks. This is where you might encounter some of the most specialized species of the ancient forest. The marbled murrelet, a seabird that nests only on the large, moss-covered branches of old-growth trees in the Pacific Northwest. The northern spotted owl, which requires large territories of old-growth forest with complex structure for hunting. The fisher, a member of the weasel family that needs large hollow trees for denning. These species are indicators of ancient forest conditions, unable to survive in younger, simpler forests. But let's descend further, down to the forest floor, and then below it, into the soil itself. This is where some of the most important processes of the ancient forest occur, hidden from view but absolutely fundamental to everything above. The soil of an ancient forest is a remarkable substance. It's not just dirt, not just broken down rock. It's a living matrix, teeming with organisms. A single teaspoon of forest soil can contain billions of microorganisms, more than there are people on Earth. Bacteria, fungi, protozoa, nematodes, mites, springtails, and countless other creatures live out their lives in the spaces between soil particles, in the films of water that coat those particles, in the organic matter that accumulates from fallen leaves and dead roots. This community of soil organisms performs functions that are absolutely essential to the forest. They decompose organic matter, breaking down complex molecules into simpler forms that can be taken up by plant roots. They cycle nutrients, transforming nitrogen from the air into forms that plants can use, releasing phosphorus from rock particles, and moving minerals from deep in the soil to the surface. They create soil structure, binding particles together into aggregates that allow both water and air to penetrate, creating the porous, crumbly texture of healthy forest soil. And they interact with plant roots in ways that are only beginning to be fully understood. We've already mentioned mycorrhizal fungi, but the relationships go far deeper. Some bacteria form nodules on the roots of certain plants, fixing nitrogen from the air. Other bacteria produce hormones that stimulate plant growth. Some fungi protect roots from pathogens. The rhizosphere, the zone of soil immediately surrounding roots, is a hotspot of biological activity, a place where plants and microorganisms engage in complex chemical conversations. In an ancient forest, these soil communities have had centuries to develop, to become more diverse, more interconnected, more efficient. The soil itself is deeper, richer in organic matter, more stable than in younger forests. Studies have shown that old-growth forests can have significantly more soil carbon than younger forests, representing centuries of accumulated organic matter. This carbon storage is one of the many ecosystem services that ancient forests provide, helping to moderate global climate by keeping carbon out of the atmosphere. Take a moment here to appreciate the depth of what we're exploring. Beneath your awareness, your body is performing countless functions, cells metabolizing, neurons firing, blood circulating. You don't have to think about any of it. It happens automatically, the result of billions of years of evolution, of systems building upon systems. The ancient forest is similar, a product of centuries of development, of species interacting and adapting, of systems becoming more complex and more integrated over time. Let your body sink a little deeper into rest. Feel the support beneath you, solid and reliable, like the earth beneath the forest. Your breath continues, soft and steady. Your mind can wander where it will, following these threads of understanding, or drifting into its own quiet spaces. Both are welcome here. The gathering intensity of the ancient forest is not about drama or sudden change. It's about the accumulation of relationships, the deepening of connections, the building of complexity upon complexity. It's about how a forest becomes more than just a collection of trees, becoming instead an integrated system where every part affects every other part, where the whole is genuinely greater than the sum of its parts. And at the heart of this integration, quite literally at the heart, running through the soil like a nervous system, is the mycorrhizal network. This is what we'll explore next, descending into the hidden world beneath the forest floor, into the realm of fungi and roots, of chemical signals and shared resources, of connections that link every tree in the forest into a single, vast, living network. But before we descend, take 3 slow breaths. Breathe in the imagined scent of the forest, that complex aroma of earth and moss, of decomposing leaves and living wood, of moisture and growth. Hold it for just a moment. Then release, letting go of any tension, any effort. Again. Breathe in the forest. Hold. Release. One more time. Breathe in. Hold. And release, letting yourself settle even more deeply into this journey, into this exploration, into this gentle descent into understanding. Now we descend. Imagine yourself shrinking, becoming small enough to slip between soil particles to enter the hidden world beneath the forest floor. The light fades as we go deeper, but this is not a world of darkness. It's a world of chemical signals, of electrical impulses, of touch and taste and forms of sensing that have no human equivalent. This is the realm of roots and fungi, of bacteria and archaea, of the vast invisible network that underlies and supports everything above. Let's start with the roots themselves. When we think of a tree, we usually picture the part above ground, the trunk, the branches, the leaves. But below ground is an equally extensive system, a mirror image of the canopy, spreading through the soil in search of water and nutrients. For many trees, the root system represents as much biomass as the above-ground portion, sometimes even more. Tree roots serve multiple functions. They anchor the tree, providing stability against wind and gravity. They absorb water and dissolved nutrients from the soil. They store carbohydrates, providing reserves that the tree can draw on during times of stress or rapid growth. And they interact with soil organisms in ways that are fundamental to the tree's survival. The root system of a tree is not uniform. There are large structural roots, sometimes called cable roots, that extend outward from the base of the trunk, providing anchorage and serving as conduits for water and nutrients. These can extend surprisingly far, often well beyond the drip line of the canopy. In some species, structural roots can extend 2 to 3 times the radius of the canopy. But the real action happens in the fine roots, the small, delicate roots that branch and rebranch, creating an enormous surface area for absorption. These fine roots are ephemeral, living for only weeks or months before dying and being replaced. A single mature tree might have millions of fine root tips, representing hundreds of miles of total length. And it's these fine roots that form partnerships with mycorrhizal fungi. The word mycorrhiza, as we mentioned earlier, means fungus root, and it describes one of the most important symbiotic relationships in nature. The fungus colonizes the tree's roots, and in exchange for carbohydrates that the tree produces through photosynthesis, the fungus provides the tree with water and nutrients, particularly phosphorus and nitrogen, that it absorbs from the soil. This might sound like a simple exchange, but the reality is far more complex and far more fascinating. The fungus doesn't just absorb nutrients from the immediate vicinity of the root. It extends thread-like structures called hyphae out into the soil, creating a network that can extend for yards or even miles from the original root. These hyphae are incredibly fine, much finer than the finest roots, allowing them to penetrate into tiny soil pores that roots cannot access. They have an enormous surface area, vastly increasing the tree's effective absorptive capacity. A single gram of soil in an ancient forest might contain several miles of fungal hyphae. Extrapolate that across an entire forest, and you're talking about a network of almost incomprehensible extent, threading through the soil, connecting root to root, tree to tree, creating what mycologist Paul Stamets has called nature's internet. But the network does more than just absorb nutrients. Emerging research suggests it may also transfer them. And this is where things get really interesting. Because the mycorrhizal network doesn't just connect a fungus to a single tree. A single fungal individual can connect to multiple trees, and a single tree can be connected to multiple fungal species. The result is a web of connections linking all the trees in the forest. Through this web, resources may flow. Research using radioactive carbon tracers in the 1990s by forest ecologist Suzanne Sumar and her colleagues showed that carbon could move between trees through mycorrhizal networks. They grew Douglas fir and paper birch seedlings together, allowed them to form mycorrhizal connections, and then labeled the carbon in one tree with a radioactive isotope. Within days, the labeled carbon appeared in the other tree, having traveled through the fungal network. However, it's important to note that recent scientific reviews have raised questions about the extent and ecological significance of this carbon transfer. While the existence of mycorrhizal networks is well established, and some resource transfer does occur, the amounts transferred are typically small. Studies suggest only about 1 to 3% of assimilated carbon may transfer through these networks. The debate continues in the scientific community about whether this transfer significantly benefits recipient trees or primarily serves the fungi themselves. What we do know with certainty is that mycorrhizal networks exist and connect trees. We know that some transfer of resources occurs, and we know that these networks are ancient. Mycorrhizal associations date back over 400 million years to the earliest land plants. Fossil evidence suggests that the first plants to colonize land did so in partnership with fungi. The mycorrhizal association may have been essential to that colonization, allowing plants to extract nutrients from primitive soils and survive in the harsh conditions of early terrestrial environments. Over the hundreds of millions of years since, the association has evolved and diversified. Different groups of fungi have formed partnerships with different groups of plants. The relationship has become more sophisticated, more integrated, more essential. Today, over 90% of land plant species form mycorrhizal associations. It's not an exaggeration to say that mycorrhizal fungi are one of the foundations of terrestrial life. In ancient forests, where the mycorrhizal network has had centuries to develop, the system reaches its peak of complexity and integration. The fungal network is more extensive, more diverse, more interconnected than in younger forests. This may be one of the keys to the resilience of ancient forests, their ability to withstand stress and disturbance. The network may allow resources to be redistributed from areas of abundance to areas of scarcity, creating a level of integration that buffers the forest against change. Take a slow breath here. Imagine that breath traveling not just into your lungs but spreading through your body, oxygen diffusing into your bloodstream, carried to every cell. Your body, like the forest, is an integrated network, with systems for communication and resource distribution, with emergent properties that arise from the interaction of countless components. You don't have to think about any of it. It happens automatically, the result of millions of years of evolution, of systems building upon systems. The forest is the same. The mycorrhizal network operates automatically, without conscious direction, the result of millions of years of coevolution between plants and fungi. And yet it creates something remarkable, a forest where trees may support each other, where resources may be shared, where the community may be more resilient than any individual could be alone. But the mycorrhizal network is not the only underground connection. Tree roots can also graft together, creating direct physical connections between trees. This is most common between trees of the same species, but it can occur between different species as well. When roots of two trees come into contact underground, they can fuse, creating a living bridge through which water, nutrients, and even carbohydrates can flow directly from tree to tree, without the intermediary of fungi. Root grafting is common in ancient forests, where trees have had centuries to grow and their root systems have had ample opportunity to encounter each other. In some old-growth forests, researchers have found that most trees are connected to at least one other tree through root grafts, and some are connected to many others. This creates yet another layer of integration, another way that trees can support each other and share resources. There's even evidence that root grafts can keep stumps alive. When a tree is cut down, you might expect the stump to die, unable to photosynthesize without leaves. But in some cases, stumps remain alive for years or even decades, kept alive by carbohydrates flowing from neighboring trees through root grafts. The neighboring trees, in effect, support their fallen companion, sharing resources even though the stump can no longer contribute to the network. Why would trees do this? Why share resources with a stump that can no longer photosynthesize? One possibility is that the root graft formed long before the tree was cut, and the neighboring trees simply continue to share resources as they always have, unable to distinguish between a living tree and a stump. Another possibility is that keeping the stump's roots alive benefits the neighboring trees, perhaps by maintaining soil structure or by keeping the mycorrhizal network intact in that area. Whatever the reason, it's a striking example of the interconnectedness of forest trees, the way they function not as isolated individuals but as members of an integrated community. Let yourself sink deeper now, deeper into relaxation, deeper into this understanding of connection and interdependence. Your breath continues, soft and steady. Your body rests, supported and safe. And in your mind's eye, you can see the forest, above and below, the trees reaching toward the sky and their roots reaching into the earth, and beneath it all, the vast network of fungal threads, connecting everything, creating a living web of relationship and mutual support. This is the hidden architecture of the ancient forest, the foundation upon which everything else rests. And it's to this foundation that we'll return again and again as we continue our exploration, because understanding the mycorrhizal network is key to understanding how ancient forests function, how they maintain their resilience, how they create the conditions for the incredible diversity of life they support. But now, let's rise back up to the forest floor and explore some of that diversity, the countless other organisms that make the ancient forest their home, that depend on its complex structure and its accumulated resources, that contribute to its functioning in ways both obvious and subtle. Let's explore the life that intertwines in the ancient forest, the ecosystem interactions that make these places so rich, so vibrant, so full of wonder. The ancient forest is never silent. Even in the deepest stillness of a windless night, there is sound. The rustle of a small mammal moving through leaf litter, the call of an owl, the creak of a tree adjusting to temperature changes, the almost inaudible hum of countless insects. And during the day, the forest comes alive with a symphony of bird calls, the buzz of pollinators, the chatter of squirrels, the movement of deer through the understory. Each of these creatures is part of the forest's web of life, connected to every other part through relationships of predation, competition, mutualism, and countless other interactions. The ancient forest supports this diversity through its structural complexity, its accumulated resources, and the stability that comes from centuries of development. Let's explore some of these relationships, starting with one of the most visible and charismatic groups, the birds. Ancient forests support a remarkable diversity of bird species, many of which are found nowhere else. In the old-growth forests of the Pacific Northwest, over 150 bird species have been recorded, with at least 30 species strongly associated with old-growth conditions. These include the northern spotted owl, which requires large territories of old-growth forest with complex structure for hunting. The marbled murrelet, a seabird that nests only on the large, moss-covered branches of ancient trees. The pileated woodpecker, which excavates large cavities in dead trees for nesting and foraging. The varied thrush, whose haunting song is one of the signature sounds of the old-growth forest. Each of these species depends on specific features of ancient forests. The spotted owl hunts flying squirrels and other small mammals in the complex, multi-layered canopy of old growth, using its exceptional hearing to locate prey in the dim light beneath the canopy. The marbled murrelet needs large branches with moss platforms for nesting, features found only on ancient trees. The pileated woodpecker needs large snags and logs with heart rot, where it can excavate cavities and find the carpenter ants that are its primary food. The varied thrush forages in the deep leaf litter of the forest floor, which accumulates over centuries in undisturbed forests. But birds don't just depend on the forest. They also shape it. Woodpeckers excavating cavities create nest sites that are later used by dozens of other species, from small songbirds to flying squirrels to bats. Birds disperse seeds, carrying them far from parent trees and depositing them in their droppings, often in favorable germination sites. Birds control insect populations, with some species consuming thousands of insects per day during the breeding season. The forest and its birds have co-evolved, each shaping the other over millions of years. Let your awareness settle on this image, A pileated woodpecker, its red crest bright against the grey bark of a snag, hammering with powerful blows, excavating a cavity. Chips of wood fly with each strike. The sound echoes through the forest, a rapid drumming that can be heard hundreds of yards away. This is not just a bird finding food or creating a nest. This is a bird creating habitat that will be used by countless other creatures, playing a role in the forest ecosystem that extends far beyond its own immediate needs. Breathe with the rhythm of the woodpecker's drumming. In, out. In, out. Steady, purposeful, creating something with each breath, each moment. Now let's descend to the forest floor and explore the small mammals that are so crucial to forest functioning. Flying squirrels, deer mice, voles, shrews, chipmunks. These small creatures are incredibly abundant in ancient forests, with populations sometimes reaching hundreds of individuals per acre. They play multiple crucial roles in the ecosystem. Many small mammals are important dispersers of mycorrhizal fungi. The fruiting bodies of many mycorrhizal fungi grow underground, as truffles. These fungi depend on animals to dig them up and eat them, dispersing the spores in their droppings. Flying squirrels, in particular, are voracious truffle eaters, with truffles making up a large portion of their diet. As they move through the forest, they deposit spores in their droppings, inoculating tree roots with mycorrhizal fungi and helping to maintain the fungal network. This creates a beautiful three-way relationship. The trees provide carbohydrates to the fungi. The fungi provide nutrients to the trees and produce truffles. The squirrels eat the truffles and disperse the fungal spores, helping to maintain the network that benefits both trees and fungi. And the squirrels themselves benefit from the abundant food source. Each partner in this relationship depends on the others, and the relationship has been refined over millions of years of coevolution. Small mammals also play crucial roles in seed dispersal, soil mixing, and nutrient cycling. Chipmunks and mice cache seeds, and forgotten caches can become new trees. Voles and shrews, burrowing through the soil and leaf litter, mix organic matter into the mineral soil, accelerating decomposition and nutrient cycling. Their droppings add nutrients to the soil. Their burrows create channels for air and water movement. And small mammals are prey for a host of predators, from owls and hawks to weasels and bobcats. They represent a crucial link in the food web, converting plant material and fungi into animal protein that can be used by carnivores. In a very real sense, the small mammals of the forest floor are the engine that drives much of the ecosystem, converting the forest's primary productivity into forms that can be used by other animals. Take a moment to imagine the forest floor from the perspective of a deer mouse. The leaf litter is a landscape of hills and valleys, with fallen logs like mountain ranges. A mushroom is a towering structure, a potential food source. The scent of a weasel on the wind is a signal of mortal danger, triggering an immediate dash for cover. This is a world of constant vigilance, of quick movements and quicker decisions, of life lived at a rapid pace in the shadow of the ancient trees. Your breath continues, slow and steady, so much slower than the rapid breathing of a mouse, so much more relaxed. You are safe here, in this moment, in this exploration. Nothing threatens. Nothing demands. Just the gentle unfolding of understanding, the quiet appreciation of the forest's complexity. Let's move now to the insects, the most diverse group of animals in the forest, and arguably the most important. Insects fill every conceivable niche in the ancient forest. They pollinate flowers, ensuring the reproduction of countless plant species. They consume living plant tissue, acting as herbivores. They consume dead plant tissue, acting as decomposers. They prey on other insects. They are prey for birds, bats, and other insectivores. They create galls, mine leaves, bore through wood, sip nectar, drink sap, and engage in countless other ways of making a living. The diversity of insects in an ancient forest is staggering. A single old-growth tree can support hundreds of insect species, each specialized for a particular microhabitat or food source. Some insects live only in the canopy, never descending to the forest floor. Others live only in the soil or leaf litter. Some are found only on a single species of tree, or even on a single part of that tree, the leaves, or the bark, or the roots. This diversity is not just interesting from a naturalist's perspective. It's functionally important. Insects drive many of the key processes in the forest ecosystem. They are the primary consumers of plant material, converting it into forms that can be used by other animals. They are crucial pollinators, ensuring plant reproduction. They are decomposers, breaking down dead material and recycling nutrients. The forest would not function without them. And many insect species are found only in ancient forests, unable to survive in younger, simpler forests. These include species that depend on large snags in specific stages of decay, species that require the deep leaf litter that accumulates only in undisturbed forests, species that need the stable microclimates found only beneath an intact old-growth canopy. When ancient forests are lost, these species are lost with them. But let's not catalogue species. Let's instead appreciate the web of relationships, the way each species is connected to countless others through relationships of eating and being eaten, of competition and cooperation, of dependence and mutual benefit. Consider a single ancient Douglas fir. In its canopy, aphids sip sap from the needles, and ladybugs hunt the aphids. Spiders spin webs to catch flying insects. Caterpillars of various moth species consume the needles, and parasitic wasps lay their eggs in the caterpillars. Bark beetles bore through the bark, and woodpeckers excavate the bark to reach the beetles. Ants tend aphids for their honeydew and defend them from predators. Lichens grow on the branches, and tiny mites graze on the lichens. In the tree's root zone, root weevils consume fine roots, and ground beetles hunt the weevils. Fungus gnats lay their eggs in mushrooms, and the larvae consume the fungal tissue. Springtails graze on fungal hyphae in the soil. Centipedes hunt springtails. Pseudoscorpions hunt mites. The soil is a three-dimensional landscape of predator and prey, of herbivore and decomposer, of countless species interacting in countless ways. And all of this is just one tree. Multiply this by the thousands or tens of thousands of trees in an ancient forest, add in the shrubs and herbs and ferns and mosses, the snags and logs, the streams and seeps, and you begin to get a sense of the almost incomprehensible complexity of these ecosystems. Let this complexity wash over you like a wave. Don't try to hold onto it, to understand every detail. Just appreciate it, the way you might appreciate a piece of music without analyzing every note, or a sunset without understanding the physics of light scattering. The ancient forest is beautiful in its complexity, in its interconnectedness, in the way every part relates to every other part in an intricate dance that has been choreographed over millions of years of evolution. Your breath continues, in and out, simple and automatic. Your heartbeat continues, steady and reliable. These are complex processes too, involving countless cells and molecules and chemical reactions, but you don't have to think about them. They happen automatically, the result of systems that have been refined over millions of years. The forest is the same, complex beyond full comprehension, but functioning beautifully, automatically, the result of systems that have been refined over millions of years of evolution and centuries of development in this particular place. Now let's consider the larger mammals, the deer and elk, the bears and cougars, the creatures that move through the forest on a larger scale, connecting different parts of the landscape, influencing the forest in ways both obvious and subtle. Deer and elk are browsers, consuming leaves and twigs and bark. In moderate numbers, they're part of the natural ecosystem, their browsing creating a more open understory, their droppings adding nutrients to the soil. But in high numbers, they can significantly impact forest regeneration, consuming tree seedlings and preventing the establishment of the next generation of trees. In many areas, deer populations have increased dramatically due to the elimination of predators and the creation of edge habitat, and their browsing pressure is one of the challenges facing forest regeneration. Bears, both black bears and grizzlies where they still exist, are omnivores, consuming everything from berries and nuts to insects and fish to occasional larger prey. They play important roles in seed dispersal, consuming fruits and depositing seeds in their droppings, often far from the parent plant. They also dig for roots and tubers, mixing the soil and creating small disturbances that can be colonization sites for new plants. Cougars and other large predators, where they still exist, play crucial roles in regulating prey populations and influencing prey behavior. The presence of predators can cause deer and elk to avoid certain areas or to move more frequently, reducing their impact on vegetation in any one place. This is sometimes called a landscape of fear, and it can have cascading effects throughout the ecosystem. But in many areas, large predators have been eliminated, and their absence has profound effects. Without predators, deer and elk populations can grow unchecked, overbrowsing vegetation and preventing forest regeneration. The loss of predators represents a loss of a key regulatory mechanism in the ecosystem, and restoring predators, where possible, is increasingly recognized as important for ecosystem health. These large mammals also connect the forest to other ecosystems. Salmon-eating bears in the Pacific Northwest carry nutrients from the ocean into the forest, depositing them in their droppings and in the carcasses of partially eaten fish. These marine-derived nutrients can be detected in the tissues of trees growing near salmon streams, representing a flow of nutrients from ocean to forest mediated by bears. Elk and deer migrate between summer and winter ranges, connecting high elevation and low elevation forests, moving nutrients and energy across the landscape. Imagine a black bear moving through the ancient forest, its powerful body moving with surprising grace and quiet. It pauses to overturn a log, licking up the ants and beetles exposed. It rises on its hind legs to reach a branch laden with berries, stripping them off with its lips and tongue. It digs at the base of a tree, excavating a truffle, consuming it in a few bites. The bear is not just taking from the forest. It's also giving, mixing the soil, dispersing seeds and fungal spores, adding nutrients through its droppings, creating small disturbances that will become microhabitats for other species. Let your breath deepen slightly, like the bear's breath, powerful and steady. Feel the strength in your own body, the way it supports you without effort, the way it functions automatically, requiring no conscious direction. You are, in your own way, like the bear, like the forest, a complex system that functions beautifully without conscious control. And now, let's consider the plants beyond the trees, the understory shrubs and herbs, the ferns and mosses, the lichens and liverworts. These are often overlooked, but they're crucial components of the ancient forest ecosystem. The understory plants capture light that filters through the canopy, converting it into biomass and contributing to the forest's overall productivity. They provide food for herbivores, from insects to deer. They stabilize the soil with their roots. They contribute to the leaf litter and the soil organic matter. Many have specialized relationships with pollinators, with seed dispersers, with mycorrhizal fungi. Ferns are particularly characteristic of ancient forests, especially in moist climates. Sword ferns carpet the forest floor in Pacific Northwest old growth, their fronds creating a lush green understory. In tropical and subtropical forests, tree ferns can reach heights of 30 feet or more, creating a fern canopy beneath the tree canopy. Ferns are ancient plants, with a lineage stretching back over 350 million years, and they've been part of forest ecosystems for most of that time. Mosses and liverworts, the bryophytes, are even more ancient, with origins over 400 million years ago. In moist ancient forests, they can cover every surface: the forest floor, fallen logs, tree trunks, even the canopy branches. They create a spongy layer that holds moisture, moderating the forest microclimate. They provide habitat for countless tiny invertebrates. They capture nutrients from rain and fog, making them available to the forest ecosystem. In some temperate rainforests, the biomass of mosses and liverworts can rival that of the trees themselves. Lichens, which are not plants but symbiotic associations between fungi and algae, or cyanobacteria, are also characteristic of ancient forests. They grow on tree bark, on rocks, hanging from branches. Some species are found only in old-growth forests, requiring the stable conditions and the specific bark chemistry of ancient trees. Lichens are important food sources for some animals, and they contribute to nutrient cycling, particularly nitrogen. Some lichens can fix nitrogen from the air, converting it into forms that can be used by plants, representing an important input of this often limiting nutrient into the forest ecosystem. All of these plants and plant-like organisms contribute to the forest's complexity, its productivity, its resilience. They fill niches, they create habitat, they cycle nutrients, they stabilize the soil. The ancient forest is not just trees. It's a community of thousands of species, each playing a role, each connected to countless others through webs of relationship and interdependence. Let this image settle in your mind. The ancient forest as a tapestry, woven from thousands of threads, each thread a species, each species connected to others through relationships of eating and being eaten, of competition and cooperation, of dependence and mutual benefit. Pull on any thread, and the whole tapestry shifts. Remove a thread, and the pattern changes. The forest is not a collection of independent parts. It's an integrated whole, where every part affects every other part. Your breath continues, weaving its own pattern, in and out, connecting you to the air around you, to the oxygen produced by plants, to the carbon dioxide that plants need. You are part of the tapestry too, connected to the forest, to all life, through the air you breathe, the water you drink, the food you eat. The boundaries between self and world are more permeable than they seem. The ancient forest, for all its resilience, is not immune to change. Disturbances come, as they always have, but the nature and intensity of disturbances are changing in our modern world. Climate change, invasive species, altered fire regimes, air pollution, fragmentation, these are challenges that ancient forests face, challenges that test their resilience in new ways. Let's explore these challenges, not to create anxiety, but to understand, to appreciate the forest's resilience, and to recognize the importance of protecting and supporting these remarkable ecosystems. Climate change is perhaps the most pervasive challenge. As global temperatures rise, as precipitation patterns shift, as extreme weather events become more frequent, forests are responding. Some species are shifting their ranges, moving upslope or poleward to track suitable climate conditions. Some are experiencing increased stress, with drought and heat making them more vulnerable to insects and disease. Some are experiencing changes in their seasonal rhythms, with earlier spring growth, later fall senescence, longer growing seasons. Ancient forests, with their long-lived trees, are particularly vulnerable to rapid climate change. A tree that germinated 200 years ago did so in a climate that may be quite different from today's climate, and very different from the climate projected for the end of this century. The tree cannot move. It must adapt in place, or it will die. But ancient forests also have resilience. Their structural complexity creates microclimates with cooler, moister conditions beneath the canopy that can buffer against temperature extremes. Their deep soils hold more water, providing reserves during drought. Their genetic diversity, accumulated over centuries of reproduction, provides raw material for adaptation, and their mycorrhizal networks may help them cope with stress, potentially allowing some resource redistribution. Research is ongoing to understand how ancient forests will respond to climate change. Some studies suggest that old-growth forests may be more resilient than younger forests, better able to withstand drought and heat stress. Other studies suggest vulnerability, particularly for species at the edges of their climate ranges. The truth is likely complex, varying by species, by location, by the specific nature of the climate changes experienced. But one thing is clear: protecting ancient forests is crucial for climate mitigation. These forests store enormous amounts of carbon, and protecting them keeps that carbon out of the atmosphere. Research from the 2008 Nature study by Louisart and colleagues found that old-growth forests can continue to accumulate carbon, though the exact rates and mechanisms continue to be studied and debated in the scientific community. What's certain is that the carbon stored in ancient forests, in their large trees, deep soils, and massive logs, represents centuries of accumulation that would be released if these forests were disturbed. Let your breath slow here, imagining each exhale as carbon dioxide, each inhale as oxygen. The forest breathes too, in its own way, taking in carbon dioxide during photosynthesis, releasing oxygen. Your breath and the forest's breath are connected, part of the same global cycle of carbon and oxygen that sustains all life. Invasive species represent another challenge. Non-native plants, insects, and diseases can disrupt forest ecosystems, sometimes dramatically. Invasive plants can outcompete native species, reducing diversity and altering ecosystem processes. Invasive insects can kill trees, as the emerald ash borer has done to ash trees across eastern North America, or the hemlock woolly adelgid to hemlocks. Invasive diseases can devastate forests, as chestnut blight did to American chestnuts in the early 20th century, or a sudden oak death is doing to oaks and other species in California and Oregon. Ancient forests are not immune to invasive species, but they may have some resilience. Their complexity provides resistance, with diverse native species occupying niches that might otherwise be available to invaders. Their intact canopies can limit the light available to invasive understory plants. Their established mycorrhizal networks may favor native species over invaders. But when invasive species do establish in ancient forests, the impacts can be severe. The loss of a dominant tree species can fundamentally alter forest structure and function. The loss of a key pollinator or seed disperser can affect plant reproduction. The introduction of a new disease can cascade through the ecosystem. Managing invasive species in ancient forests is challenging. These are ecosystems that have developed without intensive human management, and introducing management, even with the goal of removing invasives, can itself be disruptive. The best approach is often prevention, keeping invasive species from establishing in the first place through careful monitoring and rapid response to new introductions. Fire regimes are changing in many forest types, with implications for ancient forests. In some areas, fire suppression over the past century has led to accumulations of fuel and changes in forest structure, setting the stage for more intense fires than would have occurred historically. In other areas, climate change is leading to longer fire seasons and more extreme fire weather, increasing fire frequency and intensity. Ancient forests have evolved with fire, and many are adapted to periodic burning. But the nature of fire is changing, and forests may be experiencing fires outside the range of historical variability. Very intense fires can kill even large, old trees, can consume the organic matter in the soil, can disrupt the mycorrhizal network. Recovery from such fires is possible, but it takes time, and the recovering forest may be different from what was there before. Managing fire in and around ancient forests is complex. In some cases, prescribed burning or managed wildfire can reduce fuel loads and restore more natural fire regimes. In other cases, protecting ancient forests from fire may be the priority, particularly where fires are becoming more intense due to climate change and fuel accumulation. There are no easy answers, and management must be tailored to specific forests and specific conditions. Air pollution, while less visible than fire or invasive species, can also impact ancient forests. Nitrogen deposition from agricultural and industrial sources can alter soil chemistry and favor some species over others. Ozone can damage leaves and reduce photosynthesis. Acid rain can leach nutrients from soil and damage foliage. These impacts are often subtle and cumulative, but over time they can alter forest composition and function. Ancient forests, with their long-lived trees, can accumulate the effects of air pollution over decades or centuries. Trees that germinated in an era of cleaner air are now growing in an era of elevated nitrogen deposition and ozone levels. The long-term impacts are still being studied, but there's evidence that air pollution is contributing to forest decline in some areas. Fragmentation is perhaps the most insidious threat to ancient forests. As forests are cleared for agriculture, development, and other uses, what remains is often fragmented into isolated patches. These patches are subject to edge effects, with altered microclimates, increased wind exposure, and easier access for invasive species and predators. Small patches may not be large enough to support species that require large territories, like spotted owls or cougars. Isolated patches may not be able to exchange genes with other populations, leading to inbreeding and loss of genetic diversity. Ancient forests, which once covered vast areas, are now often reduced to small, isolated patches. In the Pacific Northwest, less than 10% of the original old-growth forest remains, and much of that is fragmented. In Europe, ancient forests are even more rare, with only tiny remnants remaining in a few protected areas. This fragmentation makes ancient forests more vulnerable to all the other threats we've discussed: climate change, invasive species, fire, pollution. Protecting and connecting ancient forest patches is crucial for their long-term survival. This can involve protecting corridors of forest between patches, allowing animals to move and genes to flow. It can involve restoring degraded forests adjacent to ancient forest patches, creating larger blocks of habitat. It can involve managing the landscape matrix around ancient forests to be more hospitable, with less intensive land uses that create softer edges. But even in the face of these challenges, ancient forests show remarkable resilience. They recover from disturbances. They adapt to changing conditions. They persist, sometimes against considerable odds. This resilience comes from their complexity, their diversity, their deep roots, both literal and figurative, in the landscape. Let your awareness rest on this resilience. Notice how your own body is resilient, how it heals from injuries, how it adapts to changing conditions, how it maintains itself day after day, year after year. You don't have to think about this resilience. It's built into your biology, the result of millions of years of evolution. The forest's resilience is similar, built into its ecology, the result of millions of years of evolution and centuries of development in this particular place. Take a deep breath, filling your lungs completely. Hold it for a moment, feeling the fullness, the potential. Then release, slowly and completely, letting go of any tension, any worry. The forest breathes too, in its own way, taking in and releasing, holding and letting go, in rhythms that span seasons and years and centuries. After disturbance comes renewal. This is one of the fundamental rhythms of the forest, the cycle of death and rebirth, of destruction and creation, of ending and beginning. The ancient forest is not static, frozen in time. It's dynamic, constantly cycling through phases of growth and decay, disturbance and recovery. We've already explored how individual trees cycle through life stages, from seed to seedling to mature tree to snag to log. But the forest as a whole also cycles, with disturbances creating openings that are gradually filled through succession, eventually returning to old growth conditions. The time scale of these cycles varies depending on the type and intensity of disturbance and the characteristics of the forest. A small gap created by the death of a single tree might be filled within decades, as surrounding trees expand their crowns and understory trees grow up to fill the space. A larger disturbance, like a severe windstorm that topples many trees or a fire that kills most of the canopy, might take centuries to recover to old growth conditions. But recovery does happen. The forest has mechanisms for renewal built into its ecology. Seeds germinate in the disturbed area. Surviving trees resprout. The mycorrhizal network, protected in the soil, helps new seedlings establish. Slowly, patiently, the forest rebuilds. Let's trace this process, imagining a moderate disturbance in an ancient forest. Perhaps a windstorm has toppled a group of trees, creating a gap of an acre or so in the canopy. The fallen trees lie crisscrossed on the forest floor, their roots torn from the ground, creating pits and mounds in the soil. Suddenly, full sunlight reaches the forest floor in this area, perhaps for the first time in centuries. The response is immediate. Seeds that have been lying dormant in the soil, waiting for light, germinate. These are often pioneer species, adapted to colonize disturbed areas. Within weeks, the gap is green with seedlings. Shrubs that were suppressed in the shade of the canopy suddenly grow vigorously, their branches spreading to capture the available light. Herbs and ferns proliferate. But beneath this burst of growth, the fallen trees are beginning their slow transformation. Fungi colonize the dead wood, beginning the process of decomposition. Insects bore into the bark and wood, creating galleries and chambers. Salamanders and small mammals take shelter beneath the logs. The logs are becoming habitat, becoming part of the forest floor, beginning their decades-long journey back to soil. Years pass. The pioneer seedlings grow into saplings, then young trees. They're growing quickly in the abundant light, but they're also competing intensely with each other and with the shrubs and herbs. Some will survive this competition. Most will not. This is the sorting process, the way the forest selects for the individuals best adapted to the conditions of this particular site. Meanwhile, seedlings of the climax species, the long-lived trees that will eventually dominate the canopy, are also establishing. They're growing more slowly than the pioneers, but they're more shade-tolerant, able to persist beneath the pioneer canopy. They're playing the long game, waiting for their opportunity. Decades pass. The pioneer trees are now mature, their crowns forming a canopy over the gap. The light reaching the forest floor has diminished. The shrubs and herbs that proliferated in the early years are now declining, unable to compete in the shadier conditions. The climax species seedlings and saplings are growing steadily, waiting. The fallen logs are now well into their decay process. The bark has fallen off. The wood is soft and punky, easily crumbled. They're covered with moss and ferns, and seedlings are germinating on them, using them as nurse logs. The logs are releasing nutrients back into the soil, feeding the next generation of trees. A century passes. The pioneer trees are beginning to die, their relatively short lifespans coming to an end. As they fall, they create smaller gaps, and the waiting climax species respond, accelerating their growth, filling the spaces. The canopy is becoming more complex, with multiple layers, with trees of different ages and sizes. 200 centuries after the original disturbance, the gap has largely closed. The canopy is once again dominated by climax species, by long-lived trees that will stand for centuries more. The structure is complex, with multiple layers, with snags and logs in various stages of decay. The mycorrhizal network has re-established, connecting the trees. The forest has returned to old growth conditions. But it's not exactly the same as it was before the disturbance. The specific individuals are different. The exact spatial arrangement is different. Perhaps the species composition is slightly different, with some species more abundant and others less so. The forest has renewed itself, but with variation, with novelty. This is how forests maintain diversity over time, through cycles of disturbance and recovery that create a shifting mosaic of conditions across the landscape. Let your breath mirror this cycle. Breathe in, like the forest drawing in light and water and nutrients. building and growing. Hold for a moment, like the mature phase of the forest, stable and productive. Then breathe out, releasing, like the forest releasing leaves and seeds and eventually the trees themselves, letting go, making space for renewal. And then breathe in again, the cycle continuing, endless and natural. This cycle of disturbance and renewal is not something to fear or to prevent. It's a natural part of forest ecology, a source of diversity and resilience. The ancient forest is not fragile, not something that will shatter at the slightest touch. It's resilient, adapted to disturbance, capable of recovery. What threatens ancient forests is not natural disturbance but the loss of the capacity for recovery. When forests are clear-cut and the soil is compacted and the mycorrhizal network is disrupted and the seed sources are removed, recovery is much slower and may not lead back to old growth conditions. When forests are fragmented and isolated, recovery is impaired because species can't recolonize from nearby areas. When climate is changing rapidly, recovery may lead to a different type of forest, adapted to the new conditions rather than the old. But where the capacity for recovery remains, where the biological legacies are intact, where the landscape context is favorable, ancient forests show remarkable ability to renew themselves. This is cause for hope, for optimism, for appreciation of the resilience of nature. And it's a reminder that we are part of these cycles too. Our bodies are constantly renewing themselves, with cells dying and being replaced, with tissues being broken down and rebuilt. We cycle through phases of activity and rest, of waking and sleeping, of growth and maintenance. We are not static, not fixed. We are dynamic, constantly changing, constantly renewing ourselves. Let this understanding settle into your body. Feel how relaxed you are now, how deeply at rest. This rest is not inactivity. It's renewal. Your body is using this time to repair, to restore, to prepare for the next cycle of activity. Sleep is not the absence of life. It's a different phase of life, equally important, equally vital. The forest rests too, in its own way. In winter, in temperate and boreal forests, growth slows or stops. The trees are dormant, conserving energy, waiting for spring. But even in dormancy, processes continue. Roots still absorb water and nutrients, though more slowly. The mycorrhizal network remains active. Decomposition continues in the soil, though at a slower pace. The forest is resting, but it's also preparing, building reserves, getting ready for the burst of growth that will come with spring. And then spring comes, and the cycle begins again. Buds swell and burst. Leaves unfurl. Flowers bloom. Birds return from migration and begin nesting. The forest comes alive with activity, with growth, with reproduction. This is the renewal, the rebirth, the beginning of a new cycle. Let yourself rest in this understanding, in this appreciation of cycles, of renewal, of the way endings are also beginnings. Your breath continues, cycling in and out. Your heart continues, beating in its steady rhythm. And somewhere, in an ancient forest, a seed is germinating, a tree is growing, a log is decomposing, a bird is singing. The cycles continue, endless and beautiful, requiring no effort, no conscious direction. They simply are, the way things are, the way things have always been, the way things will continue to be. We've journeyed deep into the ancient forest, exploring its formation, its structure, its hidden networks, its diverse inhabitants, its challenges, its cycles of renewal. Now, as our journey nears its end, let's step back and appreciate the forest as a whole, as an integrated system, as a living example of balance and harmony. The ancient forest is a study in balance, not a static balance, not a frozen equilibrium, but a dynamic balance, a constant adjustment and readjustment of countless processes and relationships. Trees grow and die. Nutrients cycle from soil to plant to animal and back to soil. Energy flows from sun to plant to herbivore to carnivore to decomposer. Water moves from soil to root to leaf to atmosphere and back to soil as rain. Carbon cycles between atmosphere and forest, stored in wood and soil, released through respiration and decomposition. All of these processes are interconnected, each affecting the others, creating feedback loops and cascading effects. The forest is not a machine with separate parts. It's an organism, or perhaps a superorganism, where every part is connected to every other part, where the whole is genuinely greater than the sum of its parts. This integration is the result of millions of years of evolution, of species adapting to each other and to their environment, of relationships being refined and optimized. And it's the result of centuries of development in this particular place, of the accumulation of biological legacies, of the building of complexity upon complexity. The ancient forest shows us what's possible when systems have time to develop, when relationships have time to deepen, when complexity has time to emerge. It shows us the power of interconnection, of cooperation, of mutual support. It shows us that competition is not the only force shaping life, that cooperation and mutualism are equally important, perhaps more important. The mycorrhizal network, Connecting tree to tree is an example of this interconnection. While recent scientific debates have questioned the extent of resource sharing through these networks, what remains clear is that these fungal connections exist, that they link trees throughout the forest, and that they represent millions of years of coevolution between plants and fungi. Whether the primary beneficiary is the fungus, the tree, or both, the network itself represents a form of biological integration that adds to the forest's complexity and potentially its resilience. And this cooperation extends beyond trees and fungi. Birds disperse seeds and control insects. Small mammals disperse fungal spores and mix soil. Large mammals transport nutrients and create disturbances that promote diversity. Insects pollinate flowers and decompose dead material. Every species contributes to the functioning of the whole, and every species benefits from that functioning. This is the harmony of the ancient forest, not a harmony of silence and stillness, but a harmony of countless voices and movements, all contributing to a greater whole. It's like a symphony, with each instrument playing its part, sometimes in unison, sometimes in counterpoint, creating a sound that is far more beautiful and complex than any single instrument could produce alone. Let this harmony wash over you. Let yourself be part of it, connected to it through the air you breathe, the water in your body, the food you've eaten that came ultimately from plants, from photosynthesis, from the sun. You are not separate from nature, not separate from the forest. You are part of it, part of the great web of life that connects all living things. Your breath continues, soft and slow. Your heartbeat continues, steady and calm. And in your mind's eye, you can see the forest, the ancient trees reaching toward the sky, their roots reaching into the earth, the mycorrhizal network connecting them beneath the soil, the birds and mammals and insects moving through the canopy and understory and forest floor, all of it interconnected, all of it in balance, all of it in harmony. This is what the ancient forest teaches us, that balance is possible, that harmony is possible. That cooperation and mutual support can create something far greater than competition alone. That complexity and diversity are sources of strength and resilience. That patience and time can create wonders. And it teaches us about ourselves. We too are complex systems, with countless processes operating automatically, without conscious control. We too are interconnected, dependent on countless other species for our survival, the plants that produce our food and oxygen, the bacteria in our guts that help us digest, the countless other organisms that make up the ecosystems we depend on. We too are capable of cooperation and mutual support, of creating communities that are greater than the sum of their parts. The ancient forest is a mirror, reflecting back to us truths about life, about interconnection, about balance. And it's a teacher, showing us by example what's possible, what can emerge when systems have time to develop, when relationships have time to deepen. Let yourself rest in this understanding. There's nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to go. Just be here, in this moment, breathing softly, resting deeply, connected to the ancient forest through imagination and understanding, connected to all life through the simple fact of being alive. The forest stands, as it has stood for centuries, as it will stand for centuries more if we protect it. The trees grow, slowly and patiently. The mycorrhizal network pulses with the flow of nutrients and signals. The birds sing. The mammals move through the understory. The insects go about their countless tasks. The cycles continue, the processes unfold, the balance maintains itself. And you rest, breathing softly, your body supported and safe, your mind quiet and calm. The boundary between you and the forest blurs. You are the forest, and the forest is you. You are the breath of wind through the canopy, the flow of water through the soil, the slow growth of wood, the patient waiting of seeds. You are part of the great web of life, connected to everything, separate from nothing. Let this feeling deepen. Let yourself sink into it, into this sense of connection, of belonging, of being part of something vast and ancient and beautiful. There's no effort required. Just let go, let yourself be held by the earth, by the forest, by the great web of life that supports all existence. Your breath slows even more, becoming almost imperceptible. Your body is deeply relaxed, heavy and still. Your mind is quiet, thoughts drifting like leaves on a slow stream, barely noticed, not important. You are at peace, at rest, at home in the ancient forest, in the world, in yourself. As we rest here in the ancient forest, in this space between waking and sleeping, let's reflect on what these forests mean, not just ecologically but personally, spiritually, emotionally. Because ancient forests are more than just ecosystems. They're places of wonder, of beauty, of peace. They're places that touch something deep in the human soul, that remind us of our connection to nature, to life, to something larger than ourselves. There's something about standing in an ancient forest that changes us. The scale of the trees, the depth of time they represent, the complexity and beauty of the ecosystem, all of this inspires awe, that feeling of being in the presence of something vast and powerful and beyond full comprehension. and awe, research shows, is good for us. It reduces stress, increases feelings of connection and well-being, makes us more generous and less self-focused. Ancient forests are places of healing. The Japanese practice of Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing, recognizes this. Simply being in a forest, walking slowly, breathing the air, observing with all senses, has measurable health benefits. It reduces blood pressure and stress hormones. It boosts immune function. It improves mood and cognitive function. The forest heals us, not through any specific intervention, but simply through its presence, through the opportunity it provides to slow down, to be present, to connect with nature. And ancient forests, with their particular qualities, their quiet, their complexity, their sense of timelessness, may be especially healing. They invite us to slow down, to match our pace to the pace of the forest, which is the pace of centuries, not seconds. They invite us to be present, to notice the details, the play of light through the canopy, the texture of bark, the scent of earth and moss. They invite us to let go of our usual concerns and preoccupations, to simply be here, now, in this moment. Let yourself feel this healing. Notice how relaxed you are, how calm, how peaceful. This is the gift of the forest, the gift of this journey we've taken together. You don't have to do anything to receive this gift. It's freely given, available to anyone who takes the time to slow down, to listen, to be present. Ancient forests also inspire us to care, to protect, to preserve. When we understand the complexity of these ecosystems, the centuries it takes for them to develop, the countless species that depend on them, we're motivated to ensure their survival. When we experience their beauty and peace, we want others to have that experience too. When we recognize their importance for climate regulation, water cycling, and biodiversity conservation, we understand that protecting them is not just about preserving pretty places, but about maintaining the life support systems of the planet. And protecting ancient forests is urgent. As we've discussed, these forests face many threats, and they're becoming increasingly rare. In many parts of the world, less than 10% of the original old-growth forest remains. Some ancient forest types have been reduced to tiny remnants, preserved only in protected areas. Without active protection and restoration efforts, we risk losing these irreplaceable ecosystems. But there is hope. Around the world, people are working to protect and restore ancient forests. Protected areas are being established and expanded. Logging of old-growth forests is being restricted or banned in some jurisdictions. Restoration projects are helping degraded forests recover. Indigenous peoples, who have often been the best stewards of forests,